Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to this evening's study session. Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. Members of the public may attend tonight's meeting and future study sessions in person at the George DeSiero City and County Building, located at 1 Tacoma Drive, where you are, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. Our agenda this evening includes 1 proclamation and 3 discussion items. Council will be accepting public comment on the Income Aligned Housing Month proclamation and the Broomfield Town Square update this evening, either in person or through our call-in service. Visit our broomfield.org council meetings webpage for step-by-step instructions on using the call-in service. For those who wish to make public comment on the Broomfield Town Square this evening, there is a sign-up sheet located in the lobby. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available in the back of the council chambers through our AV team. Our first item on the agenda this evening is a proclamation declaring the month of May as Income Aligned Housing Awareness Month in Broomfield. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please make their way to the podium? And while you're doing that, I will summarize the proclamation. On December, got a potty. Bring the potty over. So here's a summary of the proclamation. On December 10th, 1948, the United Nations signed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, recognizing adequate housing as a human right. Broomfield's strength is derived from the diverse talents and contributions of all who live, work, serve, and lead here. We are committed to using our collective power to connect income and infrastructure, ensuring community growth benefits everyone. Income-aligned housing is a policy goal and an act of stewardship to prevent displacement of neighbors by the prosperity they helped create. Broomfield champions a culture of mutual care, building inclusive systems that foster dignity and uphold a commitment to the thriving of every resident. We are transitioning our language from affordability to alignment, recognizing that housing must be scaled to the human beings who dwell within it rather than forced into the margins of a broken system. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim May 2026 as Income Aligned Housing Month awareness in the city and county of Broomfield. And I see a bunch of people. So would our representatives like to make any remarks?
To stand here in front of you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city managers, office. I just want to call out this incredible group of people. It does take a whole community for a decade or more to keep moving and marching and knowing that the march will be one step at a time. And we are just so grateful for this. And I want to kind of yield a little bit of my time because I want to come back and invite you to some of the income aligned housing events that we have, but would love to open it up to anybody who wants to say a few words.
Don't be shy. Y'all aren't shy. Come on.
So good evening. I'm Kristen Heiser, Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance, your housing authority. And on behalf of BHA's board and staff, I want to acknowledge and thank the City and County of Broomfield leadership, City Council, and staff for your commitment and unwavering support in addressing the housing needs of all Broomfield residents. I also want to extend deep appreciation to all of our partner agencies and organizations who are working together to create and support housing opportunities for everyone. The level of collaboration and coordination and shared purpose across this community is truly remarkable and unparalleled, and it shows every day. The events that the Housing Division has nurtured and continue to amplify are a powerful example of what we can accomplish when we align around a singular goal, housing for all. These efforts are not only meaningful, they are making a real impact. I'd like to give a little shout out to BHA's open door event that we'll be talking about. But one of the things that makes that event so unique, you can find the information, the details. It's not only creating an opportunity for individuals who are looking for housing to go on a tour of income aligned housing communities in Broomfield that they might find a home for themselves, but also really welcomes the community to come in and see and experience what income aligned housing is and just how beautiful and meaningful those communities are for our residents that live in income aligned housing. So we just invite our community to come and participate in that tour. Together, we are creating communities and spaces where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. The commitment across agencies and partners is truly exceptional, and we are grateful to be a part of this and the shared work here in Broomfield. Thank you very much for your leadership.
Thank you so much, Ms. Heiser.
Hi, everyone. I'm wearing my Be Like Betty shirt in honor of one of our neighbors who was unhoused for a couple of years and who worked with several agencies to get housed and who is a strong advocate, but I don't see her smiling face here tonight. So she's here in spirit. I'm Dana Scott. I am a resident of Ward 3 and I work at Broomfield Fish, which is the Food and Family Resource Center serving Broomfield County, and housing is the #1 driver of need. I feel like I keep coming up to the podium and saying that, but it's a message that I think we need to keep saying in Broomfield. And I am just so proud of the work that council and the city and county, Division of Housing, all of our partners who you see here today have all been working collaboratively for many, many years and pledged to continue to do that so that we can create housing opportunities for all and so that we can keep unlocking more opportunities together. So just want to do a shout out to all of you who are here and doing this work. It's hard work, it's long work, it's not simple, very complicated issue, and you're all still here and showing up. So thank you. And I also want to invite you to the community conversation on housing that the Broomfield Housing Solutions Forum is putting on as part of Income Aligned Housing Month in May. It's going to be Wednesday, May 27th. You're all invited. We hope you'll join us. BroomfieldHousingForAll.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Hello, my name is Terrell Fabry and I'm the Executive Director for Senior Resources of Broomfield. I've been a Broomfield resident here for 30 years. All my children went to school here, high school, graduated. And with seniors, they want to age in place. And a lot of them are having to make decisions to where they don't even have a choice because their income, they can't just go get another job. And me as a single person on one income, I totally get it because it's a struggle. At least I can go work and get a second job. But it would be horrible to feel that limitation and feel like you're being pushed out of your own home that you've lived in maybe 50 years. So just consider all of the seniors that you know here in Broomfield and your own grandparents, and if they were having to leave somewhere that they didn't want to leave.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you all for being here. Just seeing you all standing in the back fills my heart. Go ahead, Mercy.
Thanks. I can't not say something.
Of course.
Thank you for having us here. I'm Mercy Manresa. I'm a resident of Broomfield. I also am the Family Support and Engagement Coordinator for the Broomfield Early Childhood Council. And on behalf of families also with young children, making sure that we talk about the broad spectrum of housing and how it affects everybody. And I appreciate that it's income aligned housing because we want to not only bring more families and other new residents here to Broomfield, but we want to be able to keep the ones that we have. And I know personally for my family, looking at cuts in hours in the new fiscal year because of state funding, looking at increases in taxes and utilities and groceries and everything, we ourselves continue to look at, can we continue to afford to be here and raise our family? And I'm a proud resident of Broomfield and so grateful that I get to work and be partners with all of you here. So I know I'm one of many in a similar situation. So we really appreciate all the support we can do to try to keep all of us growing and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we also allow public comments, if anyone would like to be heard, come on up.
Hello,
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Andrea. I live in Ward 1. I'm in Lacamora. These are my colleagues, Merrick and Valerie. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of a proclamation recognizing the importance of income-aligned housing in our community. I'm here to share the story and impact of Anchor House, an affordable housing community designed specifically for young people who have aged out of foster care. Anchor House provides 8 studio apartments along with on-site supportive services, and tenants are required to be working, actively seeking employment, and enrolled in school, ensured that this is not just housing, but a pathway to independence. The need for this kind of housing is urgent, as you all know. According to the Youth in Transition database, approximately more than 1/3 of youth who age out of foster care in Colorado experience homelessness by the age of 21. These young people often enter adulthood without the safety nets many of us take for granted: no family support, limited financial resources, and little to no rental history. All of these youth have already experienced housing instability, and some are raising young children, which means a family, while trying to complete their education and secure employment. Traditional affordable housing models don't often work for them. They require co-signers, strong credit, or savings that are simply not realistic for this population. Anchor House bridges the gap, offering stability during a critical transition period. And it's working. To date, Anchor House has served more than 30 youth. Behind that number are real lives transformed. For example, one resident has lived at Anchor House for 4 years. During that time, they have maintained stable employment, continued their education, and built the financial and personal foundation needed to move toward full independence. That is the kind of long-term impact that stable, supportive housing can make, or just housing. But this success doesn't happen in isolation. Anchor House was made possible through strong partnerships with community organizations and agencies. Through collaboration with the City and County of Broomfield and Department of Human Services, we are able to leverage resources such as Chafee, fostering success vouchers, and transition stipends, maximizing public investment and extending our reach. Even so, sustaining and expanding this work requires ongoing support. We need continued partnership from the community, all of you, local organizations and city leadership to maintain the property, provide supportive services, and ensure that every young person who walks through our doors has the opportunity to exceed. Contributions, whether financial, in-kind, or through partnerships, directly support housing stability, education, job readiness, life skills for these youth. This proclamation is more than symbolic. It's a statement that our community recognizes unique challenges faced by former foster youth and committed to actual solutions that meet them where they are. By supporting income-aligned housing like Anchor House, we are not only preventing homelessness, we are investing in resilience and potential and the future of our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Tessier, you wanted to give us an overview of Income Aligned Housing Month events?
Yeah, we have our props here. This is for all of y'all. There's a QR code up here that has a list of all of our events and in respectful of time. Do you mind going to the next or the before slides? Yeah, this is your invitation. The Housing Division within the Economic Vitality Department cordially invites you to an entire month of special events that weave the story of how housing and community are intricately linked. CCOB housing teamed up with some incredible partners, some that you heard here. And the theme of this year is, where do you come into the story of housing? You know, did you move here because of the great schools? Did you follow your dream job? Did you always live here? Did you follow your parents? Did your parents follow you? Like, it doesn't matter. We want to know. And Lisa's going to pass out just some some key, they go on your key to help us all unlock housing opportunities for our future. And can you go to the next slide, please?
Thanks, Lisa.
This is one of the kickoff events, special guest Mayor Castriana. And it's just an idea of like bunch of different community members will be there to talk about, you know, did you ever wonder like how does that happen? So we're kind of setting up a room at Crawford at the Broomfield Community Center. Go to the next slide, please. This is another event that I think will be really impactful. It's the cost of poverty experience, where it is simulated, where you get to run through a system of what it is like to go through the system of the social system of living in poverty. Next slide. I think you saw, yes, and this is our whole host of events that will be, and please use the QR code. We're going to put it back out in the lobby for anybody who's interested in coming. If you have any questions, please reach out to the Housing Division. We'll be happy to answer them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Can you get it?
I can get it right now. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Our next item this evening is an update on from the Broomfield Police Department from Chief Campbellman. We'll give her a minute to get through the crowd of housing folks. All right. Oh, thank you for that. I missed it. Okay, that's good.
Wow, how do I follow that?
And you'll be fine.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and I love how many of our community members are here tonight to hear a little bit of our public safety updates. I'm Anea Hempelman, the Chief of Police. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce our new Deputy Chief, AC Stutson, who joined us in January this year. He has over 30 years law enforcement. He's back here. He's worked with a variety of assignments from patrol, investigations, special enforcement teams. So we're excited to have him. And he's going to be presenting next week on a new ordinance. So I wanted you to at least have a familiar face. So welcome, DC.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to start this evening by talking a little bit about crime safety and just some of our statistics. I present statistics every time I come here. I always relate it to property and persons crimes. This first slide is our property crimes. I'm going to get more into the specifics. Just as a reminder, all of these statistics are also on Colorado Bureau of Investigation's website. They may differ just by one or two, only due to when they're reported, but that's where these statistics come from. I'm going to dive right into them. In the left graph there, you're going to see how we compare property crimes for the last 3 years, 23, 24, and 25. These are the actual numbers that are committed. And for 2025, we saw a 25% decrease in overall property crimes compared to 2024. And you could see that downward trend when you look at this. When you look at the next category to the right, it's robbery, which is a very serious crime. There were 16 of those in 2024, half in 2025. I also include larceny as part of this, which is really our simple thefts, or what we call shoplifts. There's 1171 in 2024, and then we did show a decrease of 881 in 2025. Burglary continues to trend downward, decreasing from 160 2024 and 145 in 2025. One of the things I've shared a lot and talked a lot about in the previous years is motor vehicle theft. We had 198 in 2024. and a decrease to 153 in 2025, which is about 22% decrease. Comparatively, we saw a huge increase, not only in Broomfield, but in the entire state in 21 and 22, where we had close to 400 on average in those years. So that really gives you a good perspective of where we're at today. The chart on the right, it's the exact same data, except it shows per 1,000 residents. So just a different format. For example, robbery is 0.1, so less than one person is being victimized per 1,000 residents in Broomfield. Okay, I'm going to wrap up on property crimes. Next slide, please. Violent crime. Here we're looking at violent crimes, again, last 3 years. The far left total violent crimes shows 140 for 2025, which is a slight increase from 24, but still less than 2023. Thankfully, murder stats in Broomfield are consistently very, very low. There was a slight rise in aggravated assaults, but still very low. The non-consensual sex offenses remained the same between 25 and 2024. It's important to know of these crimes, these are not physical sexual assaults. They do include groping, fondling, and unlawful sexual contact or unlawful touch. Again, the chart on the right, same exact information. It's shown by rate per 1,000 residents. Overall, less than 2 people per 1,000 are victimized in Broomfield with violent crimes. Comparatively, as many of you are familiar with this, a chart that I show usually comes out in May. That's why I don't have it yet. And it compares where we sit compared to other jurisdictions. I will share that next time. Usually, the last 3 years at least, we've been very, very low. On average, the surrounding jurisdictions are much higher crime than what we have here in Broomfield. So I feel very fortunate to continue to report that from what I've seen year to date. Next slide, please. I want to give you a very high-level overview. Next week, as I spoke, Deputy Chief Stetson is going to be providing a presentation on ordinance related to street racing. This will be next Tuesday on the 28th. There's a few things I wanted to mention related to this. We recently implemented several proactive measures. We meet weekly. We're very strategic about what we're trying to accomplish. We get intelligence. We try to get the information needed. We try to be very proactive, try to get the information on where they're going to be so we could be preventive in that. During these meetings, we utilize data and intel to increase patrol, and we really target specific areas and issues that we see that are going to happen. Several weeks ago, we created what we are calling a trespass agreement with our local businesses, specifically private businesses. This agreement allows the police to enforce trespassing if the street racers show up at the business parking lots, and allows us to ask them to leave or they're going to be cited. The businesses also assist with ensuring the signs are posted that say they're not allowed to be there, no trespassing, and really inform them when they show up. And it's really critical for these parking lots. Our philosophy this year has really shifted compared to previous years, and we're engaging in unsafe driving, racing, speeding. We're being very proactive, and we're writing a lot more citations. We really are having a no tolerance to the unsafe behaviors of these street racers. This has caused an uptick in eluding. We're seeing more of that, but we're going to continue to be proactive in this in these situations. And again, we're going to present that next week, but I wanted just to give you a high level overview of what we're looking at and what we're dealing with. So that will be, and we're also working with Ms. Rogers, our legal advisor, and really being proactive on what this could look like to help us with this issue. Next slide, please. I'm going to shift into wellness. You know, when I'm out in the community, I'm asked a lot about the wellness of our officers, our dispatchers, our employees. I wanted to share some of the wellness initiatives that we're working on. Many of you have heard my motto on employee wellness, and I really believe if our employees are well, that's going to translate to the community. If our employees are not well, that will also go into our community, and we will see an uptick in complaints when we have that. So we're being very proactive. We have a very robust wellness program that includes a coordinator. The role is to assist with mental health resources, including assistance with employees that deal with critical incidents, officer-involved shootings, support when officers or even our 911 dispatchers, they see and hear terrible things day to day. And we really work closely with our peer support and our chaplain. We know that the horrific day-to-day things that they do see have a profound impact. So we really focus on how we can be better for them. When we have a critical incident, our peer support and chaplain team immediately gets paged. We have a reintegration process to ensure that when employees return to work, if they have been off work, that they return to the scene, that when they see terrible critical incidents, that they're able to be healthy so that they can return to work and that they can be full duty. We include psychological visits. We're very open about the things that we do, and we're trying to really break that old stigma of you got to be the certain way when you're in policing, and it's critical to their wellness. And I recognize that, and we're going to continue to do these things. We provide them additional training. The mental health services, we're very unique in Broomfield. We mandate that once a year they do have what we call a resiliency check-in. And that's with the psychological visit as well. So those things are critical to the success of their well-being. We have we have a family program that we did for the first time this year. It's a one day a week for a full month where families could come in and really learn what their first responders are doing and really try to understand when they come home and why they're behaving a certain way, and then educate them on the things that they do see and what they do for this line of work. So we try to really hit home with the personal stuff, even little things like we call it puppy playtime. Yes, it's exactly as it sounds. Once in a while, our coordinator sends out an email from 9 to 9:30. There's puppies in our conference room. As funny as it sounds, it's the best thing for us. So we're doing all these programs, and we're going to continue to do that because we really recognize that, sadly, we do lose some of our officers, and that includes our 911 dispatchers who have to hear the terrible things. So that's a big focus for us. So I wanted to share a little bit about what we're providing here at Broomfield. Next slide, please. Well, I'm going to transition right into community events. I recognize that our job is truly to keep our community safe. So it's not just about what we're doing internally, but the focus on what the community needs. So there's tons and tons of community events that we're engaged in. I'm excited because we're transitioning an existing position into a community engagement officer. We recognize that some community members aren't comfortable to call the police, and they may not trust the police for whatever the reason. The role of this proactive engagement is going to be exactly that, to serve as a consistent point of contact between the department, neighborhoods, businesses, and community groups. This will be an outreach, education, problem solving, and efforts to find out what does the community want from the police. And some of you may look at me and go, I just want you to make sure that I'm safe. Yes, and what else, right? So we're currently in the testing process of who's going to be selected for that. Once the position is implemented, I'll share more about what we're doing, and you can always follow us on social media because we'll be happy to be posting things. Perspective, though, in Broomfield, on average, we have about 150 events per year. And I can name a few here, but basically everything from the Teen Academy, Community Academy, Women's Safety Day, National Night Out, host free pet vaccination clinics. We do drives with Fish, HOA, crime prevention, community meetings. I can go on and on. And one of the things we implemented last year is not only coffee with a cop, but coffee with the chiefs and coffee with co-responders, which was wonderful. So speaking of our co-responder, B Corps. So this group is who responds with police officers when there's a mental health call, and they're amazing. So B Corps is short for Broomfield Co-Responders. I quickly want to discuss our co-responder program. Our team is incredible, and the work that they do with the community is incredible. When you look at the behavioral health calls, here's a great perspective when I was pulling these numbers. They responded to 740 calls in 2025. Compared to 2024, which was 489, 50% increase in those types of calls. One of their main goals is to answer calls in person as much as possible, as opposed to follow up after the fact. In that area, we had a 76% increase in them making sure that out of those calls that I mentioned, that they did respond in person 76% of the time. We reviewed their call time trends, and then we adjusted the clinician hours, and we have better coverage when it's needed. And I want to reiterate that we brought the B Corps program in-house about a year and a half ago now, and that positive impact shows by those numbers. And then our detention center, I could talk about the PD and everything we do for hours because there's so many things, but I wanted to highlight in this presentation that we continue to focus on that community as well. We have a medication-assisted treatment MAP program, which many of you have heard about. It's a model that's an evidence-based approach that combines the FDA-approved medications with counseling and behavioral therapies to treat substance use disorders. We're also continuing to work with Unite Us. It's a platform upon inmates when they get released, which allows staff to make referrals for transportation, housing, substance abuse, food, employment, just a number of things, even medical needs that they may need. So there's so many programs that the detention center has as well. So I wanted to highlight that. So that's basically a high-level overview of our programs, community events, and some of the things that we're doing. As I shared before, please do follow us on social media. There's a lot of things that we do with our community, and we love to have you be there and ask questions. Even when we have those little coffee meetings, whether it's with me or with our staff or even our co-responders, they can answer any question. Our goal is to always be very transparent in everything we're doing. Nothing we're doing is a secret. So please, anytime you have questions, please call or ask or grab any one of us. Next slide, please. Or I'll just keep going. So I can't help but close with two quick things that are very important to me. I'll just say it that way. Today, one of our volunteers, and thank you, Council, I sent you an email about this, but I want to share it with the community. One of our volunteer victim advocates, her name is Sue Hardgrove. She has been a volunteer since 1994. So take that in for not paid to do work that is so needed and so comforting to our victims. She was nominated and she was recipient of the Ray McKinnon Award through the 17th Judicial District Attorney's Office today. And so I didn't send that to you sooner than today because it was a surprise to her. So she was notified today at 4 o'clock at the ceremony. So she's passionate about serving victims and she's a wonderful human being. So I wanted to give a shout out to her. And then lastly, I couldn't help but to share this as well. Our PD was recognized by the Adams Broomfield Bar Association with a distinguished award that will be getting May 1st during their annual Law Day event. It's a new category for outstanding law enforcement or government agency. So I'm very proud of that. And I can't help but thank all of our employees and our staff and the hard work that they do. And this is so compelling to what they do. So very thoughtful. And I'm very honored to be the chief to a department that's as wonderful as Broomfield. So I couldn't help but share those two things and give a closing.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. Be happy to take any questions.
All right, well, I'll go to council. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for Chief Hempelman? Councilmember Peterson.
I'm so glad you shared those awards. If you didn't mention it, I was going to. I'm just really, really proud of our program here. And I really appreciate you mentioning your commitment to wellness and what B Corps is doing because it's really valuable. I just had a question about the property crimes. It seems like things have been consistently getting better, and I'm wondering if that is due to any specific strategies or initiatives that you guys have been doing.
Yes, absolutely. So in previous council presentations, I have even given examples of the proactive work we're doing, and I truly believe it's a combination of the data-driven policing model that we have, our special enforcement team that we implemented 2 years ago. So we really use our crime analysis and our crime analysts to give us the details and the intel on where is the crime occurring, and then can we see trends and patterns, and then proactively either present or get plans. Our what we call special enforcement plans, our SEPs, our patrol division weekly works on what we call SEPs with when we have overlap shifts or we have a fat shift, which what I mean is that we don't have just the minimum of just the districts, and we have some extra staffing, especially that we're very proactive. And I have to believe that due to that and due to the intel sharing and the gathering and all the work that comes from our detectives on following up is really why we can put all that together. Yes, of course.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, and excited to have AC. Where is he? There he is. Excited to have you on board. he's going to be a wonderful value added to you all. Couple questions for you. Really appreciate the emphasis, first of all, on mental health and wellness. I feel like our first responders don't always across the board get that. And I love how Broomfield is really taking, you know, a holistic approach to that. It's just like, you know, businesses like Costco versus Sam's, you know, if you pay people well and you treat them well, they're going to be retaining well and they're going to treat their customers well. And it's just a good, hate to say it, but in the business world, it's a good business model, but it's also a good service model. And that's what I really appreciate. One of the coolest things I've seen recently was when someone was retiring and someone simply put, you know, hey, you know, this man helped me actually get sober. You don't really hear that about police officers. And so I thought that that was really cool. And just to hear those stories. So if we have any ways to capture those stories at all, you know, as people retire, you know, who they affected and or, you know, those who are changing positions within the within the ranks, let's say, you know, as they move up in rank, I would love to hear, you know, just sort of stories that are being told. And I love going on ride-alongs. If anyone's ever gone on a ride-along, or if you haven't yet, I really encourage you to do so. They carry around food for people who need food, seriously, and they're there to serve others. So all that to say, I love our PD. You guys are doing an amazing job. I was sad that our state legislature did not pass the street racing bill, and I sat through a very painful ish judicial committee. And it was just very disheartening to see how much distrust there was of police officers in general, I felt. And I felt like we need to, you know, kind of bridge that gap. And so I felt saddened that they did not pass that. And we testified with the lady out of Ward 4, Donna Moody's been doing a lot of work in the street racing. And I just appreciate the work of our staff and our PD for moving forward with this in the future. The second thing I wanted to ask was, you know, we said the car thefts are down. There was a lot of hesitancy at first to make, you know, stealing a car a felony, I believe. And so was it the state legislature that really helped with that? Do you feel like that helped, or what helped with the car thefts? What do you?
I think it's just good old fashioned police work, a little bit of it. It really is. I hate to say it this way, but me and Ms. Hoffman were talking about like not in our backyard. So if you want to steal a car elsewhere, okay, but I think my focus is the safety of this community. Sorry if anyone does not live in Broomfield, but that really is our focus. And so combination of we're seeing that nationally and statewide. I think 2020 had that uptick, but we're seeing that nationally as well. But in Broomfield, we're really fortunate. You know, when I was a young detective 15, 20 years ago, I could tell you we used to average 50, right? That was 20 years ago. So it's just we're growing. And as we grow, crime does increase as well. But what we need to keep doing is the good old fashioned police work where we're present, involved, proactive, arresting the bad guys or gals in that case. And I think that's what it comes down to is the way we do things.
I agree. And this last thing I just want to comment on is I think a lot of our court systems are doing a lot of preventative work. So if anyone says, you know, we want to make sure that people are safe, we want to you know, make sure our victims feel heard and that there's justice there. But we also want to make sure that people aren't victimizing any more people. And what that means is that, you know, we provide programs, you know, for those people who have hurt others and or preventing that from happening. And so we have programs at our courthouse and within our, I think our police you know, department in their co-responders, making sure that we're not escalating anything that could be a mental health crisis. And like I said, bringing food to people who are hungry or just grouchy, they're screaming, someone's a nuisance, they're hungry. I've worked with high schoolers, trust me, they scream when they're hungry too. So I just want to appreciate our police department and really doing a holistic approach to people and making sure that victims are heard and that their voice is also heard. And then also making sure that those people who are growing up within certain systems are being taken care of. And that is where that healing really begins. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Chief. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for all of the work that you and your officers are doing for the city and county of Broomfield. I just want to follow up a little bit on some of the street racing stuff. So obviously the ordinance that you had put in your presentation is, I think, some way an attempt to address at least aspects of street racing, correct?
Yes, it's very complicated, and that's why we actually have an entire session set up for next week to talk about it. I don't know if Ms. Rogers wants to chime in. I really was focusing tonight on what we're doing just as a police department to, I don't want to say combat, but sometimes it feels like that, right? When we get the emails on a Sunday morning and say, darn it happened again. So we're trying to be proactive. So I was trying to highlight what we're already doing and then what's to come next week.
Yes, thank you, Chief, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Ward. It's going to be good old-fashioned policing going forward, and we still have all the criminal statutes and laws. That this does not change that. What this does, it gives us the civil ability to go after the car. So the police officers over the weekend would report that here's a Honda Civic, here's the address, here's what we saw in the eluding. Let's start the process to go grab that car, impound it, tow it. Then there's a hearing process because we're taking somebody's property and actually a couple hearings before our municipal court. So that's the idea behind the ordinance next week.
Okay, thank you. In terms of good old-fashioned police work, how do we work cross-jurisdictionally with our other municipal police officers or even the county sheriffs in the surrounding counties? Like, for example, over kind of by the detention center, actually, Sims Parkway Street is Jefferson County, and I've had many residents complain about either racing or just joyriding and really revving engines and being very loud and obnoxious. But that's in Jeffco, so there's not necessarily something we can do, but how are we working cross-jurisdictionally with our partners to address that issue?
Sure, we have great working relationships, and it's not just on street racing. It's everything that we do because criminals don't say, oh, I'm just going to do this in Broomfield. They don't know that 120th is now Westminster. So we also have regional efforts for the street racing. It's not just us because it can't be because they come into Broomfield and 5 minutes later they're in Louisville and 5 minutes later they're in Lafayette. So we have those conversations. We have meetings. We have this last time, late December, and I pulled the 2025 stats, so I don't have the current ones. But we wrote one night regionally, we wrote like 56 or 65 summonses. We had several eludings because they take off. So what we do is we decide, okay, we're going to do a big sting, if you will, May 1st. So we meet at Broomfield. And it's everywhere from Jeffco so that everyone has jurisdiction so they can write summonses. And we do the intel, if you will, to say, okay, tonight they're going to be at 128 in Sims. And so we really proactively all hit those areas. So we're doing it as a team. We have to do it as a regional because of the jurisdictions. So it's that communication, it's getting those teams together. I could tell you, you met Commander Witchlatz from the previous council presentations. He's the commander for our traffic teams. Our traffic teams gather that intel and then they really work regionally. So when we have those regional meetings, we discuss what the plan is when we have the big stings, and then we make sure that all the jurisdictions are there. That includes, you said Jeffco, but Westminster, all the Thornton, Broomfield, everyone that's hitting any of the boundaries from Aurora all the way up north. So that's how we really work those. So when you say we had a complaint, yes, they do have to call Jeffco when it's happening, but that doesn't mean that we're not assisting and that we don't already have that intel and we're working together to come up with a solution.
Okay, great. And are those, I'm guessing, predominantly at night, or do we also have some day operations? Because I've heard them complain about.
Depends on the intelligence that we get on when is it going to occur and how can we be proactive. A lot of the complaints are in the evenings, Friday and Saturday nights. So we try to be proactive on those times and dates.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Twist.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Hempelman, for the report. Interesting as always. I am curious about the 48 non-consensual sexual offenses.
Mhm.
You mentioned that those include, groping, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you have a further breakdown of how many of those were like violent assaults or?
None of those were, and
None.
that's why, yep, none of those were. And the reason I say that, let me go back to my note to make sure I said that right, is because I had my crime analyst break it down for me. The big thing about that is that they were known offenders, and I think that's very important because when people think sexual assault, they get terrified, of course. But then when they think is that I'm walking to my car and someone grabbed me and then someone got sexually assaulted. So these situations were known offenders. Does that answer your
Yes.
question?
Yes, thank you. I
Yes.
appreciate that. My other question is about repeat offenders. So how many of these from the previous year represent completely unconnected? Like, were there 1,187 unconnected property crimes?
So what you're asking is a really big question. So our detectives really do that work. So for example, in a previous presentation, I gave an example of a very large scale burglary and how that led to solving 27 cases in Westminster and 13 in Broomfield and 14 in Lafayette. And so that's why we have our detectives. So detectives really are the ones who get a burglary investigation. Then they say, okay, this happened and this MO is that this suspect committed the similar crime in Westminster. And that's that collaboration to your question, Councilmember Ward, is how we're working cross, right? So from that perspective, as we start saying, okay, well, they came in, for example, nighttime burglaries, very rare, very unusual. So that elevates us. If someone's willing to come into your home at 2 a.m. versus when you're at work, they're a different type of offender. So we start to get the intelligence of, okay, when else have we had, that's where the crime analyst comes into to play. When else have we had this type of burglary where their MO was that they kicked the back door, for example, or cut a screen. So we really look at all those things and piece together, okay, this offender could have been this offender, which then you get the communication, which is the offender from Westminster, and that's how you start to solve those crimes. To say how many of those were related to this is really difficult. When I talked about the 1,100 simple thefts, simple is probably the worst word. That's what it is by definition. But those are usually shoplifts. Burglaries are very, very rare here in Broomfield, especially burglaries when someone is home in the middle of the night, which is a good thing. So that's how we tie those together, if that makes sense from how I'm explaining it. But to say how many of those are related to these, I couldn't just give you a number.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to express my support and admiration for the B Corps program. I think it is a really wonderful thing. I'm really glad to hear that it is expanding and being used for our community. And the puppies. They're great.
They're great.
We have therapy dogs at my work too, and they are surprisingly very helpful.
Yes, yes, they are.
Or not surprisingly, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Manager Hoffman, did you have something you wanted to add?
Speaking of B Corps, one of the key components to consistently being the lowest, the number one rated community with the lowest crime rate requires resources. So this award that the distinction award out of 12 different municipalities and counties going to Broomfield requires a tremendous amount of council support and consistent support. And so many other municipalities and counties post-COVID made some decisions with regards to their law enforcement, and we didn't do that here. So it's years in the making. Each one of these decisions carries with it a tremendous amount of financial resources, but also adjustments within the police department. B Corps was one that council was very receptive to when we brought that in-house. And that was 1.5 years ago. And so again, that was a $500,000 investment to ensure that our community continued to receive the support and assistance on the front end. So tremendous amount of thanks to Chief Hempelman. They always say that the most important hire that a city manager can make is their police chief. And we live that every day.
Thank you very much.
All right. Anything else from my colleagues? I just wanted to also remind people that that we have scheduled an open house neighborhood meeting to review the new proposed police building on Wednesday, May 6th from 5 to 6:30 in the Elmwood 1 meeting room at the Broomfield Community Center. So come see what we've got planned for our new police building. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor.
We appreciate all that you do. And if you folks who came in late, there's some seats in front, so you don't have to stand, and there's lots of seats. Make yourselves comfortable. All right, the next item this evening is an update regarding Broomfield Town Square. This is a study session item. There is no formal action being taken tonight. Public comment for Broomfield Town Square will be limited to 90 minutes total. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1 minute to speak. For those who wish to make public comment on this item, there's a sign-up sheet located in the lobby. Well, I have it now, but you can speak after these folks do if you didn't sign up. No worries. That list, along with those calling in, will be used to determine the order of speakers tonight. We'll hear from 6 in person, and then 1 caller until we hit the limits. Priority will be given to those who indicated they are Broomfield residents. Non-residents will have a chance to speak if time remains after Broomfield residents have made their comments. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I would like to turn over to Manager Hoffman for some opening comments.
We want to thank the community. Anytime that we look out in the audience, regardless of what the topic is, it reminds us that Broomfield is engaged and have strong, thoughtful opinions. And providing that forum is something that's very important to us. So tonight's study session is focused on the Broomfield Town Square project, specifically the developer's request for an 18-month extension to the 2026 site development plan. There's a lot happening in the public realm that is not what tonight is about from a staff perspective. So staff is staying with the presentation that was delivered to the community and delivered to council. We did receive the developer's presentation moments before walking in, and we were hoping to see a solution-oriented point counterpoint about some of those identified gap and the affordable housing piece, the programming piece, primarily the financial viability. And instead, the primary proposal that you'll see after staff's presentation indicates a desire to reopen the 2019 agreement. And that's how the solutioning from the developer's perspective is moving forward. So notably, the materials do not, we were anticipating and hoping to see additional specificity with regards to timelines. And next phases from the development perspective that we're going to talk a little bit more tonight. As we work through this presentation, I'm going to frame the central question that we're answering and helping council to make a well-informed, data-driven decision. And the question before council is not whether the community wants this project to succeed. It's whether the project as currently structured demonstrates the readiness and financial clarity to justify additional time, thus the 18-month extension. Joining me tonight are Deputy City County Manager Anna Burton-Zetti, our economist Jeff Romine, Deputy Director of Community Development Engineering Matthew Deaver, and Senior Attorney Carl Front. We're going to switch off presenting, try to make it as fluid as possible. It's not a long presentation. And before we get into the findings, next slide, please. The decision framework. In evaluating the request, council, once we received the 18-month extension request, council directed staff to do a deeper dive on current feasibility and follow up on the additional time frame requirements. So 4 primary questions, they're on the screen. Has the developer demonstrated meaningful progress? Does the taxpayer-supported project remain financially viable? Does the project continue to align with the community expectations? And is council comfortable with the level of public risk as we move forward? Developments have inherent risks. We see it every day. What we're dealing with on this STP is not a foreign concept to have a 3-year development timeline. This is to ensure that the project is viable and it moves forward. A lot can happen during that time frame. Next slide. The original 2019 agreement set the stage for Broomfield Town Square as a project. For City Council, it's been a community priority for over a decade, even longer when you consider the Civic Master Plan. So we're looking at nearly a 20-year discussion process. The longstanding vision has always been to create a gathering place for Broomfield residents. And that vision guided substantial public investments, extensive planning, and many years of community conversations about what the site could be and should be. On November 12th, 2019, the city entered into a redevelopment reimbursement agreement with the developer. That agreement committed city-owned land, and we agreed to tax revenue sharing support through 2044. And it granted the developer exclusive right to develop the Broomfield Town Square site, including the most notable piece of all of this, which is the Safeway building, and parcels that were north of First Avenue. Next slide, please. Level of participation in this project is significant. I know there's a lot of communication out there that the taxpayers aren't risking anything, and that's not for staff to say whether it is or whether it isn't. So we're going to stick with what the facts are from the 2019 agreement. $74 million is a significant commitment. The City and County of Broomfield, we agreed to contribute land. That is the 39-acre site. It was estimated at that time to be 20 million. We don't know where that $20 million came from. It was an amount that those folks that were working at the time developed to put a dollar amount that was attached to the land. We also agreed to contribute up to $54 million in tax revenue support through 2044. That tax revenue support is what is in a tax increment. You have a base, and on top of that base, you build. So essentially, on Broomfield Town Square, the funds are contributed based on what is going to be generated. So these aren't general fund dollars. These are tax increment dollars. That includes the commitment for 100% of property tax. So anything that goes in that area of land, the 100% of property tax goes back to that developer. It also includes 50% of the sales use tax and lodger's tax. Mr. Romine is going to talk a little bit more about this. This is just the basic high-level information. Additionally, the Boulder Valley School District has committed revenue, the proceeds of 27 mills. Jeff will also explain what mills are. Of their property tax revenues, so of their full amount of property tax, they are committed of that amount, 27 mills, which equates to $20 million. So you have the $74 million from CCOB, and then you have the $20 million from the school district. Now, these amounts is what I just said about the tax increment financing portion, and then I talked a little bit about the general fund. What is not contained in the presentation tonight is any of those general fund revenues that would be required to fill the lake, or staff, or any of those service levels. You'll hear from the developer in some of their comments this evening that there's disagreement between staff and the developer on the level of support that's going to be required for this project. Next slide, please. As with all development projects, the developer has access to a range of public financing tools that were established specifically to support this project. So in addition to the tax increment financing that we just laid out, The developer also has 2 metro districts, a business improvement district, and then again, the tax increment financing that we talked about. And that supports from CCOB and BVSD. So, and this isn't unique to Broomfield Town Square. Many developers, you have to layer, think about it as a layer cake in order to make deals pencil. It's the degree to which the mills that you are going to be attaching to metro districts, business improvement districts. The developer is also planning to establish a public improvement fee, or it's referred to as a PIF. A PIF is not a tax, but again, it's the public improvement fee. We don't have one in Broomfield yet, but it's combined with the sales tax rate. So our sales tax rate right now is 8.15%. And then with the additional 2.5, the effective rate with the project area, not for all of Broomfield, but just for the project area, is 10.65%. The breadth of these financial tools reflect a level of public commitment overall to the viability of this project. I'm going to hand it over now to Ms. Burton-Zetti. She's going to talk through the timeline, provide the additional background on the request for the 18-month extension, and then we'll do a deeper dive in the presentation and we'll break down each one of the findings when we requested additional information from the developer. And Jeff will go point by point on what our findings were. Regarding the revenue projections, and this is all intended to provide council the information that they need that is only directed towards the 18-month extension. Council is not making a decision on that tonight. The official decision will be on May 12th. Tonight is an information gathering for council to ask additional questions of the developer and of course of staff. We have our full team here to address those additional questions. And of course, any legal questions, Carl and or Attorney Rogers will be able to address that. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Anna.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'll start by walking through a few of the key approval milestones, if I could have the next slide. In November 2019, the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement was executed. The original vision at that time included a minimum of 375 residential units, 25,000 square feet of retail and restaurant space, a market hall in the repurposed Safeway, and an enlarged community park pond. In September 2022, the council approved the planned unit development district, the PUD, and that project scope expanded at that point up to 643 residential units, up to 187,000 square feet of commercial space, and 175 unit hotel facility. And the pond was expanded to be a 4-acre, 12-foot deep lake. The development was noted to be progressing in 3 future phases. Next slide, please. On September 12th, 2023, Council approved the site development plan for Phase 1. That approval started the 3-year clock that is now the topic of tonight's study session. The SDP includes the redevelopment of the Safeway into the Market Hall, the creation of the lake and the surrounding plaza, and construction of the residential and mixed-use buildings. Those total 491 residential units and 63,590 square feet of mixed-use commercial space. At the time of the SDP approval, based on the developer's updates, or public updates, and typical development progress expectations, staff anticipated that construction and horizontal engineering plans would be submitted shortly thereafter, after the site development plan approval. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, the project timeline shifted significantly since the original agreement, 4 times in formal updates and additional times verbally. In August 2021, the developer indicated that the Market Hall construction was anticipated in late 2022 or early 2023. The May 2023 council meeting, that timeline had shifted to 2025, a date that was reaffirmed at the April 2024 council meeting a year later. By early 2025, the schedule shifted again, with construction documents and permit review extending through 2026 and a possible groundbreaking in late 2026. In January 2026, the developer formally requested an 18-month extension and indicated groundbreaking could still occur in late 2026. But last week, the developer verbally indicated during a webinar with the chamber that site work were not likely to be occurring until early 2027. So that puts the project opening now occurring in around 2029. Next slide, please. I want to briefly explain how that 3-year site development plan timeline works and why it really matters. The 36-month timeline is standard under the Broomfield Municipal Code. And as Manager Hoffman mentioned, it's not unique to Broomfield. Developers must apply for and be issued building permits within 3 years of an SDP approval. The intent is to encompass the full sequence of pre-construction activity: construction document preparation, staff review, permit issuance, and meaningful progress towards construction. The expectation is not simply that a project remain conceptually alive for 3 years, it's that the developer moves with reasonable diligence so that building permits are issued. In BTS's case, the developer used approximately 2.5 years of that window to prepare the construction plans and submit 2 accessory buildings. No building permits for the major structures, including the Safeway Market Hall redevelopment or the mixed-use buildings, have been submitted. Next slide, please. The developer has characterized the March 2026 submission of horizontal engineering plans as significant progress, noting an estimated $30 million investment in the infrastructure. Staff certainly acknowledges the scale of that investment. However, the relevant question is not the dollar figure. It's whether the project has advanced to the point that demonstrates readiness to move forward with the primary development, including issuance of the building permits for the core project elements. What was submitted on March 23rd, 2026 represents an initial round of engineering plans. In a project of this nature, this is typically one of several reviews that occur before approval. It's an early step in the process, not completion of the milestones contemplated within the 3-year timeframe. I also want to provide some context on the submittal process itself. From the beginning, Broomfield staff offered the developer the option to submit grading plans early and separately, particularly given the significant earthwork involved in constructing a lake. Breaking out the grading plan submittals can help accelerate the construction of a project. It allows early review cycles on the grading plans before all the rest of the plans are finalized. Another item not reflected on this slide is that staff also offered a courtesy review of the water and sanitary portions of the construction plans. This courtesy review is an informal review intended to allow staff the opportunity to provide comments on some of the more complex and vital portions of the design while the full plan set was still being completed. Staff performed a courtesy review of the water and sanitary drawings since the development team had those portions ready, but we're still working on other elements like stormwater, grading roadways. A courtesy review is not something that we routinely offer to other developers. In fact, I'm not familiar with any other cases during my time that has been offered. And it speaks to Broomfield's level of commitment to help facilitate progress on the construction plans. When the developer indicated in February 2026 that they had intended to submit the remaining plan sets in multiple pieces over several weeks, staff did ask that the full package come in together to allow a coordinated review process among the multiple departments that would have to be reviewing these complex drawings. The developer was then able to submit those plans completely on March 23rd. Next slide, please. Additionally, the building permit applications submitted by the developer are for a 1,000 square foot boathouse and an accompanying restroom facility. These are smaller accessory structures, and I've been told notably that the review is in progress for these and we expect to be completed by the end of the week. That'd be, again, a first round of review. No building permit application has been submitted, as I noted, for Safeway redevelopment into the Market Hall, for the residential units, for mixed-use buildings, or for the parking structures. It's also worth noting that the boathouse permit does not include a kitchen facility, and that means it's not intended to function as a restaurant, but rather a rental and concession stand type building. And Mr. Romine will talk a little bit more about the developer's revenue projections for this element. Next slide, please. On February 18th, 2026, Brimfield Town Square Alliance formally requested their 18-month extension of the site development plan. If granted, the building permit deadline would move from September 12th of this year to approximately March 12th of 2028. This would allow an additional delay to the start of vertical construction on the primary buildings within the development. Again, the question for council is not whether the community still wants Brimfield Town Square to succeed, because we do. The question is whether the project, as currently structured and progressing, demonstrates the readiness, financial clarity, and alignment with community expectations necessary to justify that additional time. Next slide, please. Before we share the due diligence findings, I want to briefly describe the process council directed staff to undertake. With 6 months remaining in the 3-year site development plan window and no horizontal engineering plans having been submitted for 2.5 years, when the developer requested the site development plan extension, council directed staff to conduct a thorough due diligence review before any consideration of the extension. All data reviewed was submitted by the developer or their consultants, and it included revised bond projections and financing scenarios, a revised milestone-based project schedule, and an updated high-level cost estimate for public improvements. And now I'll ask Mr. Romine, economist, to walk us through those financial findings.
Thank you, or Deputy City County Manager Bertonzetti, Manager Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Next slide, please. I'm Jeff Romine. I work as the economist for the city and county of Broomfield, and I was asked to take a closer look at the information that was provided on the March 6th response in which the developer provided additional information. So this analysis and what I'm going to be sharing comes from that and not anything else that may be provided in the last few hours. So this is clearly reflective of what has been submitted both in the initial request as well as the follow-up request and that material. So first off, as it allowed us, and specifically me, as well as some of my colleagues, to take a closer look at the project as a whole, to understand the development, the vertical development, and understand exactly where the revenue would be generated to help support the bid in the Metro District. The bid will be operating as the fiscal agent for the Metro Districts as well as for the funds that are coming from the URA in order to pay for the public improvements that are called for under the service plan in the Metro District that was approved. First off, you'll see that there's actually going to be 5 items I'm going to talk about. 3 of them are very closely related to financial. The other 2 do have financial aspects, are a bit more on the development side. So I just wanted to call that out for you. So first off is in the analysis, we identified roughly a $22 million gap in what we would see as the revenue. And this came from 2 items. This is about 17% of the total debt service costs. So there is the expenditure, there is the debt issuance, and then obviously there's the full payment through time. And so that is what the debt service costs are. That includes the interest and everything else. And so when we calculate that, so that's coming from the full expenditure they'll be undertaken to support the public infrastructure that's being called for by the Metro District in the bid. So first off is one of the assumptions that we noticed very early on is the extension of the city and county Broomfield's elements and the revenue sharing that we'll be doing. It extends from 2044 out to 2050 in the materials that was provided. And this would amount to about a $14 million additional revenue that would be coming in beyond what is called for within the time frame of 12/31/2044. This extension, while not noted necessarily in the materials that was provided, we could see it in the material that was provided related to the draft bond financing information that was provided to the developer by D.A. Davidson. So that began to call into question the reliability of some of this information because we just didn't see something that either was requesting or that documented the fact for this extension. And of course, those later 6 years would be primarily sales tax sharing, property tax sharing, and lodgers tax sharing for the additional 175 rooms that are contemplated as part of a future element of the project. The second item was, you will notice, is a mill reliance gap. I refer to it that way because there is a target within the bond materials that was provided, calling for roughly 67 mills being the target. And that is what's shown throughout the entire analysis, is 67 mills being contributed on the increment side. This would be coming from a combination of the city and county of Broomfield, as well as BVSD. There are no other elements, public entities will be contributing when the URA was formed. And so it's those two elements. As you can note, those two elements together equal about 56 mills. Those of you who don't recall what a mill is effectively the property tax rate. It's not called a property tax rate because in Colorado, of course, as you know, there's the market value that gets converted by the assessment rate that the state sets to turn into that taxable value. That taxable value then has mills applied to it that then calculate to what the revenue would be. So that's how that comes together. So this would create a deficit from the 67, and we calculated that to be roughly $8 million. And so that's the 22 million at this point. Next slide, please. The third financial note that Ms. Bertonzetti talked briefly about, which is the outcomes that are basically specifically tied to as an example, the square footage of the boathouse and what that might generate, and just those sales tax estimations and what those might look like. And so that is, again, coming from the bond runs. Within those bond runs, they talk about the square footage as well as the sales tax generated, or the sales generated, which results by square foot, results into the revenue runs. In the particular case of the boathouse, it is calling for, those documents call for roughly 1,000 square foot boathouse, producing $1,000 per square foot. To give you some perspective, there are other items within the development as being proposed that range from $350 to $400, or the beer garden, which is being expressed as generating $1,250 a square foot. The boathouse seemed to be a very high number, comparatively speaking, and given that the boathouse is primarily used based upon the engineering drawings that were submitted as boat storage, roughly over 500 square feet of the boathouse is just for storage of the boats. It seemed unlikely, which is why we did look at the plans to see if there was a kitchen being proposed, and somehow it was resulting in something like a beer garden type thing. And there's nothing that's shown, and we don't see any explanation of why that $1,000 is generated. So we can't explain it. It could be real, it could be something, but I can't figure out where that number necessarily comes from per se. So it's more of a question perhaps than something we would know, because we don't operate a boathouse. When we've looked around in the metropolitan area, we don't see anything else generating something like that, including what was recently documented with what's happening with the boat operations in Denver that has been in the recent press. So it just called that into question. In addition to that, then we also looked further, as you can imagine, in looking at the information provided, we look at what the other uses that are being proposed. While many of them just say retail or restaurant or dining or something like that, there was one that definitely stood out, which was a 10,000 square foot gym being proposed that was going to be generating $100 a square foot in sales activity. While that seems reasonable for what a gym might do, what was surprising to us was we had not really understood that the former Safeway would be partially occupied by a gym and some other uses like that, when generally it's been represented it is be generating retail and dining activities within that site, much like a market hall that we've seen in other places. So it wasn't that the sales activity number was off. It was just we hadn't seen something like that being proposed in any of the previous documents. Next slide, please. The next item that I just wanted we noticed and was mentioned, and you saw it in the memo, which is the evolution of where the parking and how the parking is being covered and paid for. So in the original 2019 agreement, which included a baseline cost, as it's referred to, as well as some of the future ones, at various times, the parking was included on the public side of it, the Metro District and bid side of it. So those were no longer part of the material that's provided in March 2026. It didn't show parking on that side anymore. So the conclusion was it must be being provided through some other means, whether it be a parking district perhaps, or through the vertical development, whether it be the commercial or the residential, perhaps bringing the parking into that side of the development. So it may be true, but we didn't have any explanation of why it was removed. We did ask the follow-up question, what happened to the parking? And the developer indicated in the follow-up response to that question that it'd be being provided on the residential side. So it's just a point of notice for ours that we're concerned about the parking. It was something that has been expressed by council and expressed by the community of how this will be parked, et cetera, whether it's going to be in the neighborhood or it's going to be surface parked, et cetera. So it was something that I wanted to note and bring forward in order to say this is a critical part of the assumptions, in part because you need the parking in order for the customers to be able to come. As indicated for a number of years about this development, it's not just drawing customers from Broomfield, but from a greater area. And so those people are likely going to be driving at some proportion. Don't know what that proportion may be necessarily, but some proportion will be coming in to park and wanting to make sure that the parking is accessible and affordable in order to encourage the success of the project. Next slide, please. The next item was the affordable housing, and this is something that has been discussed. As you probably may recall from some of the previous presentations, it is the developer's options of whether they would like to provide the affordable housing on site through a scattered site approach or through a cash in lieu, which is allowed for under the development agreement, or an alternative means of satisfying that's acceptable to the city. So those are the three approaches. It's just been noted through a number of presentations. The developers indicated they would like to try hard in order to bring affordable housing onto the site and bring that forward. And so that's one of the things we noted was within the bond runs, all of the residential is taxable, which indicates to me and to people that have looked at affordable housing finance in the past, it's unlikely to have a special limited partnership that Broomfield Housing Alliance may offer. Therefore, you would not, if they got that, it would become non-taxable and it would show up in the bond runs that way. So it either indicates that there's a gap in the further gap in the financing, or more appropriately or more likely, it is going to all be taxable and the affordable housing requirements will be met in another manner. I would just take a quick note. We have had conversations with the Broomfield Housing Alliance team, both in 23 and then again in late 24 about alternative methods. In both those, the first one, they brought in an outside consultant, Brad Weining from Primrose, and they looked at some other things. They discovered an infrastructure grant that was available to facilitate affordable housing that Colorado Department of Local Affairs was doing. And we looked at that and decided it wasn't time for us because they had asked us if we would apply for it. If you recall, the Ulysses development that came forward that City Council supported with $2.5 million of support to match up to that, to a very similar grant that DOLA offered, was utilized. And so the city came in with those matching funds to support that particular grant for a different project. And so I just referenced that to say this was a beginning of a conversation. We said that it wasn't the right time for us, that it's something that we may consider in the future, but we didn't go any further. And at that point, Brad Weining acknowledged that finding from us and just said, okay, we understand and we'll move forward. In November then of 2024, Broomfield Town Square Alliance came forward with a second alternative, which, like the first one, was to move the housing onto what we would call a future phase. It might have been phase 2 or phase 3, depending on the scaling or the timing of those phases, but it moved the affordable housing onto the library parking lot area, and when that becomes eventually redeveloped. Again, as a reference, that is a future SDP, that is not this SDP. And so it was something we said that we began to think about it and talked about it briefly among staff. And then if you recall, we brought it forward when we brought forward the URA and the bid to council in an executive study session to talk about the timing of that. We brought that forward. And at that point, we were directed not to move forward with that approach. The feeling that was expressed was the obligation is for the affordable housing to come in phase one, and wanted it to stay in phase one rather than move it to a future phase and move that obligation to a future phase. So that was at the direction and of council, that we wanted to stay with the agreement as it was and bring the affordable housing forward in phase one as was indicated in the 2019 agreement. Next slide, please. The last thing that I'll mention, this wasn't necessarily a finding other than just a point of information. Within the March 6 materials, the developer has indicated 2 different timeframes. Also within the letter, they conveyed that there is they were seeking for the city to and borough to consider moving the URA to a different start date than has already been accomplished in the March 2025 action when the URA was created, to move it back 2 years and to extend the URA out to 2052. They showed 2 different scenarios. The first one, as you can see, is summarized here with just a couple of bullet points. That is the one that would not move the URA backwards. The second one is showing the URA being moved backwards. They provided both of those. They cited the reason for the second scenario, as well as the second set of bond runs related to that, as that there is a financial gap within it. And that's what they've stated both in their letter as well as, and it shows it within those 2 agreements. It is just as a reference, and Deputy City County Manager Burton Zetti has already mentioned it. In Monday, April 13th, the developer indicated that it didn't seem possible to be able to move forward in 2026. So at that point, as you can tell, they're pretty much relying on the second timeline at this point. The reason for bringing this up is both because it continues to express some degree of uncertainty about the financing, I would suggest to you, as well as the timing of it and bringing it all together. And so I don't reference it in the sense of anything other than to say, we're still slightly unsure of exactly what the timeline is, because they have provided these 2 in written and then a third verbally of what the timeline might be. At that, I'm going to turn it back over to City County Manager Hoffman to conclude the slides within the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Romine. So let me summarize where things stand today. March 23rd, 2026, 2.5 years into the 3-year STP window, the developer submitted engineering construction plans. So staff talked a little bit earlier about horizontal development and vertical development. Horizontal development is everything at ground and below: water, sewer, infrastructure, roads, everything that you need to build on top of. Vertical development are the buildings that go vertical. Generally, that's where the building permits come, is for vertical development. Part of the conversation that we've been having, when we received the submittal on March 23rd, it was all the groundwork that was submitted. So when we say construction drawings, it's synonymous with the horizontal work. So horizontal work and construction. Typically, council will ask for clarification, but we've had some council members that said, what's the average time frame between an STP submittal and pulling those building permits? So we went back. There's a lot of conversation as well about market. Was the market ready, or was it it was too expensive, or the interest rates, all of those other caveats that go into any development being risky. So we went back to 2022, pulled our big developments. We have a series of 5 that we've shared with council for the various timeframes. And all of those timeframes, various complexities, were submitted within that 6 months. So when we look at the context of what staff anticipated after 2.5 years, it's within that context that when we saw a first submittal of construction drawings, that our responses came forth. We have a developer that's coming next week that I'm sure council will ask a lot about what that time frame looked like. That development has been occurring over the last 4 years at a swift pace. So we haven't had a development that has taken 2.5 years before getting the building permit. Within an expedited time frame for a turnaround, we've committed to the developer and to council historically that we have an expedited time frame to the degree of 25%. So even with the magnitude of that first submittal, our team turned it around in 3 weeks. So it's back with the developer for additional modifications. We anticipate 4 to 5 more rounds before we come to a place to where everyone is in agreement that it's sound. The last thing you want to do on horizontal development is either fast track it or fast pace it, because this community will have to deal with this for the next 40 years. You want to ensure that there is fidelity in those plans and in that decision-making and approval. So staff continues the engineering plans, any related permit submissions, and remains committed, again, as I said, to that expedited review. Next slide, please. So bringing it back to the question before council, we've said this ad nauseum, but the STP timeline exists to protect the community's interest when a project stalls, when it loses financial clarity, or it no longer demonstrates near-term development readiness. It's not whether we like a development or whether we don't like a development. There's a lot of language out there and chatter about whether we pick winners or losers within development. We do not. All of the questions that we ask, whether it makes the developer uncomfortable or not, are questions that our council and our community rely upon this staff to ask those questions. I would rather make the developer uncomfortable than to have council and or the community ask why we didn't ask those particular questions. So this is not developer specific. So on May 12th, we'll continue to have council focus on those 4 questions, which is, has the developer demonstrated sufficient progress? Can the developer demonstrate that this taxpayer subsidized project remains financially viable? Does the project still align with the community expectations? And lastly, is the council comfortable with the level of public risk to carry this forward and grant the extension? So tonight we welcome the developer's presentation and the community's questions as well as council's question. That concludes our presentation, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Romine and Ms. Bertonzetti as well. Next is the developer's presentation, and I know we have Joe on Zoom tonight. There you are. Welcome, Joe. And
hi. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. The change in scheduling came as a surprise, and unfortunately I'm overseas and it's 2:30 in the morning where I am.
oh my goodness.
Gonna,
Well, thank you for making the time.
Of course. I'll make my comments and then I will leave it to my capable team that is there in person to address all of the concerns that were just brought up. And you'll meet more of the team and learn more about what we're doing and what's going on. But just by way of introduction, Mayor, members of council, city manager, and the citizens of Broomfield, I'm Joe Vostries, and along with my partner, Tim Frederigill, and our incredible development team, who you're going to meet shortly, Tim and I have been working on the Broomfield Town Square project for nearly a decade. And we're here tonight to ask this council directly from the heart to approve an 18-month extension of the development plan. And we're going to explain why, and we're going to address the concerns that your staff has brought up. But before we make that ask, I'm going to start with a simple question, and I'd like everyone to hold this in their mind tonight. What kind of city do we want Broomfield to be? Not just in terms of our buildings and tax revenue, but our character, in terms of whether our word means something, in terms of how we treat the people who trusted us and how we honor the community that has waited patiently and faithfully for something they were promised. And we've taken that promise very, very seriously. And we think that question should be at the heart of what this council must decide on this issue. I want to speak to you plainly as your partner, as someone who has given an enormous part of the last 10 years of his life to this project, and a person who still believes deeply that Broomfield is going to get its downtown. I also want to address right now that we will respond to everything that was brought up tonight, everything that all these concerns we're going to address, the team's going to address here shortly. But I do want to remind everyone that this project we didn't come to Broomfield with this project trying to find a home. Broomfield came to us. In 2016, the city reached out to us and my friend and partner, Dana Crawford, and you asked us to do something we'd done before at Denver Union Station and elsewhere. Go into the community, listen carefully to what the residents wanted, and then help design a downtown from the ground up. Not a developer's vision, the community's vision. Over 7 months, we held dozens of meetings, we conducted hundreds of surveys, we gathered focus groups, we sent out questionnaires. We did this super deep dive, and we asked Broomfield residents what they wanted their city's heart to look like and be like. From all these conversations and all of the fears that were also shared, we got a very clear picture of what the citizens of Broomfield wanted. An iconic project, something that they could be proud of, right? A place that people would linger and spend hours and return to and call it their home, and something that they would be proud of. All local businesses, no more chains, but the restaurants and the shops that reflect who we are as a community. And housing for seniors who want to stay in the community as they age. All of these qualities and characteristics were put together. And at the end, we never envisioned it as simply another development project. It was to be a source of great pride for the city, its very heart and identity, and an economic development engine that would be of immense value, far beyond any simplistic analysis of the cost of services it would require. That was never a part of what this project was about or what its long-term vision was. But those were not our priorities. They were not on our wish list. They're the words of the residents, assembled into a report and handed to 4 world-class design firms in a design competition. And when all 4 plans were presented, one stood apart, the Civitas design, with its lake, its waterfront retail, the plazas, the grand staircase, all of those elements. It wasn't chosen by us, it was chosen by the city because it checked all the boxes that this community said it wanted. Now, despite pressure to dumb it down, despite rising interest rates, rising construction costs, and all the complex design challenges, we held firm and we kept working because a promise was made to the citizens. And yes, it took time. Sorry, this isn't a 6-month project that you're putting a strip shopping center and some apartments up. This was highly complex, highly finished. It's like nothing I've ever worked on, and I've done lots of development projects. In any event, at that point, following the design competition, we thought our job was done, but the city asked us to stay, and we did. Dana sadly is no longer with us. She passed away last year at 93, one of the great figures in the history of Denver, but she really believed in this project, and her belief is part of the reason we're still here and still fighting for it. As you heard earlier, in November of 2019, we signed a binding redevelopment and reimbursement agreement with the city. That agreement wasn't a permit application. It was not a routine transaction. It was a solemn partnership signed by the mayor, approved unanimously by council between Broomfield and the people it asked to build its future. Partnerships carry obligations on both sides. This agreement is the framework upon which this project rests, not arbitrary criteria. Tonight, you've heard the staff describe this project through a lens of skepticism and financial concern. But I want to remind this council that your own signed agreement says about the city's role. Section 4.5 of our contract commits the city, and I'm quoting directly here, expedite the review and processing of all applications and to facilitate the developer's efforts to obtain the necessary approvals. There's a good faith clause that commits all of us, including the city, to act in good faith and prohibits unreasonably, arbitrarily, capriciously, or unreasonably withhold, condition, or delay any approval, acceptance, or extension of time required or requested. Okay, Section 4.3 specifically provides a framework for resolving the finance concerns. So everything that you heard from staff tonight, the resolutions, the framework for dealing with that is all contained within our agreement. The city manager is quoted, and she said it again tonight in a recent news article, saying staff does not take a position for or against any project, nor do we approach projects through a personal lens. Hey, listen, the city here is not a neutral regulator standing on the sidelines of this project. You're our committed partner with legal obligations to help this project succeed. Claiming neutrality now is just not accurate. It contradicts the plain language of the contract that you entered into with us. Again, I quote, expedite the review and processing of all applications and facilitate the developer's efforts to obtain the necessary approvals. That's our deal. That's the plain language of our agreement. Neutrality is not what was promised. Partnership was what was promised. We signed the agreement in November 2019. 4 months later, the pandemic hit. Within months after that, we were asked by the city staff to consider eliminating the lake, the single most iconic feature of the entire project, the feature that community members themselves demanded, and to shrink the project and eliminate other features and amenities. We declined. Despite the pressure to dumb it down, despite rising interest rates, rising construction costs, and all the design challenges, we held firm and kept working because a promise was made to the citizens. Yes, it took time. Many other projects get dumbed down along the way. This one did not, and yes, it took time. In 2022, after a fiscal impact study had already been completed and found sufficient to proceed with the urban renewal district, the city then commissioned yet a second study, one that concluded what the project would have a net negative fiscal impact. Now listen, our agreement never included this as a condition. Now, in any event, we disputed the methodology and hired our own consultant to respond and correct it. The voting vote was delayed. This project lost 6 months. And when the citizens of Broomfield showed up, they packed this chamber and told the council, we want this project, move it forward. Council voted unanimously. The site development plan process took 16 months and included an extraordinary 8 separate rounds of review and revision, and was finally approved in September of 2023. So here we see it take 16 months to get to a site development plan with 8 rounds of review, but we're talking about a standard of 6 months to get to construction documents, which are not nearly as detailed as, which are far more detailed than this. Denver Union Station, a 19-acre project, about half our size, was 9 years before groundbreaking. The River Mile, which was approved in 2018, has still not broken ground. Downtown Westminster was 6 years in the planning before vertical construction and is now only about 25% complete. And the city of Westminster paid for and built all the infrastructure, not the private sector, as is the case here. Listen, big projects take time. This 40-acre project is immensely complex, and I want everyone to remember it's nearly 90% public ground. You heard that right, 90%. Obviously, we have to design, permit, and build this massive infrastructure before additional vertical buildings can be constructed. To that end, we submitted $30 million in permit-ready construction documents: a lake, swim beach, plazas, streets, sidewalks, storm and sanitary sewers, trail connections, Army Corps of Engineer coordination for floodway improvements, and yes, vertical buildings, including a boathouse and concession stand and public restrooms. And by the way, Jeff, I have a ice cream shop that does $3,000 a square foot. So $1,000 a square foot is eminently reasonable, and you'll hear more about that later. We have invested over $1 million in engineering and design fees to get here. Staff completed its first round of review in 3 weeks. Thank you very much for that. But here's the truth you need to hear. We were on track. We were ready. We had no reason to be standing here tonight asking for more time until January 28th. It was on that date, just as we were preparing to submit our building permits, with months still remaining before the September deadline, that the city advised us that their interpretation of the code was that our $30 million in permits, including permits for actual buildings, would not qualify to meet the 3-year SDB timeline. That came as a surprise to us. And it stopped the project cold. Our bond sale halted. Our groundbreaking, which we expected to do later this year, had to stop, because no investor, no lender, no bondholder is going to put $30 million into infrastructure for a project whose entitlements the city has placed in jeopardy. We didn't need this extension because we failed to perform. We need this extension now because we got surprised that our permits were not going to be interpreted as permits. The city created this moment, and we're here because of it. You've seen the staff memo, and we will address all of its key points directly so that citizens and council here tonight can understand the strength of our team and the commitment to move forward quickly, despite the delays that the city's actions have created. I want to talk about the criteria the staff have listed for evaluating this extension: progress, financial viability, community alignment, and council confidence regarding risk. I understand them, but they do not appear anywhere in the Broomfield Municipal Code that we can find. Listen, the code gives council the authority to consider revocation if permits are not issued, but it doesn't enumerate what the criteria for evaluating an extension request are. Obviously, staff knows that, our council knows that staff assembled these criteria. They're not the law, and they're not in our agreement. That said, we respect them, and we respect your responsibility to carefully weigh this request, and as such, we will carefully address all of them. But I want to point out 2 criteria that are absent from the staff's analysis. One is this request consistent with our contract with the city? Sections 4 and 36 are clear. They provide a legally binding framework for considering this request. And number 2, what are the consequences of not granting the request? If this project does not move forward, what's the city's plan? Not a vague hope or some theoretical future developer, a real concrete plan for what happens to this 40-acre site next. The staff memo, I think, told you, but we want to make it unmistakably clear, not extending the SDP does not end our agreement with the city. It doesn't free the land, and it doesn't open us to the city to a fresh start. Stand by. So we ask, our exclusive development rights here run through 2044. If the SDP is not extended, we still hold those rights. City can't sell the land, can't bring in another developer, it can't build something else. What it gets, the outcome of this skepticism is a vacant 40-acre site next to City Hall tied up in a legal agreement while we wait, potentially for another 18 years. This just cannot possibly be the plan. So we ask, what is the plan? What does this site look like if you don't extend the SDP in 2030, in 2035? After all this time, all these taxpayer dollars, what happens? The choice before this council tonight is not between this project and a better project. I don't honestly think Broomfield citizens who created the vision for this are going to accept a lesser project. So right now, the choice is between this project and nothing, potentially for a very long time. The other part that seems hard to understand is that if the extension request is denied, your concerns on this project go from being concerns to being grim reality. In other words, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. Think carefully about what that means. Staff has raised financial concerns. Those concerns are real and we will address them. But right now they're just concerns, things to be negotiated and resolved between partners exactly as our agreement already contemplates. The moment you deny this extension, they stop being concerns. They become locked in outcomes. The city created this uncertainty on January 28th. Denying the extension on the basis of the uncertainty doesn't protect the project, it stops it. You cannot solve a problem you have caused by making it permanent. This project does not restart. No investor, no lender, no bondholder is going to put $30 million into infrastructure for a project whose site plan the city can revoke. On January 28th, the city introduced project stopping risk. Financing really became impossible. The extension is not a luxury, it's a prerequisite for everything else. We'll talk later about taxpayer risk because we expect you will hear you heard concerns about it tonight. But remember, the bonds are private. The city doesn't guarantee them. Broomfield taxpayers are not on the hook if the project faces financial difficulty. The tax increment financing uses revenues generated by the project itself, revenues that do not exist today and will never exist without this development. Our team is going to talk more about this later. 18 months that we only need now because of the city's actions on January 28th. Approve the extension and this project moves forward. We address the city's concern. Every concern on the table is a problem to be solved together as partners. Fail to approve it, and every concern becomes a permanent reality. The concern over 18 months becomes the certainty of 18 years. So we ask you to honor the agreement the city signed. Uphold the good faith that's not just a moral expectation between us as partners, it's a legal obligation in the contract that we all entered together. You know, Broomfield has been a city without a downtown for 65 years. 65 years of being a bedroom community, of driving somewhere else for a sense of place, of watching seniors move away because there's no community for them to land in as they age. This project, this specific project, is the answer to 65 years of waiting. It wasn't invented by us. It was designed by the community, and it was commissioned by the city and approved by the council. And it will be built by a team, who you're going to meet more of tonight, that has kept the faith, spent the years, avoided dumbing it down, and put in $1 million honoring their commitment to the people of Broomfield. We agreed to do this project because we believed in what you built us to ask, what you asked us to build. And because we believe, and still do, that the city is the kind of partner that it promised to be when we signed the agreement in 2019. The citizens believe it too. Every resident that showed up for those focus groups, every person who showed up in 2022 to support the zoning, every senior who's been waiting to downsize into a home near our new vibrant downtown, they were told, we hear you, we're building this. Let's not break their trust. Letting it die on a technicality, one the city itself created, is a breach of faith, not only with us, but with the people of this community. Approve the extension. Let's work together to resolve any concerns, and let's move forward. And let's finally build the downtown that Broomfield has earned. So thank you all for listening to me. I would now like to introduce you to our team, Tim Frederick, who's going to address your concerns, answer your questions, and this is an opportunity for you all to meet the larger group of partners and developers that are going to make this a reality. So we look forward to working with you, and we look forward to addressing your concerns and answering all of your questions. Thank you so much for taking the time with us here this evening. We're very grateful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Tim,
Yeah, present.
you got it from here?
Yeah, what are you at, about 2 a.m. now, Joe? So I appreciate the quite eloquent presentation by Joe. He's a better public speaker than I, but we did bring a large part of our team here today. But if we brought our entire team, it would not fit in this room. If you add up the number of consultants on all of the various scopes within this project, that is not an exaggeration. They would not fit in this room. That said, we did bring a few key parties. I guess beginning in the front row, I'll offer some introductions to everybody. You don't need to say much now, but I think maybe jumping in later within the presentation would be helpful. So, the boathouse and concession stand, we're thrilled that y'all are diving into the details on this project to the extent of, identifying each and every underwriting assumption in our bond underwriting. That's it shows y'all still care, and you're hoping this will happen, and you're trying to validate that will happen. And those boathouse assumptions were not created in a vacuum. That was just, again, one line item, $1 million in revenue out of a project that generates, I don't know, something like $60 million in sales per year for the bond underwriting. So it's a footnote somewhere stacked in the over 100 pages of information we've sent you guys to date. But that little footnote, that one number, was probably 24 months to arrive at that one number, right? Commencing with an RFP to solicit property management proposals from qualified boathouse operators that also have a food and beverage component that believe in this project and want to be part of the Broomfield Town Square. Ultimately, that concluded with their selection of Rocky Mountain Paddleboards here with Hank Grant. If anybody of you have been to Rayback Collective in Boulder, that's the doing of Hank Grant. If anybody has been to Improper City in Denver, that's the doing of Hank Grant. And they currently manage 8, and I believe they've added 4 more contracts for a total of 12 lake operations throughout the state of Colorado. So one of the best, if not the preeminent boathouse operator in the state. Very strong food and beverage background. They do untold millions per year out of these outfits. Jeff hit the nail on the head with the City Park Lake in Denver, and how that actually plays into our underwriting for that. So Hank's probably delivered to us 30 pages of documentation with 5 different business lines, working on a 6th business line to arrive at that one number. And that's the amount of effort that we've been giving this project. And we're just here to communicate that to y'all today, that we haven't stopped working. We continue to work. And even just that one number, it takes a boatload of effort and a lot of folks. Hank's got an entire team behind him. We've got an entire team behind us. Our bond underwriters have an entire team behind them as well. So it's just a long-winded introduction to one little number within the bond underwriting, but meet Hank Grant with Rocky Mountain Paddleboards. Continuing, Tim Morzell with D.A. Davidson. D.A. Davidson is the premier bond underwriter in the state of Colorado. I believe you still do more volume than any other shop, including Piper or any other name you want to throw out there. So D.A. Davidson's been with us since we got involved with this project. The underwriting and the amount of iterations that we've drugged Tim through on this project are now evidenced by the fact that our bond runs are now in two letters, where I think we're on bond run AH versions 1 and 2 today. So D.A. Davidson and the remarkable team has poured years of effort into iteratively underwriting this project to ensure the bond underwriting is going to be the best we can possibly do given the market conditions we have at hand. Over the past, say, 6 months, we have spent time reviewing our prior bond underwriting assumptions, revisiting our bond structure, including a rehash of the bond programming from what was a senior and subordinate bond issuance to a senior only with a turbo repayment structure, again, to maximize revenue. And we're thrilled that everybody's engaged in looking at this stuff. It's important. Last time we met in September, we talked about, as of our last bond run, we were within spitting distance of the bond numbers working. One of the positives, because I want to spin all of this into a positive, things that can come of this and working collaboratively to get this project done is it did force us to take a look at where what's going on in the bond market in real time right now with continued outflows, and things have degraded. And instead of throwing up our hands and walking from this project, it's too important to all of us. So we spent the time to go all the way to rethinking programming for the components within the Broomfield Town Square commercial space to generate additional sales tax revenue, which further supports the bond sale underwriting in an effort to make this project go. So one gentleman backed by a very large team. Thank you for attending. Circling over to Jordan Orr, Rangewater. I think Rangewater's technically has over 1,000 employees, though that is not the team that's on our project. Rangewater is a national real estate developer focusing in the apartment and mixed-use residential space. They're headquartered out of Atlanta. They include in-house property management capabilities. They will be our residential property manager at our 318 unit apartment community with ground floor retail at this project. They're anxious to go, but they can't go and spend however many millions we're going to need to get over the hump here from now until commencing with Jordan's project without clarity that the site plan won't be pulled out from underneath us. Len McBroom. Len McBroom is the principal of the McBroom Companies. The McBroom Companies, similarly, active adult operator. Len's also an active adult developer. Len has an entire team behind him. The McBroom Companies, and particularly Avenues of Crofton Park, is our closest comparable property to what we're building here with the age-restricted senior housing at the Broomfield Town Square. Our underwriting on the active adult project has stretched 6 years. If we could review the versions of our pro forma on our underwriting, I would venture to guess we're well in excess of 100 versions of our financial model for that project. If anybody's going to help this project, the active adult project, perform well, it's going to be the McBroom Companies, as evidenced by the fact that they have won, I believe, 4 out of the past 5 years, Best of Broomfield for their comparable senior housing facility just a couple miles down the road at Avenues of Crofton Park. So thank you, Len, and thank you for your team for sticking with this project over the years. We appreciate your service. Circling around the room, I'd like to thank my team. We're a hardworking group here. That's just one subset of the Broomfield Town Square Alliance. City Street Investors has, I don't know, probably Joe, I don't know if you can still hear me or have the ability to speak, but I would venture there's probably 20 folks on the City Street Investors side as well. City Street Investors, if anybody's not familiar with them, because we do have some new faces on council, is a integrated real estate ownership group and development group that also owns and operates food and beverage establishments, particularly cool local Main Street retail stuff. Exactly why y'all have chosen them to be your partner on this project. And I am undoubtedly missing team, my legal team, of course. I'm not an expert in that field, but we appreciate their services and lending a hand on all things contract related. So that's, again, these are the principles behind those companies. Behind those principles are entire teams. We haven't brought any of our design team this evening. You picture the civil engineering, the lake guy, the water feature guy, the lake water treatment guy, the hardscape guy, the civil engineer, all the third-party consultants feeding the civil engineer, the landscape architect and urban planner, all of this. I mean, you just keep going down this road, and it's a large quantity of people, and we've all stuck with it. We've been spending our own money to advance this project since we had site plan approval in 2022. And we're excited about getting this project to go. We wouldn't continue to work. None of these people would continue to work on this project if we didn't believe it was going to go. So we're here to answer your questions, address your questions here today. Could you jump to the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is sort of, this is loose. This is not as formal of a presentation as Joe is able to offer, but we just wanted to address some of the high level considerations or questions that have come our way. We received comments in various forms about, has the vision of the project changed since our 2019 agreement? Has the general context and scale and intent changed? And on your left is the rendering that was attached to that 2019 agreement. And to your right is what we arrived at 4 years later, there in September 2023. So if anything, I would argue the scale, the massing, the density is better now than then. And there was some questions or concerns about this thing has grown since the 2019 agreement. I would argue what was depicted in the vision for the project at that point speaks otherwise. Next slide, please. And that, by the way, the 2023 renderings are still exactly what we're intending to produce today. As far as the scale, the context of those mixed-use buildings, the context of the lake, the plaza, et cetera. Addressing some of the other questions. Again, we're grateful. Everybody's diving in the weeds here on the bond underwriting. One quick note is, that $22 million number on the financial gap, that's not the net bond proceed impact of these two considerations that have been astutely called out by your staff. That would be the gross revenue flowing into the public finance agreements. That equates to, I don't know, Tim, would that be roughly 50% impact when it comes to net bond sale proceeds? For example, the second consideration here of this estimated $8 million impact regarding this difference in mill levy between 67 and what the city's understanding is of what the mill levies contribute to the project would be. I just ran the math a moment ago. It was something like a $3 million impact of the actual net proceeds to our project. So say we're completely incorrect there or we're not able to reach resolution. That doesn't mean there's an $8 million bust and we have to delete $8 million of stuff out of the project. What that means with the impact to the net bond sale proceeds is you have a $3 million impact, which still is horrible. We don't want that. We need to work through that. But just I wanted to put highlight the point that there is a difference between the gross proceeds that flow in through the TIF agreement and what that relates to in the actual net bond sale proceeds when you go to sell that stream of tax increment finance to the bond markets. The first concept highlighted there was the extension from 2044 to 2050. And that's absolutely correct. We do need an extension of the TIF term. The TIF was generated for this project. The TIF agreement was generated for this project. You are correct. This project has taken longer to get out of the ground than we hoped. And the purpose of the TIF was to make this project go. The agreement was to back this project with tax increment finance to support the public infrastructure to create this amazing place. So we do believe that is a fair and reasonable ask to just restart the term to where we are today and reset that 25-year clock. We're not asking for a rehashing of those revenue streams and purely just asking to reset the clock. It's unfortunate that time has lapsed since that contract was executed, but that is one request we respectfully are making to council and the Urban Renewal Authority. The second point here, we need to dive into this concept between the difference of the 56 mills and the 67 mills. It's technical. We've got our legal team looking at it, our bond underwriters are looking at it. We believe the root cause of that discrepancy between the city's underwriting and our underwriting is due to intergovernmental agreements between the school district and the URA. So it's not simple. If there is an error in our underwriting, it's an honest error and something we were not aware of. So again, we just hope to work through those matters with you all. And if we do move forward with resetting the 25-year clock on the public finance matters, those mechanisms would reset the mills to where they are today. So those 67 mills are exactly the mills from the entities that have pledged mills to this project. So like, we're not receiving mills from the fire department or the fire district. We are receiving mills from the school district. What's happened is the mills have changed from then to now. And so the 67 is where we're at today, if you add up all those entities and their mills. But what was agreed to, apparently, I've not seen the agreement recently, I'm sure I have in the past, is that it's actually specified as a 56 back in the intergovernmental agreement. So it's something that needs to get cleaned up. If we revisit and reset those clocks, my understanding is it would offer the mechanism to just true up that pledge to where the mills currently sit today. Next slide, please. This is the latest iteration from, I don't know, this morning. As you can see there, the project use funds on the right-hand side, you got $38.6 million of net bond sale proceeds. I suspect some of you have done a side-by-side at some point and compared the public finance costs versus the sources of funds here, meaning the net bond sale proceeds. We want to make sure everybody's aware that these are not the only source of funds that flow into constructing the public improvements. We have the private developments here, which are partially paying for components of the public improvements here. We have proceeds from the townhome land. That townhome project, we may be a part of it. We may partner with somebody, or we may sell the land to somebody else. In any one of those scenarios, there's value that should be ascribed to that land. You're getting pad ready, dirt, all infrastructure served, including alleys, water, stormwater, data, power, gas. Like, there's a value to that needs to be transferred to whatever entity is going to build those townhomes at a fair market price. We've got prior estimates of opinion of what that value is. We've got 2 brokers revisiting those numbers. Those monies flow into that pot to help pay for all this stuff. Everybody's got to pay their fair share here. So because you say 38.6 million there and some number in a public budget that's in excess of 40 million, doesn't mean we've got whatever that difference in gap is. There's other sources of funds that are flowing into this project than purely just this bond sale. I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that. Next slide, please. It's just speaking to my long-winded introduction to Hank Grant here at Rocky Mountain Paddle Boards, but I apologize if I've overstepped, but I just took I don't know, probably a third of the information that Hank's presented to me and the analytics and the high level of thought that their organization has put into those revenue numbers. Again, there's multiple different revenue streams, and we heard the reference about City Park and that boathouse operator there previously, and I do believe that Rocky Mountain Paddle Boards is potentially going to have a similar offering here at the Broomfield Town Square. And forgive me, what was the revenue number in just Swan Boat rentals that City Park Lake did? Okay. Yep. It was in the order of hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. Correct. So the $1 million estimated revenue number out of the boathouse was not, pulled from a vacuum. It's very well thought out. And yeah, there are revenue generators, and this thing needs to work. These guys need it to work financially. Staffing something like this is not a simple operation. Certifications, man count, et cetera. It adds up. So there's going to be a lot of revenue there. There's going to be a lot of expenses for them to operate this thing as well. You need the two to balance. And as noted, I believe you're probably the largest boathouse operator in the state of Colorado. Yep. So next slide, please. Parking. This one kind of caught us off guard. We thought typically it's looked upon favorably when your private developers agree to pay for things that are eligible for public reimbursement. And so at this mixed use project, somebody put their thumb on the fact that in one of the iterations of probably the 30 iterations of the public budget we have here, in many iterations, we've had parking expenses in there. I recalled earlier today, at one point we had 3 different parking structures in there totaling over $30 million of cost. That doesn't mean that's the only way to go about this project, that those parking structures are ever going to be created. That public budget is a living budget until the day we sell bonds. And the day we sell the bonds, we need to prove the sources match the uses. And that's what we've been doing. This has not been an easy exercise. I saw one of the public comments really hit better than I could have as far as where the market conditions have been. We've been in headwinds in the bond market for the past 3 years. And that has implications. So if the exercise was, we got a blank check and we just have to convert the site plan into construction documents to go build that district work, that's one exercise. That has one duration to it. If the exercise is to take that site plan and then produce a set of construction documents that balances with the headwinds you got on the bond side, that's a whole nother exercise. And that is an iterative process that requires a lot of value engineering and tweaks along the way to get there from here. So yeah, if you asked us to today hit go and complete construction documents on that site plan, that doesn't take over 2 years. It doesn't. But it did here. It was a lot of work to rehash, revise, rethink that thing ad nauseum to make sure that we have a viable project here. And if we didn't believe this was not going to be viable, we would have quit a long, long time ago. The parking structure, circling back, yeah, at one point we hoped that there would be sufficient bond sale proceeds. We'd be able to tap into that public money to help pay for a portion of the parking that's within the mixed use building. I've done that before. That is not common. I would argue probably 98% of all mixed use projects with ground floor commercial parking and residential parking above would not be financed like that. So what we were proposing was unusual. It's atypical. It was achievable, but it's not how we're proceeding today. And as our partner at Rangewater will corroborate, that is being carried on the private pro forma. That's generally seen as a positive. We're confused why that was seen as a negative here, but we can move on to the next slide, please. Affordable housing, we want to deliver affordable housing. I've been in front of you guys for, zillions of these hearings, and we offer you assurances through the zoning approval process and the site plan approval process that, hey, we have an agreement. The agreement offers you different mechanisms. You can pay a fee in lieu. That's what our contract says. Contract says you can deliver 20% at 60% interspersed throughout your projects. That doesn't pencil. Nobody's been able to achieve that. Or you can do alternative methods of compliance. So we tempted to stand by our word, and we were like, I'll be damned if we don't get some affordable housing done here. It tanks the pro formas to deliver 20% at 60% within the projects we have. It's not working, and they just won't get built. And fortunately, you have another method of compliance, which is fee in lieu. That's great. We thought it better yet. We would like to deliver affordable housing here. So we did propose 100 unit, roughly 100 unit mixed income, 60% AMI project here. 100 units is roughly the equivalent of 20% of the total units within the first phase of this project. So that number is arrived at. Also happens to be a convenient number when it comes to LIHTC financing. It's a sweet spot when it comes to securing the funds and the mechanisms you all have probably seen over and over for the folks that are executing on affordable housing in your community. There's sort of a sweet spot there when it comes to tapping into whether it be 4% or 9% credits. So next slide, please. So that was by the way, a rendering of the proposed project in that last slide. So no BSing, we went through the process, took the time to create an RFP. This is 2 pages of a several-page request for proposals. We weren't mandated to do this. We weren't requested to do this. We decided we wanted to do this. So we've just seen some language around the lines of like, where are we at with affordable housing? Why aren't you doing it? It's like, kind of tried. Posted the RFP, we solicited proposals. We reached out to 4 different groups, including the Broomfield Housing Alliance, who declined to propose. 2 qualified national affordable housing developers did propose with full packages, over 50 pages, full underwriting, profiles, sources and uses, all of the above. Next slide, please. Spent a ton of time on this. So this stuff takes time. It's just an example of one of the groups underwriting. Next slide, please. So here's just the steps in the process. I mean, you can see things really started to pick up steam there in late 2023. We would still be on board for doing this. Everybody was bummed out how this concluded. It is not what we said we would try to do. We said we would try to deliver this. We ultimately, had a preferred partner to execute on this project. Their name, folks in the industry will know. They're highly capable, strong track record. They were prepared to submit for LIHTC financing in the next applicable round. And we were asked to stand down from that process. And this was not like we stopped at selecting an affordable housing developer. We then went through the drafting of an IGA and proposed the language to execute on this project. So I may sound defensive here because I am defensive. When we get comments like, hey, it just feels like we're being asked to defend ourselves and like, why didn't you make that happen? It's like we tried really hard and spent probably $100,000 billable dollars to try to make that happen. We're asked to stand down. Next slide, please. Retail leasing. I forgot Colin Clancy. Clancy Commercial Real Estate. I apologize in my introductions. Colin's represented us on, currently representing us on a couple properties. He's probably represented us on 4 different projects, this being the 5th. Strong track record of success. Colin is out on the streets right now. This is our current interested party list. As you can see, there's a high level of interest in our commercial real estate. We don't spend time like, courting partners for a retail space if we don't believe that this works in the terms that are being communicated, tied to the underwriting, then our mixed use pro forma, then our market hall pro forma. The interest is varied, which is great. We've got a nice sprinkling from food hall vendors within the food hall component to inline larger scale tenants that would take the inline retail on the south side of the Safeway building. And similarly, within the plaza retail, we've got about 36,000 square feet of plaza retail as well. All facets have been really well received. Circling back to, the interest in the bond underwriting, there's inputs. You got quants who are preparing that stuff. So the 8,000 square foot gym, it's not a gym. It's an indoor kids play facility, family entertainment center, if you will, that is a current tenant of ours on another project and is wildly supported by the community, 4.9 stars on Google. It's an indoor kids play facility with an active mindset. So sports and fitness related uses. They run kids camps, summer camps. What they do is they couple that with a parent lounge, well-appointed, soft upholstery. So parents can catch up. They've got televisions, they got the NFL package. You can watch the Broncos play, let your kids go bonkers on the rest of the facility. And that is proposed to be coupled with an indoor sports-related facility taking about 4,000 square feet that we're midstream on doing our due diligence on right now. So just a couple examples of the fun stuff we got proposed so far. The interest has been great. You know, multiple concepts that are like, you know, full service, sit down, call it healthy eats, you know, 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, I guess you could characterize it. So not a food stall vendor, but larger restaurants, full service restaurant. There's 2 or 3 bakery / cafe style restaurants that have expressed interest. This is just where we sit today. Not all of these can fit in the project. So this isn't ultimately the programming you'll see. This is just the interested party list today. What you do is you funnel it through the process of negotiating letters of intent, ultimately executing formal leases, and those leases then inform tweaking of your design of the Safeway building, the mixed-use building, whichever one it may be, with demising walls and services you need to provide. So amperage, tonnage of cooling, things of that nature get informed through this leasing exercise. And then you ultimately use that to inform your construction documents and build the thing out. Going the other way around does not work. We've done that before, and added roughly 10% to the project budget. So it is prudent to go through this exercise first, establish landlord requirements within those leases, design to those requirements, build the project. You don't go the other way around. Next slide, please. This came out of a conversation from this morning. Is just, you know, sometimes it's like we talk about schedules, or there's like a Gantt chart, which is an industry name for a block chart or an Excel file, or written numbers of all these dates. So it's just like, what does that mean? So I just took a crack at like graphically depicting it here. So first we're going to grub the site, then we're going to grade the site, then we're going to move forward with deep utilities and retaining walls, particularly the ones that relate to the lake. Moving forward, you'll move into shallow utilities and then road grading and or paving as applies. Finally, to prepare a building pad to then commence construction on a building. So that's just your general sequence. And if you could flip to the next slide, that was, you know, generally in line, pictorial diagram of what we've communicated in this block chart that y'all have seen before of like, what does this mean? Go back to the last slide. That's what that means. And so here we are. As the staff report noted, we provided 2 different schedule updates. There's a whole line, the public may not be aware, there's a whole line of Q&A that went into preparation for today's meeting. We've provided over 100 pages of documents through this Q&A process with the city. So we apologize, we're scrambling to, you know, pull together additional information here, and this wasn't submitted a week ago. We did get some kind of late entrant requests of additions to this presentation just around midday today that I was working to get pulled together and delivered back to the city. So I apologize, this presentation's coming through on very short notice. It was not intentional. And the two schedules that were presented as part of the Q&A that's been going on back and forth with the city was sort of what we were planning to do, which was to sell our bonds in August and commence construction in late August, early September. And then there's this sequence of, if that doesn't happen and or we need to reset the TIF clock, a spring start schedule for 2027. And now we're going into, you know, a protracted process here where we don't have certainty on whether we've got support for our site plan any longer. And so it is dragging that out to the spring start. We're still perfectly capable of executing on this, and our team's been prepared to do so. Got an entire bond team engaged. We had bi-monthly meetings commencing, I think it was late last year. Their bond council, our district council, developers council, and our bond underwriting team. So everybody's kind of engaged, schedules produced, marching towards that August goal. Again, we got thrown for a little loop here with the what is a building permit question? We thought we were on the right track. We apologize if we misunderstood that. And we just want to get alignment and everybody rowing in the right direction here, in the same direction to make this project a reality. And with that, I don't believe I have any more slides. But I hope I addressed the bulk of the questions. Again, we've been hit with a lot of requests. I mean, if you remember the early March submittal package that we were requested answered questions on, there's exhibits A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and I believe J. I mean, that's just with one of these back and forth we've been going through here. All the while, we're trying to deliver the project, right? So we respect your request for information. It is exhausting and it is taking the time away from executing on what we hope to be doing here, which is building this project. And with that, I'll turn it over.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Federal, and thank you, Mr. Bostries, if you're still with us. If it's okay with everyone, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. I really need a break. It's 8:28. We'll be back at 8:38, and then we'll have public comment. Thank you. Oh, thank you. It got quiet really quick. I appreciate that. Welcome back, everybody. And we had just finished the presentations, and now we're going to start with the public comment period. I have about 20 people signed up, and of course, if there's time, we'll allow other folks. So first we have Sandy Anderson, then Fred Weiss, and James Marsh Holshan for the first three.
Council members, mayor, mayor pro tem, and city leadership staff. I'm Sandy Anderson from the Broadlands. And after reviewing the city staff memo and attending the chamber's discussion with both the city and the developer, I felt compelled to both write and speak this evening. I've been a Broomfield resident for nearly 26 years, and we intend to remain here. That's a threat and a promise. I care deeply about the long-term direction of our city, and that is exactly why this decision matters. Broomfield is a great place to live, but it has lacked a true community center, a place where residents can gather, connect, and spend meaningful time together. The Broomfield Town Square project directly addresses that gap. This is not just another development. It is a defining investment into the future identity and livability of our city. Delaying or jeopardizing this project over timing would be a mistake. As for the due diligence, the point-by-point disagreements, may I suggest relationship counseling or marriage counseling? To resolve these gaps, and I'm not being funny, I'm seeing a lose-lose scenario that's playing out that impacts all of us. Large, complex projects require flexibility to be done well. Denying the request of the 18-month extension risks undermining years of planning and a vision that has broad community support. It sends the wrong message, not just about this project, but about Broomfield's willingness to see important community-centered developments through. As a resident who plans to age, and I call it restart because I hate the word retirement, I can clearly see how vital this space will be. Biking to a central gathering place, meeting friends, walking through a thoughtfully designed environment, and bringing my grandchildren to a shared community hub as I already take them to our library. These are not abstract benefits. They are exactly what Broomfield is currently missing. I urge you to approve the 18th-month extension. This is a moment to demonstrate leadership and commitment to a project that will shape Broomfield for decades. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and for your continued service to Broomfield.
Thank you. James? No, Fred. I'm sorry, Fred was next. Thank you. Mr. Wise.
Good evening. My name is Fred Weiss. I have lived about the last 11 years on Wild Horse Drive in Anthem Ranch. And for the last 5 years, I've had the opportunity to serve on the Land Use Review Commission and would like to thank this group for giving me another 4 years, which I'm looking forward to. I'm not here as a representative of that group, but as a concerned citizen. I know that Broomfield has not had a project like this for a long time, and I know there have been focus groups and everything else that have really thought about this project and have said it's a very good one. And I think the term iconic was used for the lake. And to me, the lake I think the project's great, but I think we should maybe look at the lake. I don't really care for AI a whole lot, but when you put things in Gemini, it's amazing what types of information you get. If you put in there that this is going to be a 4-acre lake at 12-foot depth, and I realize there's going to be some beachy things and it won't be total 12-foot depth, but that comes out to over 15 million gallons of water, which at the Broomfield average can take care of 146 homes for a year. So my request is that if we do extend it for 18 months, that there is some consideration given for revision or downsizing or whatever for the lake, because we're in a whole different situation today. We're in a drought. Our water bills have doubled. We can only water our grass twice a week. So everybody is sacrificing, yet we have the ability to donate almost 16 million gallons of water to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. James Marsh Holston. I live in the Brandywine subdivision of Ward 1. You know, when my wife and I moved into Brandywine 13 years ago, we moved into her childhood home, and we decided to make Broomfield our home. We wanted to raise our family here, and we do. We love this community. We love our neighborhood. We live across the street from the park. But Broomfield's lacking a place, a downtown. And that's something my wife and I have always discussed. And she grew up here, so she is well-versed in how much it annoys her. So I thought about talking tonight about how the history of this project. But I know you all know that. You know, I've been involved with this project discussion almost my entire time in Broomfield. But that's not really the issue right now. The issue is whether or not this project is shovel ready. And I think from what my perspective and what the developer has talked about, it is shovel ready. They were talking about putting shovels in the ground on the horizontal infrastructure this fall. Now, you all know that while I served on council, I asked the question many times, when's this going to start? When's this going to start? Because that's what the community is asking us. And you know, that was a frustration of mine. But I think now we see that it's ready to start. It's not delayed. The 18th month is a technicality. It's not saying that the project won't start for 18 more months. It's a permit, a technicality. This project, according to the developer, is set to start this next spring, next January, next February, whatever date it is. So I think that to not extend 18-month, you know, I remember sitting next to Councilmember Wynn, now State Representative Wynn, and he'd always ask, what happens if we don't do this? And well, in this one, that's true. What happens if we don't? And I think Joe made it very clear earlier, this project dies. And then what? 10, 15 years until we get something else? 18 years? I think to not grant the 18-month extension on a technicality is a mistake. And as far as I understand the concerns on the financing, I really do. But as far as that, you know, it's the developer's job to sell the bonds. Just like when you and I bought our houses, we went to the mortgage company, we asked for money. They looked at our finances, they said, well, this fits and this doesn't fit, and you need to pay off this credit card first. You know, they do that. That's what the bond company's job is. They're going to look at the boathouse revenues. They're going to look at the financing projections and say, well, whether or not this goes forward or not. They will decide whether or not the financing is there. And as has been pointed out many times, the tax financing on this project is not general fund revenues. It's future tax revenues that do not exist today, will not exist unless the project goes forward. So I think that the risk to taxpayers, while there is opportunity cost risks, the risk to taxpayers is not in the whether or not it's going to start. So I'm encouraging you, please vote in a couple weeks to extend the 18 months. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next three speakers are Travis Bocard, Paul Puterbaugh, excuse me if I butchered it, and Larry Connolly.
Hi, my name is Travis Bocard. My family is part of what we consider Old Broomfield. My grandpa was a member of the original city council and served as mayor pro tem. In his later years, he often lamented the fact that Broomfield did not have a downtown. However, upon original development of Broomfield, there was not a need for a downtown area. So, needless to say, we go back here in town. Personally, I've spent the vast majority of my life here in Broomfield, most recently putting down more permanent roots with my wife by moving back here. Part of our draw to coming back was the allure of Broomfield finally having a downtown. Having grown up here, that was something that was always lacking. For a period of time, it was fun to meet friends at Flatirons Mall or head out to Arista once it was built, but neither of those ever felt like a true heart to this amazing community. A space for those that live here to gather, to mingle, and to call our own. My wife and I frequently find ourselves driving to Louisville or Lafayette and bemoaning the fact that we aren't able to go somewhere in Broomfield. We want our dollars to go to and support our local community. We want places that have personality and that finally showcase what Broomfield can and should be, no longer making us entirely a commuter town. This is my first city council meeting that I've attended. I hope that's not my last, but if it is, I want to be clear that I support this project wholeheartedly. I will be spending my money in the new downtown, and I know there are countless others that feel the same as I do. Broomfield needs a heartbeat, and I feel that this is finally an accessible one that's truly in the heart of Broomfield. I would implore you to extend the SDP so that Broomfield will finally have a spot that locals, old and new, have somewhere to call our own. I fear that if the SDP is not extended, that this project moving forward will either be killed entirely or be completed in an underwhelming manner that would leave residents wanting for more long-term. I'd prefer that this project be completed once properly, as opposed to becoming a project that does not meet the community needs. The city of Broomfield does not need more soulless strip malls or dumbed-down plans. We need a long-term development solution within this community, and if an 18-month extension is necessary for that solution to become viable, then that is a delay that I'm willing to accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council. So as I listen to this tonight, it occurs to me right off the bat that, this process is complicated and hard, right? And we're talking about a project on paper right now that, so it's easy to talk about development plans and building plans and permits and tax levies and everything else, but we forget that this is a great vision. This is a really good vision. The town needs this. This is something that we as Broomfield residents are going to be proud of, right? This is going to enhance life in our community, and it's going to be a good thing. And we were talking a few minutes ago about imagining this when it's finished, right? And I see, first of all, so I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Paul Peterbaugh. I'm a longtime resident of Broomfield. And, I picture this place, and I see a beautiful Saturday morning in Broomfield where people are walking around the lake, grabbing a coffee from a local shop. Kids are playing, seniors are living nearby instead of having to leave the community, and families are spending time the entire day together without having to get in their cars and driving to other destinations for entertainment or enjoyment. Because the reality is today, Broomfield doesn't have its own identity. We don't have a downtown or a true town center, or even a central gathering place. This project changes that. This project has taken nearly a decade to get to this point, and it's required years of planning and collaboration with the city, significant investment, and it's the kind of project that really does lift all boats. Improving the desirability of Broomfield, supporting local businesses, and strengthening property values. But projects like this depend on certainty. And when expectations and interpretations shift late in the process, it becomes very difficult to secure the financing needed to move forward. I would also like to say that I'm genuinely grateful for people like Joe. Joe and his team who are willing to take on long, complex, frustrating projects like this. Without people like this, these projects don't happen. Visions are hard to create. This is a great vision. This is a good thing. We should support this. We should be behind this. This will change our community. This will be something that, like I said, we can be proud of. So I think the question for you is, if not this project, what is the plan? What is going to happen if we don't do this? And how long will it take? Will we be mired down in a 20-year legal battle instead of having a city center? Is that what you want to see in the newspapers? Is that what we want to have in this town? This is a chance for us to move forward. And yes, development is hard. These visions are complicated and complex as they've mapped out. And conditions change, economies change, interest rates change. It's not a simple, straightforward process. And the developers have stuck with this through the long haul. Council members have changed. So it's hard, and they have stood their ground to get this done. It's not cut and dry, black and white. The city of Denver is extending, other cities are extending their development plans. And I would hope the city of Broomfield will do the same to work with this developer. This seems like a good developer, a smart developer with a good plan, who's got the background with other large projects to get this done. And so this is a practical and reasonable extension.
And your time's expired. if
And
you
I
wanna
hope
wrap
you
up
would
your
consider
thought.
approving it and supporting
Okay.
it. Thank you very much.
Timing. Thank you. Larry Connolly.
Good evening. My name is Larry Conley. I've been a resident here in Broomfield for almost 27 years. I was like the 10th home in the Broadlands. So I've watched Broomfield actually grow, literally in front of me, because there was nothing but farmland. And I have to say, it's been a place that I've been proud to say I've raised 2 boys, and my wife and I love living here all these years. And I love watching what Broomfield has become. It has not the same place that I moved here 27 years ago. It is different, and it has become a greater place. I think it's time for it to become even better. This project is something, as many people that have stood here before are saying it is important. It is. It's critically important. I remember being at these council meetings when this happened years ago, when you were trying to get ready for the approval. And someone stood up here after me, and I don't know who the gentleman was, but I love what he said. He goes, "I have Erie envy." And that is true. I have Erie envy, Lafayette envy, Louisville envy, and I don't think we should have that. This is a great community that has grown and transformed itself. Let's continue that transformation. So I'm here just to say, I really would like to see all of you. And I know you've put a lot of work into this, and I know there is a lot more still ahead of you. Please stay diligent on this, do this, and get the approval for the 18 months, because I think the town will prosper so much over the next couple of decades and more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to our first caller now, and it's the last 3 digits is 286. They were the first to put their hand up. We'll go to them. Thank you for your patience. Did they hang on?
Hello, am I on the line?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Oh, thank you. My name is Amy, and I live in Ward 4 of Broomfield. I have a unique experience of being a senior property manager for a developer in Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Austin, and most recently here in Boulder. I have watched these types of town centers enlighten a community. I have 3 kids. I'm a single mother, and I have struggled to be here in Broomfield, and it is a passion to be here. I really believe this town center can bring the type of jobs that will assist with the Alliance programs that were discussed earlier this evening. And once again, as a senior property manager for developers, I have questions for them. I'd like to email them to you. I want to understand the extension on the 18 months for site development. Is it only site development, or is it construction documents? I also want to understand a lot of other things, but I wholeheartedly have supported this project since I heard about it in a dog park in 2019. Somebody approached me, and I know this project has been long and coming and cumbersome, but I truly support it.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to, are you done? Was she done? Okay. It was hard for me to hear, so I apologize. So our next speakers are Sarah Taylor, Chris Guidera, and Lois Vanderkoy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff.
I'm Sarah Taylor. I live in Ward 3. I've been in Broomfield for almost 40 years, and for almost half that time, we've been talking about the town center. The heart of Broomfield is, I think town center is a really dumb name, but anyway. And I have 3 points. When I read the information, the first thing that struck me is I do not understand the structured documents don't count as building permits, because that's all the important stuff. What's under the ground is what matters. So why that's not a permit that fits in the timeline is completely beyond me. Number 2, the 4 points about the questions that council had to ask themselves in terms of fiscal viability and everything. There was nothing in that document about if you say no to all those questions, then what? If you don't grant the extension, then what? And the last thing I have to say is I agree with what Ms. Anderson said, which is clearly some relationship counseling has to happen. There needs to be a relationship manager, because this is not a developer and a city. This is our vision that we've been working on for 20 years, and you guys are supposed to be partners, and you're not acting like partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Kadir. I've lived in this town for 26 years, and I was here back in 2022, I think it was, when you guys unanimously approved the initial parts of this plan. And I'm here tonight so we can recommit our vows to each other. Okay, because we as a community want this, and I think we've made that clear. We want it. And you as a council back in 2022 wanted it unanimously. And when I look at that through that lens, and part of the staff's presentation hones in on a 1,000 square foot boathouse and how it won't monetize, and it casts doubt on the rest of the bond underwriting, that sounds like a hunt for negatives. And it doesn't sound like the partnership that I think many of us want this council to have. I grew up in New England. Boathouses are supposed to have boats, not restaurants. And you have a 4-acre lake right out the back of the boathouse, and that's where paddle boards and SUPs make their money. So I would ask the council to kind of reaffirm themselves, wrap their hearts and arms around this developer. This is a marquee developer. You know, what is it? Larimer Square and Union Station are feathers in their cap, and they're offering, they came to the table, they were invited to the table by the council to build us a marquee product for this town. And these are hard times. You know, when you look at the timing of the calendar, when this was approved in 2022, and then shortly after, the financial markets kind of started to degrade and the bond markets kind of withered away and it became harder to pencil out. I believe this developer's doing the best they can do to find a path forward. And I want you as staff that works for the council and as a council that is voted in by us as a community to help this developer find that path forward. Give them the 18 months they need, that they're asking for. I said this to the developer when I had a moment to talk to him. I said, don't dumb this project down. Don't. And we don't want you to dumb it down. We did that, in my opinion, with the First Bank Center, and that really kind of got us where we are today with the First Bank Center. And then, Fred, I do appreciate your comments on the lake and the water usage of the lake. And I do appreciate your request that we look at the lake, but I want to look at the lake literally, not figuratively. So when I'm having a cold beer, I want to be looking at the lake. So please don't dumb this project down. Please grant them the 18 months they're asking for. Thank you.
Good evening, Lois Vanderkoy, Broomfield Heights. I wrote out a whole bunch of stuff, but I think I'm going to talk whatever that word is, extemporaneously. given that so many people have made comments that I agree with. I was first in the first focus group on this project in 2017, and was so happy to work with Dana Crawford and Joe Vostris, who are so well known and accomplished in terms of placemaking and developing towns or town areas that have character, history, and really create an identity for the community. And so as the project has gone along, I've been behind it and hoping for the best. And I know it's a very, very complex project that has had controversies, from the older people that live along Main Street, didn't like all the traffic and the lake. And it's been through a lot of hurdles to get to the place where it is now. And when I read the staff memo, for this meeting, it sounded like a semi-legal document to establish reasons to kill this project, including a tone of disparaging the developers rather than being objective about all the work done and obstacles faced. And this happened once before in 2022 when there was a huge financial disagreement about the bonds and the revenue and the 2019 reimbursement agreement. And I got to know Tim then because I was curious about what was happening, and really respect. I mean, he and Joe and this whole team have put so much into this project to make it work. And I don't know of any other developer that would do that for a vision of the community. So I hope that this marriage can be worked out, that the staff and the fears of the staff about, bonds and financing, which is probably the main issue at this point, can be assuaged by all the work that the developer is doing. I brought a whole bunch of people here tonight to say, yes, we are working with you and we're on this project and we think it can be done. So please get counseling or whatever you need and get this extension in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Neil Allaire, Dennis Quinn, and Roxy Jewell.
Good evening, council and staff. Neil Allaire, first filing. When I moved to Broomfield in 2002, I couldn't tell you where Broomfield was. There was no there here. In 2007, talk of a new downtown was exciting. The 2008 crash ended that. When it was resurrected in 2017, it finally seemed within reach. Incredible work went into the community input and options for development. The city chose the plan you're looking at tonight. The community chose that plan. Since then, community feedback's been very positive, as you've heard tonight. I would expect our city to work cooperatively and in good faith with our developer as a team. And when you start pointing fingers, you can talk about delays and all that. I worked for decades in construction. Nobody ever wins that argument, ever. Please don't pick that fight. The plan as it exists has been approved every step of the way, including the timelines. The city wants to see meaningful advancement of the overall approved development. $30 million of site development, $1 million spent on design and other work so far. That is commitment. That is commitment. The city now says the site development does not meet their interpretation of the agreement. The city has also said the wording of that requirement is less than clear. But the show of substantial progress cannot be denied. CCOB's website says construction is to begin in the late 2026. That's not going to happen anymore. Financing in the third quarter of 2026, that's not going to happen at all if we don't go with the extension. Obviously, the lender needs a long-term commitment or they're just not going to lend the money. The city has set up a catch-22 that only the extension will get us out of. Where am I? Whoops. I'm asking you to turn the city's approach around, become true partners with the developers to manifest what the Broomfield community has wanted for years. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Quinn. I've been here in Broomfield for almost 27 years now. And, probably in the early days of this project, I probably would have been against it. For a lot of reasons. I have concerns about the location of the whole project. There's no major thoroughfares that run through there. There's tons of competition for this type of development. When you go down to I-25 and, what Westminster has going on. And as was mentioned earlier, while not on the same scale, Louisville, great place to go and hang out, and Lafayette, just fun place to go. And so, at this point, my attitude about the project is definitely changed. I will tell you though, I trust the developer. I do not trust the city and county of Broomfield. I think that the city and county of Broomfield has a long history of bad decisions and bad choices. When I first moved here, the Flatirons Mall was under construction, and what happened to that? It has been riddled with vacancies. The buildings were sinking, causing vacancies. It by no means is the standard of destination that it opened up as, and then you look at places like Highlands Ranch with the mall out there. I can't remember the name anyway. And then we put all this money into Arista, and there was all this chat about, a destination, a downtown in Arista. Well, what the heck happened with that? I'd like to know how many millions and millions of dollars, my dollars, you spent on that event center, and then you, the city of Broomfield, drove it into the dirt. There are 20 venues in Metro Denver, all of them in South Denver, that are thriving, and we couldn't make that work because we sold our soul to the Cronkies. So I don't have confidence when the city of Broomfield wants to dig their heels in and say, well, this is what we want. Water infrastructure. How many years did you put off water infrastructure? And now we're in a critical situation where you doubled our water bills. So follow the lead of the developer. They've put the work into this. They do this for a living. We don't. Nobody on that staff over there does this for a living.
Could you please wrap up? Your time's expired.
I am wrapping up. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Follow the lead of the developer and let them do what they do well, because it's not what we do well.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. How professional was that? I'm Roxy Jewel Lacamore. So here's the thing. I've been here for too long. I haven't been here as long as a lot of my friends that are now passed away. And it had nothing to do with COVID, not one of them. So I get tired of hearing about COVID and all the excuses people have. So I've been here since 1987. I don't know, you guys figure it out. It's a long time. It's more than 35 years, I know that. A lot of things happen. We did have a downtown Broomfield. It was down on Wadsworth Boulevard in Midway. We did have a city buildings and stuff that was down at Garden Center. And then we got too big for our pants, and the management of the city and the council at that time decided they need to move something bigger and more glamorous. So they moved up here on the hill. This room right here, it was the courthouse. They held court here. I know. I used to come and put all the electronics into this place, but it just keeps growing. The people up in Anthem and up in Baseline and the people north of Highway 7, they would have no use for anything down here in this part of town. You can build whatever you want, but yet the city is not going to be able to be seen as this is downtown Broomfield. It grew long and it grew skinny. And that's just the way it turned out. Yes, we are a back bedroom community of Denver and Boulder, and we will always be that. Storage Tech is the reason that Broomfield grew. Storage Tech is not here no more. We still have a lot of multiple things. The community has grown. We have multiple downtowns. I mean, Vista, and we're having up north. They're having their concert places up there. They have all kinds of other neat stuff up north. And Broomfield is just Broomfield. So do the right thing. This thing has been taking way too long. And the new people that are on the council, unless you've been looking at this in the back history of it, you have no idea what you're going to be voting on. But this has taken way too long, and we have not received anything that was promised to us. And if you can't work it out together, then get out of it. And if the land stays vacant for 20 more years, so be it.
Thank you. We're going to go to our caller next, and we have the last three digits is 542.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Give me 1 minute to find this. So I would encourage you probably to disregard anything that last person said. My name is Reed Kurtenbach, and I am a Broomfield resident. I'm writing in strong support of the Broomfield Town Square project and the request to grant the developer an extension. This project represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create a true downtown for Broomfield, a community asset that has been discussed and desired for years. As a resident, I can say firsthand that what we're missing is a central place, a true heart of the city where people can gather, connect, and build community. What is increasingly concerning, however, is the pattern of challenges and shifting expectations the developer has had to navigate throughout this process. Over the course of nearly a decade, the project has faced late-stage scope pressure. During the pandemic, the developer was reportedly asked to significantly scale back the project, including reconsidering core elements like the lake, which is central to the project's identity and financial viability. Changing financial narratives. After an initially favorable fiscal analysis, the city commissioned a second study that presented the project in a significantly more negative light, forcing the developer to pause progress and defend the project with their own analysis. Unclear and shifting standards for progress. Most certainly, the developer moved forward based on guidance from the city staff that infrastructure-related permits could satisfy the requirement to demonstrate progress. After investing time and planning for approximately $30 million in infrastructure work, the city reversed course and determined that this would not qualify. From a development standpoint, this is deeply problematic. Infrastructure is not a minor step. It is one of the most expensive and critical phases of any project. To both require that level of investment and then dismiss it as insufficient creates uncertainty that makes it extremely difficult to move forward. More broadly, these kinds of shifting interpretations and late-stage changes create the perception of moving goalposts. Whether intentional or not, this introduces risk not only to this project, but to future investment in Broomfield as a whole. Despite these challenges, developers have continued to engage, invest, and push the project forward. That persistence should be recognized. Granting an extension is not about giving special treatment. It is about acknowledging the realities of a complex, long-term project that has encountered multiple unforeseen and, in some instances, city-driven obstacles. The alternative, denying the extension, risks undoing nearly a decade of work and losing what is likely the most viable opportunity Broomfield has to finally create a true town center or square. I strongly encourage City Council to grant the extension, provide clear and consistent expectations moving forward, and work collaboratively to bring this long-awaited vision to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go back to our last two people that signed up that said they were non-residents, so that's why you didn't go further. We have Jordan Orr and Hank Grant. Please make your way to the podium. Pardon? You don't want to speak? Okay. What about you, Hank? Thanks.
Thank y'all for giving me an opportunity to speak. Thank you for letting me join on this journey that's been going on for about 10 years. Just a quick background, Hank Grant, I've been here in Colorado, grew up on the East Coast, but I've been here for about 14 years now. I got 3 little kids, 4, 5, and 8. So very familiar with projects like this. We definitely want to frequent things like this. So as a customer, definitely really excited about this. But then when I was given the opportunity from Tim and their team to be a part of Rocky Mountain Paddleboard and their opportunity to be a part of this project, it was just really exciting. I think once you see the plans and you kind of understand the vision of what they've put together over all these years and what the citizens have put together, it's just an exciting project to be a part of. So my background, I started the Rayback Collective with a buddy back in 2016, sat in very similar meetings to this, trying to get our project across the finish line. Went through something similar with our project with the city and county of Denver, with Improper City. Both projects have continued to survive and thrive and kind of be a gathering place for families, for celebrations of life, for seeing employees work for us, to start dating, to get married and come back, seeing first dates. It's just an amazing opportunity to be a part of the intersection of people's lives. And then the last couple of years, I was able to become a part of Rocky Mountain Paddleboard. So this company started in Boulder in 2012. They see about 38,000 people a year across 5 sites. Since I've been a part of the project, we fortunately have added 5 new sites in the last year. And so we're going to be working with similar municipalities up and down the Front Range, from City of Colorado Springs and Pikes Peak, Larimer County at Horsetooth Reservoir, Stanley Lake just down the street, Boulder Reservoir, City of Longmont at Union, Firestone at Barefoot Lakes, 2 locations at Cherry Creek with CPW, City of Lakewood at Bear Creek, and list keeps going. So all that to say is, and speaking to the numbers that the gentleman spoke about related to the boathouse numbers, I can confidently say, seeing over 500,000 people for the last 14 years, we know what we're doing. We definitely know how to keep people safe. We know how to program things correctly. We want to see, young kids having youth groups and getting groups for summer camps out there on the water, getting them a taste of what's amazing about being on the water, from events, from programming things, from sunrise paddles to sound bass to sunset paddles to time on the swan boats. All those different components we're very familiar with. I can speak to each one of those if there's questions from staff on our methodology, on how we came up with each of those assumptions. But I think based on the experience, we can do that. And all that to say is we're just really excited. And I think you guys have an amazing opportunity to grant this extension and give us the ability to create these lasting memories for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Well, that wraps up the people who signed up. If anyone else would like to speak, we're on person number 16. So now you have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you. You know the drill.
Not 5?
Let's do.
2. Thank you, Mayor Castriata, Mayor Pro Tem Lim, council, staff. My name is Sam Taylor. I live in First Filing. Little background, when I moved to Broomfield, I was in a 1-bedroom apartment 2 blocks away from Broomfield's downtown. I could walk to Safeway, a couple of restaurants, our Yellowfront junks, but most people don't remember that. But Broomfield tore down the Safeway and helped build the new one, which has now been almost torn down because it's moldy, and developed a Target, which is now at home. So I've seen a few changes over the years. And at the time when that was torn down, it was no longer, the downtown. And there was never a question of, will there be another downtown? It was when there would be another downtown and where there would be another downtown. Well, it wasn't that many years later that where it was going to be was decided. It was going to be here. There was even a diorama for many years made up, affectionately called Charlestown, after Charles Ozaki, which sat in community development. Actually, I think it was the library at that time, for years, and it was fun. Now, let's fast forward a lot. We've decided here, finally, we've got a developer that we invited in and went through all these iterations. And then I watched I was involved with it. I watched the chamber thing. I thought, the developer's very disingenuous. City's a little bit defensive. Then I come here and I find the city, it was a slanted memo to try and find grounds to dismiss it. And then I find the developer making veiled threats, this is supposed to be a partnership. What happened? Some of the things were not defined well in the original contract, it sounds to me. This is a complex project. I deal with capital stacks every day at work. And what this partnership needs is better definition, maybe some marriage counseling, maybe, that's true. But we did invite them to do this, so I hope you can work it out. But if not them, who? If not there, where? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Would anyone else like to be heard on this item? All right, seeing none, we are now, we have one caller. I'm going to see if you want to speak. You didn't raise your hand, but you can, what do they do? Star something? The person with the last 3 digits, 775. Would you like to speak? Raise your hand. I forgot. No, maybe they're just listening in. Okay. Well, let me know if that changes. So now we are going to move to council questions and comments since it's a study session. As a reminder, there is no formal action that's going to be taken tonight. The developer has submitted a request for extension on the 3-year site development plan. So we'll go to council questions first. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. It's now 9:30, and as Mr. Taylor mentioned, we've seen quite a bit of bluster in the last couple of months, and that's extended into the meeting tonight. And I really feel that I'd love to get to the crux of the issue, which to me is, why has it taken this long to get to this point? And 2, not whether it's going to be dumbed down, but will it, if built, be a shadow of its vision because there's a financial underpinning isn't strong enough to support it? And I'd love some straight answers to that, because tonight there was the reference made, quote, "It has taken longer to get it out of the ground than we hoped," which is not what's been said in all the Denver Post stories and everything else to date. So could we get an explanation? And just by comparison, I asked the city to show me the timelines for some comparable developments so we could put this in context. Sims Technology Park went through LERC in January of 2022. SDP was approved in April of 22. The drawings were submitted 4 months later that we're all talking about. Center Street up north that Roxy referenced was in 2 different parts and two different filings. And one, they were submitted 1.5 months after LERC. Another one was submitted 5 months before LERC developed it. Flatiron Crossing, which is now going through a $450 million redevelopment, submitted its drawings several months before it went to LERC. And obviously that's not the case here. So Could I just get a simple explanation? Why has it taken longer to get out of the ground than we hoped in this particular project?
I can speak to that. And I don't know, is Joe,
I don't know. Did he stay on? I mean, it was in the middle of the night.
yeah, it's fine.
Might have dropped off.
Yeah.
He's on?
He's off.
Okay, he's on.
Okay.
Sorry, Tim.
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, designing in a straight line process is always ideal. If you can start a project and say, okay, today you start designing and your only mission, there's a blank check and your only mission is just execute on that project, and submit those construction documents, that process would be a lot quicker than the uphill battle we've been facing with bond revenues on a downward trend and inflation and construction costs on an upward trend. So it has been an iterative process. We've been working tirelessly to make the project work. And
Has there been any particular, I mean, by comparison, the same bond market is what's financing Flatiron, the same bond market is financing Center Street.
Mhm.
So
That-
what is distinctive? Is it the project? Is it the
Yeah,
developer?
no,
Is it the agreement?
Um,
Is there anything in particular that's been the holdup of why there weren't
no, just
construction papers
it's
in
been
6 months was
challenging.
typical?
Yeah, it's been challenging. I would say that is atypical. That is not typically feasible to have a project of what we're doing here with this complexity go from start to completion in 6 months. You could go ask a zillion, civil engineers and landscape architects and urban planners. That would not be typical duration to complete construction documents. Based on the timelines you noted, those construction documents were probably started well in advance of the site
Except-
plan approval process.
Let me interrupt, sorry to interrupt, but
Okay.
you have been here every year to council
Uh,
and keep moving the date back. So it wasn't something you thought would take this long, correct?
From this date of site.
In
is
the
that
times
your
you've come,
question?
you come to council and you've given us, as it was mentioned in the memo, different dates of when the groundbreaking, when it's going to be open, and that has keep shifted backwards. So what was happening? It wasn't just that you kept working all through this time.
It honestly.
Why were we given dates that, the marketplace was going to be open in 2023 and then 2024 and then 2025? I'm just trying to understand if you can appreciate from
doing
our
the
end
best,
the
doing the best
frustration.
we can. Yeah, that's doing the best we can, and that's, I guess, the only way I can answer it.
So there's nothing particularly about what's proposed here in terms of a lake and housing and a marketplace and that's makes this
just a lot of-
particularly different than what Flatiron is doing, for example.
Mayor, council, staff, Carolyn White, counsel for the developer. I think maybe some of this Joe did address in his presentation earlier, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't have it down exactly, but a little bit of it is what's your comp set, right? When you say, hey, here's 3 other projects in Broomfield that were able to move within a faster timeline. Are those comparable? Joe mentioned projects that he views as being comparable to this project, both in terms of, infill redevelopment of existing structures, complexity in terms of the layering, although there is some tax increment involved with the Flatirons, generally speaking, I think Joe would say from his perspective that those projects you listed are not comparable and the ones that he listed are, in the sense that they were public-private partnerships, they require demolition, they require a complex overlay of engineering, and they also require, there's a single horizontal developer, but various components of the project will be executed by different partnerships, including this developer with others. And all of that relies on the market, which in turn, it would not have been feasible for the developer to go out and just advance, not just the $1 million that they've already advanced on design, but many millions to design the entire project until all of the future phases with certainty were nailed down. And so it's always been presented since the beginning of this project. And as part of responding to the city's questions, I went back and researched it, sort of that the first phase was always going to be the horizontal infrastructure, and that would take the longest. And that has turned out to be true. You said, hey, every time you've been coming back here, you've given us a different date. And that is also true. It was a construction date start date, not completion date. I don't think there was anything that ever said it would be completed in 23, but I could be wrong about that. And always it was because of things coming up that pushed out that date as it relates to getting that first big chunk off the ground, that first big 30 million horizontal package, without which none of the other components, even within phase one, can even be commenced, much less completed. So I hope that answers your question. I think a little bit of it is, what are you comparing it to? And those projects are certainly large in scope, in dollars and in physical, geography, but different in terms of the layers of complexity. And then the last thing I want to say, which I think Joe spoke to a little bit, you saw the list of potential interested parties. It's a lot harder to lease a project where the average square footage of one specific space is like 500 to 2,000 square feet, right? You need hundreds of potential leads to fill that space, and you need to get it 50% or more leased before you actually are going to confirm that you're going to be able to get everything you need to build it, as opposed to some of the other projects you referenced, which have a different model.
I guess the question is, because we're being asked by everybody to recommit to the marriage, and that takes faith. But what we've had so far is changing dates. You haven't met your own expectations. So what gives us confidence that you will, going forward, meet these dates, that it will open in 2029? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm just looking for. And wondering about, my time is running short, so I just wanted to ask the second part of what I set forth the question, the financing. Because during your presentation, there was various references to, well, it's not 8 million, but it's 3 million, and that's horrible. We'll figure that out. There's a technical problem with the mills have changed. And then there was something about the townhomes, and then there was, I'm trying to, sorry, find my notes. Oh, that, yes, we do need 6 more years of the tax benefits. And that's a fair and reasonable ask. And then my question is, well, when were you going to ask for the extra 6 years? If not now, when was that
I'll try
going
to
to?
remember the string of questions.
When I'm
The
asking
first
the
one, I
finance,
believe,
you
was
made
the-
several references to finances, the questions that were raised by the city staff about, is the financial underpinning of this thing solid enough that if we build it, it'll be what we envisioned and not some pale shadow of that, because we had to cut the parking back because we couldn't do this and that. Your answers in the presentation seem like there was a lot of question marks that you don't know yet. So that's where my pause is like, do you have solid answers on 8 million or 3 million that you're underfunded, or the mill change? I don't think the mills have changed much in the school district in the last 3 or 4 years, or the extra 6 years of tax abatement that, to my knowledge, you haven't asked for till now, or you haven't officially asked. And so my question is, when were you going to ask for an additional 6 years of our funds and school funds to finance this thing?
Now's the time. So we, through the Q&A process, jumping back to the start of the meeting, we asked about what are some positives that can come through this exercise. When I got before you in September of last year, our last round of bond underwriting showed that we were, the term I used was within spitting distance of the cost of the project. Subsequently, staff requested a refresh of the bond underwriting. We went through that exercise. There's been significant degrading of where bond yields would be since that time and what that means for how we have to structure these bonds. So the story changed between September and today. The bond market has changed, and that was discovered through this process. And therefore, we are literally just through this exercise discovering we need to make an ask. In the March 6th request from council, response to council, we showed that underwriting. We showed scenario A and scenario B in that bond analysis, and that's when it was identified. And we're here before you. This is a package deal. We've discovered we have a gap. We got to solve the gap, and yeah, we're officially making that ask. With respect to the 67 mills, I think that was, I'm just going off of what I have not reviewed the intergovernmental agreement about the 67 mills. What I was told was that the mills have changed between the time of that agreement and what they are today. That's, and then you asked about why do we have confidence the project's going to start? Permits are submitted. Our permit submittals are in. We were looking forward to selling our bonds in August, commencing construction in September. Like that process is ongoing. Your staff's working on it. They've already turned first round review comments. Our team's already working on cleaning those up. So we're on the, we were on the march to close this summer. We've had a little hiccup here. We hope this isn't too long of a hiccup, but we want to get back at it and get this thing under construction. It's what we're here begging to do. We want to go. We're trying to build this thing. I'm not sure why there is distrust or lack of trust in that concept. Why would we be here if we're not trying to start this project? That would make no sense logically for us to all be spending our time here before you today.
Councilmember Cohen, your time is
Oh, good.
expired, so we can get back to
Thank
your
you.
second round. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pick up where Councilmember Cohen left off. I guess my first question is, when we look at the delta that's between the 22 million roughly, and that there is a gap in the mill levies. Obviously, we at the city and county of Broomfield don't have any more mill levies to give you. We're giving everything to you, quite literally. But have you even contacted the school district to ask them if they're going to provide you more mill levies? Because they're the ones that get to set how many. Because currently they're giving you 27 of the 48 mill levies that they currently have in the city and county of Broomfield.
Mayor, council member. So two questions. One is, why would Broomfield give you more? The agreement says that you pledge 100% of the Broomfield property tax.
And we have.
It doesn't say a number. Since the agreement was approved, the number of mills that the county has, I believe, has increased because your number is different than ours.
No, it hasn't. We haven't raised mill levy since 2002.
Not the kind where you go to the voters and seek an increase, but the kind where it gets adjusted, right? You certify a new mill levy every year. I mean, I don't know, Tim, where we got those numbers from, but the current mill levy is different than what it was when we signed the 2019 agreement.
No,
But
it's not.
so
Yeah, it's a good one for the bond underwriter.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tim Warzel with D.A. Davidson. Obviously, the underwriter here. We've been working with Tim and his team for, I don't know, over 5 years on this project. Obviously, we put together these runs along with many other runs. I think the first point I would make in terms of the mill levy discrepancy, that is driven by the redevelopment agreement and the agreement between the URA and the school district and the city and county. I think we have the correct mill levy for the city and county, and I think there may be some discrepancy in the mill levy that we're assuming for the school district. And we need to look into exactly what is in that agreement between the school district and the URA and make sure our financing plan aligns with that. Our financing plan specifically references the current school district's mill levy, and that may not be the case. And we need to, I think, look into the agreement to confirm that. But I will confirm that we are using the city and county's current mill levy in our financing plans.
let me just close the loop with the question was, have you gone to speak to the school district yet? And the answer is no, we have not. Because independently as a private developer entity, we don't have the authority to negotiate with the school district. That's in Borough's purview. And Borough can only do that if we propose to Borough that we are asking them to do that. And then if they choose to initiate those conversations, they could go and do that. The meetings with the school district that resulted in the agreement that did get approved back in March of 25 were negotiated between Borough and the school district directly.
Manager Hoffman, I think you have something to add.
Something, sorry, Councilmember Wood.
That's correct. So in 2025, the conversations with BVSD was 27 mills. I don't know what else to say.
Okay. I guess I'm just a little surprised that you guys won't give us the courtesy of doing a formal request, and we have to find out from bond runs that you guys submitted response to a request that we made for additional financial information. I mean, that is concerning that you make assumptions and not come to us prior to that to at least say, hey, heads up, this is what we need.
I can speak to that because I don't think I eloquently answered the Councilmember Cohen's question earlier. That request from council for additional information, staff and council, and the response was the moment of discovery of that gap. So the submittal, I think we delivered 125 pages in that submittal. Like I said, I think there's submittals A through J. The bond underwriting at that time, which was refreshed as part of the council request, showed this gap. That was the moment of discovery, and the memo concludes with the response to council and staff that the bond underwriter concludes that we would need to reset the TIF clock to increase bond revenues to make the sources and uses tie. And we concur with that request. So that was the moment of discovery, is literally part of the preparation for this conversation today and what was written in the written response to staff and council.
No, it wasn't. You provided them the information so they can run the bond runs. And in that, you told them, this is how many mills we're going to do. This is how long we're going to say the financing is, which you added the 6 years from the agreement that we currently have with you all. It was not something you magically discovered through this process. You gave them that information. Now, I'm not going to continue to labor this point because I have other questions to ask.
Yeah.
My next question is, if council does agree to give you this 18-month extension, what happens if at the end of the 18 months, you still haven't been able to pull bonds and begin construction? Are we continuously obligated, as you know in the agreement, to provide you extension after extension after extension until you run the clock out on the 2044 agreement?
We're just trying to build a project.
Your building permits only last for so long, though. They're not in perpetuity.
I'm not quite tracking. I apologize.
Ms. White made a comment that it's only for building permits.
So our intention is to not just pull building permits, is to build the product here. We're not.
You're not answering the question.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. If you could.
Okay, so let's just say we give you your building permits right now. Your building permits only last a certain period of time. They're not in perpetuity. You still haven't pulled bonds yet. You don't have the money yet to finance this project.
Right.
So what happens after the 18 months and you still don't have bond financing for this project and your building permits have expired? We are still in this same problem of what you claim is we have to give you extension after extension after extension and be acting in good faith. What happens?
That's certainly one hypothetical, but it's not the hypothetical we're pursuing. What we've proposed is to review the tax increment finance agreement and to reset the clock to be commensurate with the start of construction in an effort to make the bond underwriting pencil between the sources and uses so we can launch the project. And I'm not certain how to answer the question otherwise.
All right, that's fine. I want to move on to the boathouse, not because it'll make or break the project, if it's $1 million, whatever. But it goes to a bigger point of how are you actually coming up with your numbers and what data are you using? And so in this, you say it'll make $1 million, $1,000 a square foot. I'm just going to throw the boathouse that's down in Wash Park right now. The business claims that it only makes about $500,000 a year. And that boathouse is significantly larger than this current one that you are proposing and is available for rentals as venues for weddings or, whatever you want to make it to be. It has a kitchen, etc. So walk me through all of those numbers because your presentation actually copied or pasted many different kind of pictures over themselves. So I couldn't read the full kind of words that were on that page.
Yeah, respectfully, on behalf of my Hank here, I think that's appropriate for us to deliver all of Hank's underwriting and revenue assumptions to you all in a private setting. I don't think that's appropriate to disclose all of that information in a public setting. Some of this is hard work completed by this company, and that was quite intentionally to not produce 16 slides of exhibits of here's exactly the boathouse operations. More than happy to provide you with those revenue assumptions. We believe they're well thought out. The purpose of that slide was to just say, this is one number in a bond run. That number comprises perhaps close to 2% of just the sales tax revenue, setting aside any of the revenue in that bond rate for property tax. So we're diving into the weeds on a 0.5% matter right now. And we're not certain why we're doing that, but regardless, we put a lot of thought into that 0.5% number. It wasn't without thought, and we're happy to provide that information to council for additional exploration in due time. And I don't know if you want to speak further about your.
Sure. I mean, I can speak specifically to, the Wash Park without disclosing everything that's going on. I'm very familiar with Josh. We've become close friends. So we're actually working out a partnership together. So in terms of his operation and being very familiar with what they do specifically on the Swan boats and the Surrey bike rentals, the Surrey bike rentals wasn't a part of our due diligence. So if we were to add that in, I think the revenues could increase more. But to speak specifically to some of the underwriting, like I mentioned, we do about 38,000 rentals a year at an average price of about $25.77. And that goes across kayaks, paddleboards, canoes, and that doesn't include the pedal boats. In addition, part of our revenue also is on summer camps. And so there's a fraction of that number that has to do with summer camps. If you were to average out $400 to $500 for a camp participant, if you were to do that across 14 weeks or say, and you figure out, 1 to 12, 1 to 14, I can speak to each one of those ones. In terms of the revenue for camps, I could speak to events and programming, the things we do, concession and retail, auxiliary revenue, and we haven't even got to talking about if we were to do an aqua park or an inflatable park. So between all the different assumptions for that $1 million, like what's been mentioned before, it is 1,000 square feet, but you've got a 4-acre 2 to 3 acre, 2 to 4 acre lake that you can activate. And I can say across all of our sites and the number of rentals that we do, those assumptions, there's proven data behind it. Love to show it, love to share it. But in terms of each of the different pillars of that, of those revenue opportunities, they are there. And I would say it is 0.5% or 5% of the entire project, but this is the crown jewel. Like the water is the centerpiece of this entire project. So if we were to value engineer that out, or if we were to draw conclusions from my assumptions on the boat revenue and try to, paint the picture of the developer, inflating numbers or missing those components, I think if you want to point the finger at those assumptions, then I'm happy to take that on and answer those questions specifically. And I think trying to draw those conclusions to say that there are gaps in the financing with the developer on the rest of the project, don't use that point, because I think our points is grounded in data for a company that's been operating for 12 years or since 2012, so 14 years. I think those are grounded and pretty solid. And again, I would say it's an amazing opportunity that is grounded in something that's going to provide multi-generational opportunities from little kids to old folks. And I think it's an amazing thing. So if there's any questions specifically on those pillars, I'd love to answer them now.
No, I'm not going to ask you any questions specifically about your business in particular, but I would be interested in those financials just to better understand how we compare to some of your other properties that you currently operate throughout predominantly the metro area, but even into the mountain region. My next question is going back to this kind of timeline of 2023 September, we approve your site development plan. And I mean, in that 3 years or 2.5 years now, you have not had to come to council to ask us for anything. in, I forget if it was Joe's presentation or if it was your presentation, Tim. But there was a reference to having to work, oh, I don't have the exact language in front of me, but, prudently, expeditiously, et cetera. Have our staff in that time frame worked in such a manner that would meet that standard that you mentioned in the agreement we have and signed in 2019?
Thanks for the question. Our team spent a lot of time, money, and effort completing the construction documents for submittal in the first quarter of this year. Those were submitted in the first quarter of this year. Your staff's through the first round of review on those comments, and they turned it in 21 days, as Jennifer noted. It's great turnaround time, and so we have no objections to the staff turnaround time on what's been reviewed to date. No.
Okay. I asked that because I'm a little concerned that you all haven't been holding yourself to that same standard that you expect, that we agreed to. I mean, the agreement says the parties, not the city and county of Broomfield, but it says the parties. And yet it's taken you 2.5 years to come up with engineering work and to hold bond runs, while many other projects across the metro region that are just as complicated have gone forth. You all at both City Street and Millender White, who is your partner, have started and completed other projects in that same time frame. And so I guess our concern is that, one, this project is not a priority, but two, there is no confidence that you're going to be able to perform given the numerous times you have said previously, this is when we're pulling bonds, this is when construction is going to start. There's a hiccup. Now going to be this. Oh, there's another hiccup. It's going to be this. There always seems to be a hiccup that occurs, and yet with many of our other projects, we don't have that. And it doesn't seem to be a problem with some of your other projects either.
No, I can't speak for Joe, but our group has not started and completed a project in the past two years and change. That's an inaccurate statement. We have started and completed projects in the time it's taken to conceive and have these continued conversations we're having today. And that's an example of some of our confusion as well. It's our estimation we're probably losing 6 months on the schedule of this project via the conversations we're having right now. Respectfully, we'll address council's questions and comments about feasibility, bond underwriting, boathouse underwriting assumptions. All the while, I've got Jordan over there not spending money on this project because he does not know if we have site plan approval. We're trying to go. I have not yet. There's been other projects that have blown right past this one. Having a tough time explaining that, and we're losing time as we speak right now. And it is unfortunate to find out about the speed bump that we have before us right now. We're dealing with it. It hasn't been fun the past few months, having to spend time on this matter when, what we hope to be doing is completing construction documents to go vertical in the spring for the apartment building and the active adult building, followed by the market hall. That's where we want to be focusing our time. And we keep time cards. Our company has billed $1 million of billable hours on this project, not burdened, not with markup like you would charge to a consultant. That's direct costs that I have incurred with my company, let alone with City Street Investors. So the attacks I do take personally of what have you been doing? You guys aren't working on this. Feel free to depose us and find that information. But that we've been working hard on this project and spending money. The $1 million that were referenced about, like the developers have spent $1 million on this project. We spent a lot more than $1 million on this project. The $1 million is what we spent probably over the past 24 months. We spent a ton of money. I spent a ton of staff time. We continue to dig in and work really hard to deliver this project. It's a tough one. We're excited about delivering it, and we're just hoping we can all get aligned and make that happen.
My time's up. Thank you.
We know.
Next is Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I know tonight is late and I know we have a big audience in here. I will say that in any relationship, it's only as strong as its weakest link. So I think the public that might not be here tonight, that you don't hear from what the mayor just referenced, we're constantly pelted with why hasn't this moved forward? Why hasn't this moved forward? So I do think this is my first question. I will piggyback on Councilmember Ward here on what have you been up to? What have you been doing in other places that has come to fruition? Because what Councilmember Cohen was referring to is that we've seen entire redevelopments at our Flatirons Mall go up way more quickly than this. And we have major concerns about that, but I do want to hear about what you've been doing and in other places and how have those been panning out without taking too long on your answer.
Do my best. Thank you. The best corollary that our group has for a project like this is in Silverthorne, Colorado. And there's a resident that made a comment about where is this project? Why isn't this being delivered? I think about this project in Silverthorne that delivered this fantastic environment with this food hall. And we were able to execute a public-private partnership with that municipality, form business improvement districts and metropolitan districts, sell bonds, and complete that project. And that process started roughly at the same time as conversations on the Broomfield Town Square started. And I'd be lying if I said our focus has been there. And I'd be lying if I'd say we've spent more time on that project as much as I'd like to tell those folks up there. But our focus has been on delivering the Broomfield Town Square. It's a bigger project. It's going to be super fun. We're devoted to delivering it. And why, to that question, I have to say sometimes we got to look in the mirror as well. Like there's been these delays. We're doing it again right now. This is a delay. That's adding months that we'd prefer to be spent under construction. This is not where we intended to be right now. We intended to just be marching forward with spending the past couple months working on construction documents and addressing staff comments. And why is it taken longer than what it's taken in another municipality for exercising the same mechanisms we're talking about here? Bond sales, business improvement districts, same public improvement fees. That market hall is up and open and operating. And we ask ourselves the same question: what the heck is going on? Why are we creating roadblocks versus working collaboratively to just let's get this deal done? And that's where we hope we keep our focus.
So what else have you applied to though since then?
Nothing.
Okay, so you just have the two projects?
We've done one, another public-private partnership in the city of Aurora. Similarly with the bond sale, similarly with the business improvement district. That project commenced in 2019, construction, completed in 2021, I believe.
Okay.
Lease up through 2022.
All right. Staff, do you mind putting up the public participation and investment slide, please? So when you apply for other projects or you're doing other projects, is this information that's going to be in this slide, again, it's the public participation and investment slide that we've invested in, is that information a part of your underwriting? Are you showing what we've given to you to the outside world as part of those bonds?
Specifically for the bond underwriting is the
Yes.
question. I think I'm missing the question. Can you rephrase it for me?
Yeah, I just want to know that, do other people know, or at least the bond market, let's say, do they know what we've put into our investments, into what we're doing with you?
Mhm.
Is that part of,
Absolutely. Yeah, that's customary. What gets presented to the prospective bond purchasers is a limited offering memorandum. So what that takes the form of is a book. Maybe it's 300 pages long. First gets shopped around as a PLOM, or preliminary limited offering memorandum, and that gets shopped to the bond market, and those include all of the pertinent information about what the cities bring in, development team, resumes, bios, construction schedules, fiscal impact studies, all of the customary due diligence information you'd see in a prospective investment. And so information like this would be part of
so
that package.
without this information, so agreed to have an estimated value to contribute our land, that's 20 million. That's 20 million showing in your positive aspect, correct?
No, it wouldn't appear in that fashion in a bond offering. It shows as like public support, like what is the public bringing to this project, which Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a positive for prospective bond investors to see that the community's behind this and they're bringing effort and financial resources to make that happen. So I think that's generally viewed positive and
In
is
the mills as
communicated.
well, correct?
Yeah, all of the technical details, absolutely. That's the core and the meat of it that they're going to underwrite to.
So this is the problem. I feel like our project is kind of floating everyone else's project. If we're putting our money out there and we're showing how much effort we've put into things, and then they're being prioritized, I feel like our dollars that we're showing here in our partnership, in this marriage, has been used to prioritize someone else.
For the
That's what-
bonds?
Is that correct?
I think you misunderstood the question.
Oh, okay.
I think, Mayor, Council Member, I think you're asking, have they already put forward that offering document to the bond market for other projects and said, hey, you should loan us all this money because Broomfield is giving us all this other money over here? The answer to that is no. No offering documents for this transaction have been issued, and this information is not part of any offering documents for any other transaction. Each transaction stands alone and only contains the information about what are the financial revenue streams for that project. So the bonds in Aurora, the bonds in Silverthorne only show what's in that project. When it is time to issue bonds, if we were going to issue bonds in August, we'd be starting to draft that document about now, and it would be issued in August, and it would be just for this transaction, and it would just have this information in it, not information about the other projects.
Okay, that's helpful to know. It still really hurts, to be quite honest, that there's other things that are being prioritized, starting at the same time, and not moving forward. So I guess my last question to you is, it just seems like, you know, when I was a high school teacher, I'd have kids come up to me and say, but look, I put in all this effort. I put in all this effort. And I said, yeah, and it still did not hit my rubric. It did not hit the grade that we need. It did not hit what we expect and what we see, you know, in the bonds. And we had a third party look at this. And so if it doesn't hit it, I mean, honestly, there was a kid who failed my class. I gave him a 55 at half semester, got him encouragement to finish up. He still failed. And he blamed me. And I want to know if you guys feel, honestly, like you want to move forward in good faith, would you be willing to start on the Safeway then?
That you'll have to ask Joe that question, but I can tell you what I believe his answer is, and I don't believe he's prepared to do so. We've asked that question ad nauseum to Joe and the City Street Investors team. And Joe is adamant that this project needs to be turned over in concert. The Safeway building has an 18-month duration. Some of the other buildings have 30-month durations on this project. So starting that Safeway building, turning over that Safeway project before the rest of the project, and while the rest of the project is torn to bits, you know, it's 40 acres of stuff moving around you. Heavy earth moving equipment, construction activity is not something he's interested in doing. And we've asked that question before. Additionally, to serve the Safeway building, all its services need to be reestablished. So power, gas, water, sanitary, and stormwater. Reestablishing those services will be fairly expensive. Establishing those services plus completion of the Broomfield steps that give you the northern side access, as well as resurfacing the southern side parking lot, as well as the master development site signage package that goes around that. All of those are paid for with the bond sale money. So those public improvements intimately relate to the Safeway building. So if you asked me to pull that off, so if it wasn't Joe's question, you asked me, I had to pull that off. I don't know how I'd pull that off. I can't afford that, whatever $5 million of stuff on that Safeway pro forma and think I can capitalize that. It's like, you know, can you afford rent? Yes. Can you afford rent if I increase it by 30%? I cannot now afford rent. It's that type of a equation. If we're just going to have to figure out how to pay for all those expenses absent the public development budget and the bond sale, that pro forma can't really sustain that. So two different answers come from two different parties there. Joe's is more of feasibility of execution from like creating place, retail sales, and like customer experience, and like will that project actually succeed from like a revenue perspective? I'm looking at it from more of like a technical execution standpoint, and the more we've investigated and the more we've learned, just executing on the Safeway building in isolation, there would be a lack of funds to complete all of those public improvements that I just mentioned.
Okay, that's disappointing, and that's all I want to say. I know there's other questions that council members have. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
I want to first make a point that I appreciate my other council members' questions. And I want you to realize that it's your own words, I think, that are causing us to feel like we have the responsibility to ask questions. So even in your recent chamber interview, you cited the kind of that we should trust you because your team has done 3 virtually identical public finance projects in the last 7 years. And now you're standing here telling us, well, the reason this is taking longer is because this is different. You can't have it both ways. It's either the same and it should have gone forward in the same kind of time frame, or it's not. So that's one recent statement that you made. In September of 2025, not that long ago, I asked you specific questions about the timetable in which you are moving forward. You told us that you would go to the bond market in the 3rd quarter of 2026. I asked you a series of questions. You stated that you were currently working on the construction documents to get them ready for submittal. And then you stated that you would have to work with staff through any comments. That showed that you recognized it was going to take a long period of time to move forward till this got through iterative reviews. So I asked you, so just to be clear, there is nothing you are waiting for from the city. It's just that we're waiting on you.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, no, there's nothing we're waiting on from the city. So I don't understand why we are here today with you asking for an extension. I am not satisfied with what we have heard. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
I respect your opinion. My comments from September still hold true. That is exactly the plan we executed on. When we checked in September with you all, we were in the process of completing our construction documents in an effort to submit those as quickly as we could. The date of submittal ended up being in March. And again, in September, 100% of what I said was true and 100% of what you're saying is true. Like, we were completing the construction documents. There's nothing in front of staff to review until we submit our permit set. And that permit set has since been delivered and now is in the review process with city staff. So I'm not sure I recognize the position as being fair. Our intention was to submit those construction documents in March and to be prepared to pull a permit in September. And there's no mistruths or inaccuracies there.
You told us you were going to go to the bond market in the third quarter of 2026.
Absolutely. And that's what we've been talking about today. It's consistent with the schedule that we delivered and the schedules we've delivered as part of the council question and answer process. I think we spoke about it on a few different occasions this evening. Bond preparation, we kicked off the bond team, I think it could have been November, it's probably December, including bond counsel, district council, and bond underwriters, as well as our developer council. Each one of those meetings, you know, think about the billable hours on those meetings in an effort to go to the market with our bond offering this summer to break ground in the third quarter of this year. So that's 100% accurate. I'm not sure what the disagreement here is on the schedule. That was our intention, and our goal was to break ground in September. There's a disagreement about what a building permit is. We need additional time. If a building permit is going to be deciphered as a primary structure, I'm probably misusing the phrase, meaning market hall, Safeway building, active adult community, if that's going to be the interpretation of what a building permit is, that's the reason for the request for 18 months. Our request is not to push out the start of construction activities on that site by 18 months. The 18-month extension is due to an interpretation of what a building permit is.
In September of 2025, you told us that it wouldn't do you any good to go to the bond market absent permits.
Correct. Yeah.
So what did you mean by permits at that time?
Exactly this.
You were going to go to the bond market with only the horizontal infrastructure.
Yeah, the bond market, the bond sale is to pay for the public infrastructure.
Yes. All right. My question is about the parking. So as far as what my ward's expectations were, my ward was definitely concerned as it lines to the west, the Broomfield Town Square. My ward was definitely concerned about the parking situation. I was extremely concerned that it looks like the structured parking is no longer part of the public financing plan. You have said that you are shifting the costs to a private residential developer of unknown origin in the future. When you named Jordan Orr of Rangewater, I think, as being somehow involved in the residential development, is that party the residential developer that we could ask if that developer is willing to finance the structured parking that needs to be there if anyone is going to be able to use the amenities that we're putting there?
Yep, absolutely. Jordan's still in the room, and to address, I guess, a couple components of your question, we hit that slide in my presentation. I know you've heard a lot tonight, so if that topic was missed, I'm happy to address it again. Typically, with a public finance project, a public-private partnership, you're going to have a basket of goods that could be eligible for public finance dollars. So that you could have a pot of $100 million of eligible public costs. That does not mean that public dollars will pay for all $100 million within that pot. You might only use $30 million of public money to pay for what potentially could have been $100 million of eligible public costs. So the ground floor of the parking structure within the mixed-use building is an eligible public cost, and we have done that before, meaning you can use public finance dollars to pay for it. If you condominiumize it, it remains open for public use, commercial retail parking. And with that, you end up with an association. So you end up with bylaws, declarations, all of your standard association documents when you have a condo regime. That adds complexity for investors. That's not preferred to condominiumize the ground floor of your retail out and have some other party own that, because it would actually need to be deeded to the business improvement district to let those dollars flow in. That's possible to achieve. It is not common. I think you'll have a tough time finding someone else who does that as a way of financing their ground floor retail and then also having private residential retail above. So I have done that. It was complex. We don't want to do that going forward. And at the time of the print date on the public budget that you're looking at, we were still contemplating doing that, and it is an eligible public cost. So we included it in our public budget at that point. However, we've also included 3 parking structures totaling in excess of $30 million within that public budget at various times. The public budget has had puts, it's had takes, things have moved, things have come and gone. At this point, no, we're anticipating paying for that parking with private dollars, and typically that is well received by a municipality. When the private industry is saying, we're not going to use public dollars for this, we recognize you're doing your damnedest to deliver this project within budget, and therefore you've removed that eligible public cost from your public development budget to balance your sources with your uses of funds. And Jordan, you can speak to whether that's how we're underwriting it today or not.
Good evening. I'm Jordan Orr with Rangewater Real Estate. I can give you kind of our background information on who we are, who I am, but just to answer the question. So yeah, we right now, in our pro forma for the multifamily portion, we have, give or take 300 units, and we have, I think we've underwritten 300 and, call it 370 in round numbers, multifamily parking stalls. And then we have another, I want to say 60 retail parking stalls or so. So yeah, we have that in our model right now we would build the multifamily portion of the project with the structured parking.
So you just said there would be 60 parking stalls available out of 430
I can jump in on that.
for the
What is
public to
proposed-
access retail?
What is proposed for the commercial parking is what is in the SDP. So what Jordan's saying is the SDP contemplates parking counts for the ground floor of that commercial. And that is exactly what we're underwriting to today.
Okay. Do you anticipate there were 3 parking structures. So he's addressing 1 parking structure right now?
2.
2.
Yep.
Okay. So I guess 1 is up in the air and this is not definite. Okay. Could staff answer the question? The developer now wants to reopen the 2019 agreement to extend the revenue timeframe. Is there any possibility that in reopening that 2019 agreement, that other aspects of that agreement could be renegotiated?
Yes, they could be renegotiated.
Okay. Does the developer understand that it would be a negotiation and there could be other things that the city might want to propose as being renegotiated?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Let me see what, quite a few questions here. Half of them have been answered. So, okay, so you had made a comment about permit submittals being in. Can you just clarify which was that? Are the permit submittals that are in, is that the boathouse and the restrooms, or is that the permit submittals for everything, including the market hall?
Not the market hall or what's submitted is the public infrastructure package to the engineering division. So that's the 40 acres of site infrastructure, the lake, the retaining walls, the drainage improvements, the floodway improvements on the north side of the site, the street improvements, trails, sidewalks, all of that stuff. Then the boathouse plus concession stand plus, and also the restroom building that also serves as the water treatment facility. So those are the three that have been submitted. Two of those are technically defined as building permits. One goes through the engineering division, and I think technically would be a building permit, but it's not run through the building department. I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you. And then just a question on this whole discussion of the complexity of this project and the multiple times you've come before council. Why did you all wait for until like recently to ask about what qualifies as like what's required to be submitted? Like, was that not part of the earlier discussions that just didn't cross anyone's mind to?
There's a difference of opinions on whether that was discussed or not. I believe that we asked that question verbally to staff on multiple occasions historically and received a different answer. We received the contrary answer in the first quarter of this year. That caught us off guard, and is also somewhat inconsistent with the communication in November from staff. So we believe we did ask that question, and we received a different answer verbally through the underwriting process with our private development partner on the mixed use building. That answer needed to be put in writing, so we requested that be put in writing. That resulted in a multi-month exchange of emails trying to pin down what is a building permit and what qualifies. And ultimately, I think it was late February, we got an email that said, what permits you are submitting will not be construed as building permits in this instance, thus resulting in us requesting this extension.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
And then I have a couple of questions on the parking. And I was going back through some of my previous notes, and we've had so many discussions, and this was emphasized so many times. The primary goal of this project was to create a gathering place, a symbolic heart for the community, a place of pride, and a regional destination. I'm sitting up here representing, some of the Northeast residents, along with many in Ward 5. And we have some further down on the southwest corner of Broomfield, and without significant public parking, this is not a gathering place for all of Broomfield. There's no RTD buses. I can't imagine too many, Councilmember Ward will bike there. I can't imagine too many of my constituents. There's a contingency in Anthem Ranch that will bike down there, but the majority of people are going to be precluded from this development without the parking. Now we're hearing there's 60 spots.
To be crystal clear, if I can jump in, not one parking space that was originally contemplated to be for public parking in our SDP has been removed in our current plan. Not one. So I think there's some confusion who was paying for what. That's one conversation. None of the public parking has been removed from this project.
Okay, so the public parking is still there. And
Absolutely,
and then is that public parking now becoming like if it's being put forward as part of a residential structure, is the thought there that then people would pay by the hour to park there, or has it?
Go
No discussion there.
Yeah, it is identical to what. Yeah.
Is how it's getting paid for.
Yes.
It's the only thing.
Okay, so it's going to be paid for as part of the residential structure.
Always has been.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And there's other parking reservoirs that are not attached to the residential structures as well. There's surface parking by the tennis courts. There's 2 acres of surface parking south of the Safeway building. There's like 60 street parking spaces. And then, of course, you've got the library parking and the parking that loops around Community Park Drive over there.
Okay, so the intent is still to have accessible parking.
Nothing's changed with
Nothing's
parking.
changing.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so the Safeway building, this one is one of the things that just has been frustrating over the years. And it's not just the Safeway building. We've also put in significant dollars through CIP projects related to this development, waiting for this to happen. The Safeway building, is that something that you are willing to take over soon? Or is this going to be pushed off for this 18-month extension, plus this is gonna be an 18-month delay? I mean, is this something you envision the city?
Yeah, it's part of, great question. It's part of why we wanted to bring, the larger team here today. We're actively leasing that commercial real estate currently. And the goal is to have this project come online in concert. So the Plaza Retail, the Broomfield Steps that terrace down the north side of the Safeway building, that surface parking lot, the goal is to have all that open in concert. So no, this isn't something that's going to be pushed off like 3 years into the future or something like that. The goal is just to have this come online in a well thought out and cohesive fashion, and that's just the
And
plan.
So right now, according to the schedule, in your slides, construction starts Q4 of 2027. So we're like a year and a half away still. So I guess we'll just.
For the Safeway, yeah,
for
it's
the
got a
Safeway.
shorter duration than
Mhm.
many of the other buildings on the site. So the Safeway building construction duration is quicker. So if you've got a building that takes this long to build, but the Safeway only takes this long to build, the goal is to have the completion date tie.
Yes, I understand that part, but it's just a liability that we're hanging on to for another year and a half.
Got it. I think
We don't
it'll
wanna
be
put another
deeded
go
over.
on
I think
doing
it'll
a
be
lot.
deeded over to us much sooner than that, unless council objects to that.
I don't think we object to that.
Take it, please.
Okay, so that would be very in the near future. Okay. And then, I think that is all of my questions that haven't been answered. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right,
Yeah, I
thank you.
think, sorry, to further hit the, the possession of the Safeway property, there's, like I mentioned earlier, there's quite a bit of public work that needs to be done on that site. Between that commercial parking reservoir we talked about earlier, the Broomfield Steps, the Paseo, the stormwater, water, sanitary, storm gas, all of that. We need to get in there and start doing some of that. And those most definitely are eligible public costs, and we are using public bond dollars to complete that work. So it would be our assumption that we would be taking possession of that property, like at close of our bonds and commencement of construction. We can do it otherwise, like you can maintain possession, we get an access easement from you to complete that work, but it's extra work. We kind of assumed we would be taking possession at close. Welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Twiss.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you to my colleagues for all their questions. I have several more. I like this project. I've been excited about this project for a very long time. I am the last person looking for a reason this won't work. You're making it hard. There are significant issues with this project, and they are not being addressed. You have repeatedly said during project updates that you are not waiting on anything from staff. Can you clarify, in the last 2.5 years since September of 23, when the SDP was approved, what have you been waiting on from staff, and have there been any delays from the city?
I would have to dig through my memory bank to try to druther up an excuse to put on your staff as to, any delays on this project. I can't stand here before you and say, we were waiting on this answer and we just never got that answer. Is the process lengthy? It is. Like the Army Corps of Engineers process, a Lomer process. Those are lengthy processes. The design of this project is detailed. I don't know that I'm blaming staff, or I have blamed staff for delays. If I have, please let me know. But I'm not sure where that's coming from. There's just a lot of effort to get to where we are today, and we spent a lot of time on that. And we have submitted our building permits, and now staff is diligently processing them. So I hope we're not.
In the past 2.5 years, have you submitted anything that needed review?
From time to time, just things that we collaborate on. I mean, for example, I could think of like the Northern extent of the drainage way, retaining wall, underpass, the underpass construction and the cut point and the tie between our improvements and improvements that are further upstream. So those types of collaborations, the roundabout design, just things of that nature. There's been times where we submit information, staff reviews things, and we collaborate on kind of working towards an end goal, but I'm not sure what the question's angling towards.
Okay. Manager Hoffman, can you speak to that?
I'd like Matthew Deaver to come down. He's our Deputy Director of Planning Engineering.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Matthew Deaver, City and County Engineer. As Tim said, over the last 2.5 years, there have been some meetings between our groups, some informal submittals. There's always collaboration during the design and review process. So there have been informal submittals that we've coordinated with.
Thank you. There is a significant narrative in the traditional and social media platform sites that delays in this project are due to city staff. Members of your development team have been quoted in multiple newspapers saying the same. And people representing themselves as members of your development team are on social media sites saying, quote, "The process has been painfully slow with the city." Where is that coming from in the past 2.5 years?
I can only speak for myself. I haven't made those representations. You'd have to refer me to the context in which they were offered.
I'll send you.
Okay, yeah, appreciate the chance to review those. This has been a painfully slow process as a whole, start to finish. We're still here talking about whether we want to build this project. This is painfully slow. This is an additional delay. We hope to move through this stage as quickly as possible if y'all believe in this project still. And that would be, my only guess as to what that is in reference to. We went through 8 rounds of SDP review with participation from every interest group. And so
since
that
2023 in September.
I would never make
Since
the
then,
comment
and
that the process.
I get you
I
on public record right now saying the delays in
absolutely.
the last 2.5 years have not been due to the city.
Absolutely. I will make that representation.
thank you.
I've not ever represented it
So
otherwise.
the decision to pursue on-site affordable housing instead of the cash in lieu,
Yep.
was that your decision or was that directed by council or?
It was a proposal. Yeah.
Okay.
We thought it would be a good idea to make a earnest attempt, good faith attempt to deliver affordable housing at this project. We looked at performing on delivering affordable housing various ways, and the proposal that rose to the top as being the most economically viable, the highest chance of success was the proposal we put forth. So it was an idea that had been marinating as a good thing to do. We like to think of ourselves as good partners. That continued to pick up steam, conversations progressed. It looked like this was maybe a go and that this would be supported. So then we started spending a significant amount of time on trying to push that forward. So no, it wasn't proposed by council or.
So if all of the units on site now in the current iteration of the plans moving forward are taxable, where in the financing does the cash in lieu come? Is that accounted for?
Can you repeat the question?
If you can build affordable units or you can do cash in lieu, if you're not building the affordable units, where in the financing is the
That comes
cash in
through
lieu
thank you.
accounted for?
Thank you. I understand now. Those are carried in the private development budgets. So the payment of the cash in lieu is funded in the.
Yeah, so my pro forma for the residential multifamily portion has the affordable housing cash in lieu fees in that model.
Thank you.
And I would echo, just to add to that, so similarly for the active adult community, if we're not going to perform on delivering in the fashion proposed, that pro forma similarly is carrying cash in lieu fees that would come to the city.
So you just a few minutes ago indicated that when you asked in November about what requirements were needed for permits and whether or not the ones you were going to submit, you indicated you got a different answer from the city than you got in January. What was that answer from November?
It's in the it was in the presentation. I don't have my document in front of me, but it's publicly available. I think it was in the presentation for staff today, but something along the lines of the building permits, including
2025 answer, not the January 20.
Yeah. I'll pull it up for you if you just give me a second, or maybe somebody else has it, but
Manager Hoffman, can you speak to that, please?
I was just asking Anna, how many times from the November? And again, this is another difference of opinion. Staff felt clear that the conversations, it wasn't extended over a 3 or 4 month period. The question initially came in November to see what would qualify, if this would qualify. And staff's response was that it wouldn't. And then there was additional clarifications. We can pull the dates, and looks like Mr. Frederick is working on that now. Happy to validate what that time frame was.
If, to follow up on that, if you were confident that what you've submitted so far in March was absolutely met those requirements, why did you ask in November if they would?
the question came from our mixed use development partner. They wanted something explicitly in writing confirming what my understanding was. And so we pushed forward the series of communication.
So if it was a question in November, why were you completely surprised in January?
I'm going to pull up the language from November, but it was not as clear as I think is being suggested here.
Okay. On your other projects that you've completed in the past 7 years, what were the initial building permits that you pulled? Were they just the horizontal?
No, typically start with a horizontal building permit, correct? And then subsequently you'll pull building permits for the respective private vertical developments following when you complete your site infrastructure up to, I don't know, 6 months, sometimes it's 12 months. It depends on the nature of the project. You might have 24 months of site infrastructure necessary before you can go vertical. With this one, it shouldn't be that long. I don't know if that answers your question, but it is typical, yes, to pull a site development permit first and vertical building permits for private developments within a master development subsequently.
How long prior to submitting construction documents and requesting a building permit do you typically lease a building?
Depends. Oftentimes with residential, you don't open leasing until 3 months until prior to certificate of occupancy. That would be our typical goal. So we would have a sales team, or that would be for rent residential. So you'd have them engaged maybe 6 months before, and you would have a goal to have your leasing office open and signing leases 3 months before completion. With commercial leasing, commercial sales, 2 different timelines. Commercial leasing, you always hope to open up leasing in advance. And the dream is that you pre-lease the property as much as you can prior to commencement of construction. Dream world is you've pre-leased a property 100% prior to breaking ground. Very, very rare in the commercial real estate world to have that sort of success to pre-lease a property 100% prior to commencing construction. And it
We're
wouldn't
not
be expected
talking
here.
about commencing construction. We're talking about having construction documents as you currently do not have for the place that you are
I think that's,
attempting to lease.
yeah, I
now.
think it-
Is that standard in your other projects or in?
case
There's a-
specific, but yeah, it
Okay.
is typically, it
Thank
is
you.
typical to
Um,
pre-lease the commercial.
If we say, okay, you have 18 months, plans go forward from, next month. When do you expect to break ground on the lake?
The lake is part of the mass grading. That is one of the earliest phases of construction in the district work. So it's, off the top of my head, I would guess you're going to see a hole begin to take shape within maybe 2 months of sale of the bonds and pulling of that permit. Just a guess off the top of my head.
So 27?
The schedule in the presentation material today, yes, it shows that 2027 spring start of construction, sale of the bonds, and then one of the very first things that happen is going to be the mass grading
you.
and digging of the lake.
How common is it to build a boathouse without a lake?
That's that'd be uncommon.
Yeah. So for the permits that you have requested,
Mhm.
staff, can you answer how long a building permit is valid?
I'm going to have Anna answer that question, and she also has additional information about the initial request in November.
Thank you, Councilmember Twist. So initially, building permits are valid for 6 months. They can be extended, but they are valid for 6 months. And then, as Manager Hoffman mentioned, I do have the email available if we wanted to review that context.
Thank you.
All right,
Maybe.
What was that?
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Do you have any intention or expectation that you will break ground on the only 2 vertical permits that you have put in so far before they expire?
Can you repeat the question? I'm running out of steam. I
If we
apologize. My skills are
say
slowing
yes-
down.
If we say yes
Yeah.
to everything that you've asked for, and we issue the vertical as well as the horizontal, sorry, I also know steam. Will you build a boathouse? Do you have any expectation that that will happen in the time frame? Or have you submitted an accessory building to have something vertical?
No, there's no gamesmanship happening here, and it's unfortunate that we've lost your faith and your confidence. We're purely following the process of completing construction documents, submitting construction documents, get the permits, permit approvals, sell the bonds, and commence construction. So,
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
From your presentation, quote, "Resetting the TIF clock is one of the simplest forms of a good faith negotiation," end quote. I'm not a lawyer, but is it the good faith act of a committed partner to change the timeline of the TIF without discussion, without asking?
That was not the intention. So the question and answer that led into this meeting had the specific request to deliver the bond underwriting. We completed the bond underwriting. We had an, oh gosh,
An assumption that has not been discussed with us or approved or asked for. Are you going to ask us?
absolutely.
Councilmember
Yep.
Cohen asked that question earlier and it was not answered.
Yes, we are making the ask.
When?
No point in asking for it if we don't get an extension.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, but we're not talking about 18 months. We are talking about a lot of things here. It is not as simple as 18-month extension. If it were, I wouldn't bat an eye. That's all my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Okay. Hey, team. The suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is the part of your brain that says its sleep time, is really hidden. And I can see it. So let's just be concise and thank you for your
Trying my
time.
best.
I know,
Thanks.
Tim.
Thank you.
It seems like there's a lot of, this is a Gordian knot. There's a lot of history, a lot of passions, and I'm very keen on the relational dynamics and the history of that has gone into the evolution of where we are now. My questions are, number one, when did you first become aware that we would be presenting and doing this tonight?
We didn't know this was happening until I don't know, maybe 10 days ago or thereabouts. Friday, April 3rd.
Scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the complexity of other projects, and where does this fall on that 1 to 10? Like,
This is, yeah, 10 being complex or 10 being simple.
10 being complex, Union Station, et
10,
cetera.
10, yeah, this is a 10. I mean, 9.5. Yeah, it's pretty complex.
Cool. For comparable projects, what were the actual timelines from the SDP approval to the construction drawings, first building permit, the start of construction?
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to answer that accurately. It wouldn't shock me if that was 18 months, but again, to accurately answer, I'd have to dig up information. It also depends on the nature of the SDP. Is the SDP something that different municipalities have different requirements? How complete and close to us, like a fully engineered set of plans is the SDP? That can vary from municipality to municipality. So if one municipality approves an SDP with very minimal information, less information, it's going to take you longer to get to a permit set to deliver to the city than if you're with the municipality where you're dang near at construction documents. When you get through SDP, City and County of Denver would be an example. We're probably halfway home already in the City County of Denver. It's very, very quick thereafter. So it might be 2 months. You know, it's a short exercise to get from SDP approval to permit, because they're asking for, you know, just basically fully engineered set of construction documents to get through your site plan approval done in Denver.
Assume the complexity is the same.
Yep.
Between municipalities, ceteris paribus, right? Then do we have an order of magnitude of SDP to drawings or to breaking ground?
Yeah, there's a gap between what the completeness was of our SDP documents to what it takes for a permit submittal set versus that instance that we were just talking about down in Denver. Was that your question?
I'm saying if everything is the same, is it 18 months to get to SDP to construction drawings or to the first permit, or is it 180 months? I'm just looking for an order of magnitude.
Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
18 would be customary. Yeah.
All right, cool. Current expected construction start date, when is that?
February.
Okay. What are the key dependencies required to hit that?
Permit approval, extension of the SDP, bond sale. Those are the 3.
Okay, so given those 3 dependencies, if all met, February is go.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Cool. There's notes on the pattern of hiccups in the timeline. What would you consider is fair and reasonable from an accountability perspective for the next 12 to 18 months? Just
to evidence continued progress via progression of the permit review and resubmittal process with your staff.
Evidence of the permit process.
Permit progression process.
Okay.
So it might be worth just clarifying one component of that, because I see you're kind of drilling down in with some precision about there's the process of preparing and submitting the permit, right? Then we submit it, then staff reviews it, gives comments back and so on. And then ultimately they issue the permit. And that second process is what we're in right now with those horizontal permits. And that's the one that they have expedited and, you know, completed more quickly. So I just want to be really clear that the 18 months that we requested was not an extension on the deadline to submit a vertical permit, right? So if we come in and submit a vertical permit the day before the 18 months expire, we have not complied with the extension that you would have granted if you granted. What we have to do is submit it early enough within the 18 months that there is also time for staff to review it and issue it, assuming reasonable expeditious review. So that's what that 18-month extension would be if it were granted, is we have to submit it soon enough that it can be reviewed by staff and granted and issued before the expiration of the 18 months.
Cool. What is the reasonableness of their review time?
What do you mean? Do I think the time that they just reviewed the first round of comments is reasonable, or what do I think is a reasonable time to review those permits?
Within 18 months, right? We're reverse engineering. So let's say in month 10, you submit, is 8 months enough time for them to review, to get it back to you to complete?
I might defer to Tim on that one.
Yeah,
I do want to say one thing, because in our letter, we said, hey, we're really worried that it's not going to be expeditiously reviewed. And the reason we said that was because we had a meeting with staff where they said, we can't review it. It's going to take 9 months. And that did seem like too long. They're doing it much faster than that. So that was where that first, in the very first letter I wrote, I said, or maybe it was the second letter, hey, staff told us they're not going to be able to review it in time, so we're not going to hit that deadline. If it's more like what they're doing now, that is expeditious, and, you know, that seems reasonable to me.
I believe, I don't want to misspeak because I feel like it'll be misconstrued, but I believe I heard 6 months to complete this process perhaps is a reasonable target, but I'm worried how that will be misconstrued. Maybe they said 7. I'd be surprised if they told us 9. And so I'd just maybe ask staff what is a reasonable time frame to complete that review. And I don't want to speak on their behalf and tell you what is a reasonable amount of time for us to wrap this process. And there's 2 variables there. How quickly are they turning comments? And then how quickly are we able to engage our engineers and related design teams, architects, to pick up all those comments and revise everything requested, get that back in. So there's 2 parties to that equation, and they're committed to turn in 21 days, it appears, at every single turn for the site package, which is great. The building permit packages are, I think, coming a little bit slower than that. But that doesn't mean we won't be able to complete that process in 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, whatever it may be. This is what I believe has been communicated. And while we were sitting here tonight, I extrapolated our review times, and what I heard tonight of a proposed, 5 reviews. You typically have accelerating review times as you get further down, because the big stuff gets clean, and then smaller cleanup, smaller cleanup, smaller cleanup. And then what I came up with was like in between 6 and 7 months following that pattern. But it depends on how both parties are kind of responding.
Staff weigh in on total time, total review time.
Again, as Mr. Federgill, it depends on the quality. So it's not just a straight turnaround time. On the first review, there were 500 plus comments. It depends on, once it hits back to the developer, what that turnaround time is. So strictly for our perspective, 3 weeks to a month at 4 more reviews, since we're done with the first one, that's 4 months.
So order of magnitude would be 4 to 6 months, fair?
It depends upon, again, the quality of, and the rapidness that they're able to address those comments.
So to reverse engineer, let's say it's 6 months total, right? Then by month 12, you would need to submit, right, the permits?
What was the term you used earlier? My synapses are failing, man. Can you please repeat like question?
Yeah. I'm trying to get an order of magnitude of what you think would be fair and reasonable accountability wise. If staff is saying total time is 6 months, maybe. And your response was that we have to reverse engineer and submit and have the total thing wrapped up within the next 18 months. So if that total time is 6 months, then this should be submitted by month 12, yes? Reasonably, give or take. That's all I'm looking for. Thank you. Cool. Do you think it would be fair, based on the current construction start date, which is February, ceteris paribus? So that's within this 18-month timeframe, to treat that start of construction as a key milestone for accountability and for our evaluation?
Yeah. I want to make sure I'm understanding the dates as well. The 18-month extension again was to pertain to the private vertical developments, but that is not the intention for the site development and the public related building permits that we're speaking about. So 2 different schedules.
If I may, Counselor, I think what you're suggesting is if council is inclined to grant the 18-month extension, would the developer agree that there ought to be certain milestones that have to be met in between now and the 18 months? One of which you're proposing might be start of construction around February of 27 for the horizontal, assuming we get the permits before then and the bonds issued and all the other conditions prerequisite. And the second one would be submit the vertical building permit by the 12-month mark in order to allow 6 months for review. Am I receiving your, yeah. So if the question is, would those be reasonable milestones that we would have to report on and come back and say? I mean, I think so, but here's the thing. If the 18-month is conditional, right? If you say, hey, if you haven't started construction in February, we revoke the 18 months, that won't work because the private developer that's going to initiate that submittal of that vertical permit still has, a certain amount of time remaining to be able to do that.
I got the scenario. So if the date slips again, what is the fallback for us?
If which date slips again? You mean the 18 months or the construction start date?
Either.
I could speak to a portion of that. What would we have started the project and sold the bonds, or not sold the bonds and started the project in your scenario?
We're not starting if we don't sell the bonds, right? You won't start construction. If the bonds
Correct.
And that
There's
the reason for my hesitation is that there are prerequisites to bond sale, which are not within the control of the developer. Right? The city has to convey some of the property. There's a checklist of prerequisites in the agreement, and not all of them are within the control of the developer. So if you say, hey, could the city change our mind and, what's our remedy if you don't start construction in February? I think we probably need to think about that as we kind of craft whatever the actual language of this approval is going to be. But it can't be that you revoke the 18 months because then it defeats the whole point of why we're having this conversation. Then we're right back where we are now. We still can't execute.
Sure. Can you point to a comparable project where there were similar delays or complexity, 9.5 or 10, and what the final outcome and timeline were?
somewhat. Joe in his presentation recited a couple projects. I think he gave 3 examples of highly complex site development projects. It took a while to get out of the ground. Union Station, downtown Westminster, and the River Mile. The River Mile is still not commenced construction. I believe that's been under planning for over 10 years. Downtown Westminster, I believe, was in planning for 6 years prior to construction. And Union Station, I think, was somewhere in between the two. I think it was somewhere around 8 years from the time of planning to vertical construction coming through. Did I?
That's right. I think that's a good.
How would you describe the working relationship with CCOB? What issues have shaped it? And are these structural or resolvable issues to the marriage comments before?
On this project specifically and our relationship, absolutely resolvable. For the past several years, we've had what I believe a great working relationship with staff. No change in that perception from my end. I've enjoyed getting to know many of these folks, and they've been along for the ride on this project. So as far as is this conversation that's going on right now resolvable from just a interpersonal dynamics? Absolutely, in my opinion. I mean, we're here to just go get this project built. Messing around with he said, she said, and all of that is the last thing I personally want to be doing. And I don't know that it's productive for anybody. So yeah, I don't see any reason why these issues aren't resolvable.
Cool. Given the history of the timeline changes and the shifts, what specific milestones or actions should we look for to rebuild the confidence in delivery?
I believe the milestones are now laid out. The permits have been submitted. It's like I almost want to say if the permits had been submitted like 1 month earlier or something like that, or 2 months earlier, we may not be in the situation we're at. It's sort of like this conversation started bubbling up about where are these guys, and they're not doing anything. At the same time, we're heads down, blowing and going on completing our 40-acre site package. So execution of plan review comments and turning those around in an appropriate time frame and working towards permit approval of that set of construction documents, in my mind, would be certainly like number one. I would think number one for are these guys working on this project or not? That's the critical path between now and breaking ground, is to obtain permit approval. And that's the time durations we were working through earlier. Other milestones that I can think of that are concrete. We referenced the PLOM, or the preliminary limited offering memorandum for the bond sale. That's like another concrete milestone. The whole bond sale process has a series of events. There's maybe 20 events in it, but that posting of the PLOM seemed like one of the most concrete milestones when it comes to marketing the bonds for sale. And it's the commencement of a process that has a fairly consistent timeline between the start of it and completion. Is that accurate?
And I would add the benefit of choosing that milestone is it is one over which we have control, right? It is theoretically possible that we could put a PLOM out and the market doesn't want to buy the bonds. That has happened to me before. So sale of the bonds is something over which we do not have control, but issuing the PLOM is something over which we do have control.
That, and we can refresh the PLOM dates. It might have already been submitted in the council information for March. Again, we proposed 2 different scenarios here. Plan A, where we're selling bonds in August of this year. And there's a plan B where we're selling bonds in February of next year and commencing construction. Currently, we're progressing towards plan B. I think in that plan B, we maybe already even have that anticipated PLOM post date. If we don't, I'm happy to give you like a good target for that milestone, if that's of help.
Last one. Do you reckon that this, what you just said, this would give council the confidence that the next year, year and a half would be materially different from the past 2 to 3 years? You know,
I hope it was this, our permit submittal was coming in right at the same time the question was getting asked about what's going on. It's like we just crossed. So I would hope that us evidencing via showing you what we're doing behind the scenes for that posting of the plum. And now it's not behind the scenes, it's front of the scenes. The permit processing is very much highly visible to staff. I would hope that that would give council confidence that yes, indeed, we're marching towards starting this project. You've got staff engaged with us currently to process the permits. And then we'll give you the additional clarity that would be helpful for seeing our efforts on the bond sale side. Between the two of those, I would hope that would lend confidence to us performing.
thank you, Tim. I hope we could get some sleep soon. Yield my time, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member. So, council, it is 11:10 and we usually have a hard stop at 11, but I want to poll you guys and see if we want to extend the meeting. We still have a couple of council members who have not had a chance to ask their first round questions. So with your permission, we'll continue. Good, thank you. Next is Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, and I thank everyone for your engagement with this and Mr. Frederick and team for the information tonight. I have a couple follow-up questions and really just trying to understand the differences of opinion here, as well as, you know, what the future might look like. I have not been on the dais for previous conversations, so coming into this as a newer council member, that's the perspective I'm coming from. I did want to follow up on Councilmember McKenzie's question. Actually, this is just going to be a statement because I don't really want to dive into the timelines, given that you just acknowledged the uncertainty with it could be this fall, it could be February. I would just say, please update your Gantt chart because it says Q2, the vertical construction is starting. And so when I looked at that for lot 1, 2, and 3, that makes it seem pretty optimistic. Does that make sense?
I'll have to take a look at it. I thought it said
2027.
2027. Yeah,
27.
and that's still consistent. So I think that's still what we're saying. That's still right where we're going.
Well, so there were.
Except the city doesn't think that the boathouse is vertical construction.
Oh, but the Gantt chart clearly outlines site work versus the apartments versus the active adult versus the other stuff.
Yeah, but we're not
Yeah.
going vertical on apartments
And
in
it doesn't communicate that.
20, okay.
But I'll
Okay.
look at it, and if it's incorrect, I will get back to you with it.
Okay, my question was really stemming from the comment about the 18-month extension and ideally being able to pursue the request for permitting towards the beginning of that period so that you would have the 6-month buffer and, you know, not risk that 18-month period. I was thinking that was in conflict with some of your previous comments where you had said that the 18-month extension was mostly about providing certainty for the investors as you go out to bond, and it wasn't really related to the timing of the permit requests.
Both are true, and it depends on what is defined as a building permit. If the building permit is for the private vertical improvements, it is necessary functionally to complete the process. So more of the nuts and bolts question you're asking. And then in any event, in all scenarios, lending confidence to the prospective investors and bond purchasers requires you to show them that you've got a runway here for which you have approvals and it can't be revoked during that period.
Absolutely understand that. Yeah, I think your comment specifically was you said 6, 7, 8 months from now that you would be ready to request additional permits. So that's where I was thinking.
No,
the
sorry, that
timeline.
meant permit approval. That was our anticipated permit approval timeline for the public.
You said that before we talked about the 6-month approval window. So that's where I was thinking from today, it is April. So if you're not planning on that until end of this year, let's say October to December, then you're definitely breaking ground Q3.
That was the goal coming into this calendar year, is that we were breaking ground in Q3. This is caused
2027.
2026.
I'm talking about the Gantt chart with the vertical construction.
Yeah, two separate things, right? So the horizontal construction of the horizontal improvements, which are presently into the city for permits right now. Original plan was to be in construction in Q3 of 2026. That still could happen if we're able to issue bonds soon enough to make that happen. If not, then it's the alternative in 27. I think what you're asking about is the permit that our partners will submit for construction of the active adult or the, what do we call the other apartment?
Mixed use.
The mixed use building. When will that vertical permit be submitted? And I think based on the dialogue we just had with Councilmember McKenzie, we've all concluded it needs to be submitted at least 12 months from now, assuming that the 18 months is granted. Will it be submitted sooner than that? Maybe 6 or 7 months? That is also not wholly within the control, right, of the horizontal developer. That is within the control of the vertical developer.
Understood. Okay, thank you for the clarity on that. It still seems like the timeline you laid out was overly aggressive.
I'm looking at your Gantt chart, and
Yep.
you are correct. There's a bus there. So
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, great. Glad we're on the same page. Okay, moving on. So Councilmember Cohen had asked the question about the financial underpinnings of this agreement and whether, I'm just going to use my own phrase here, it might end up that the project kind of gets shoestringed by the budget that is currently envisioned by us. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to the fact that you will be planning to deliver on this full vision as laid out in the SDP.
That's correct. If we wanted to accelerate this project, we could have dumbed this thing down and watered this thing down, and it's not what we're interested in doing. And we were asked to reaffirm our vows in September, because we had a peer developer that did water down or dumb down their offering in an effort to get things going in tough financial market. And that is not to fault them for what they've done. They've done that, and they've diluted that offering in an effort to make things pencil in tough economic times. We were asked not to do that. We don't want to do that. And so what we're going to do is execute on the original vision.
Okay, thank you. And then following up on Councilmember Twiss's question about affordable housing, I just was hoping to get clarification in your presentation. You said we were asked to stand down on affordable housing, and in your response to her, you indicated that the economic reality just wasn't really viable. So I'm wondering actually if both you and the city could speak to a little bit more about what happened at the end of 24 and the beginning of 2025 that led to that decision.
I'm not certain what conversations happened behind the scenes, but apparently there's conversations with council about our specific proposal to deliver a 100-unit affordable housing project at a blended 60% AMI. So some are going to be higher, some might be lower, for a blended 60%. That the suggestion was that was not supported, and that we would prefer you maintain following the original agreement. And the original agreement says you can pay fee in lieu, or you can deliver 20% at 60% interspersed, or you can do an alternative method of compliance. Well, we just tried that, and we proposed that, and that got shut down. So you're left with two. And then, as you heard from Jordan today, and the same is true in the other pro forma with Len, if he's still here, there's fee in lieu baked into both of those. So that's what I meant by we were asked to stand down. It's just we were asked to not continue to proceed with this proposal for this IGA to say that delivering this 100-unit project would satisfy our affordable housing requirements for this project. We got asked to drop that. So we did. That answer your question?
I believe so. I would also like the city's perspective on that.
Yes, please. I'm going to have Mr. Romine come down. Both of these, the common denominator between the conversation in 2023 as well as the conversation in 2025, council will remember the conversation in 2025, and that was we wanted it to happen in the first phase. And so all of those conversations and the community expectations were that this wasn't going to be in phase 3, nor was it going to take place on the library parking. So, Mr. Romine, walk through just briefly the 2023 conversation and what that discussion was and what led to that 2025 conversation, if you would, please.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. In short, the 2023 conversation, the developer went out and started looking and thinking about the affordability. They came forward with an idea that we would go after a Colorado Department of Local Affairs grant for infrastructure to bring forward a parking garage to support housing. So that's what it was talking about. That proposal was for it to go on the property that would be part of, that's in front of the library parking lot area, which is right now, while it's in the PUD, is not part of the current SDP. And so it would be a future phase. We suggested we would not follow through on that didn't make sense to us. We then received in November of 2024 a request to consider a different approach, which was, as Mr. Fettigrew pointing out, 100 units, 100% affordable at the 60% or, the average income. Not to get into great detail, but basically means you can have some 70s and some 50s, but you average at 60. And that 100 units would occur again in the phase 3 or a later phase project. As a reminder, that SDP has not been approved by council, so that would be moving it to a future SDP project or timeline, not part of this. So in part, and this is, I'll just conclude here, the agreement, the 2019 agreement does allow for those 3 options. As Mr. Fettigrew pointed out, it all, though, does call for those to be occurring at time of CO for the residential in phase 1. So this was a idea that the developer put forward to push it on to a little bit later of a time and to provide just 100 units instead of the potential 20% of the units as currently called for, either through the cash in lieu or through the provision of those units. So that's why we brought it forward to City Council for consideration in executive session. And that was the direction we received, is we would like, let the developer know that we'd like it to stay in phase 1 with the current SDP.
Now for a couple. That was very good, Jeff. Thank you. Couple corrections or clarifications, I should say. Our intent was definitely not to push it off to a phase 3 or some distant horizon. We had a affordable housing team that we had high confidence in and was prepared to execute. And we were disappointed that we weren't allowed to continue to pursue that. The intention was not to somehow deliver fewer affordable housing units than the 20% that's agreed to already. So we proposed 100 because we're doing approximately 500 units in the first phase. 20% of 500 proposed 100 units. We weren't trying to skirt around some, well, if we subsequently develop another 100 units, then we're skirting around these extra 20. That's never the intention, nor do I think that math pencils. Regardless, what our proposal was, we're gonna let's submit a site plan application for that specific project. That's going to take time. We found out how long they can take, but we're going to submit that and we're going to work alongside, we're going to get the rest of this project going, and that's going to parallel track. It's going to be going, this other site plan application for that specific project is going to be run on parallel track while this train's still rolling. So it's not going to hold this up. This is going to be a submittal. And provided we get this thing to permit and we start this project, meaning you got LIHTC award, you got site plan approval, and your permits got completed, provided you're able to start that prior to getting certificate of occupancy on this over here, the phase 1 that we're all talking about today, then that shall have satisfied the condition. If not, then the default fallback was you just still pay the fee in lieu. So we tried to do better than that and deliver this project. We still believe in that project and still be willing to pursue that project.
Great. I really appreciate the historical perspective from both of you. Can you please confirm the split of rental units to those that will be for sale, let's say in the final iteration of this?
Yeah, there's, on that, lot 6 that we're just speaking to, there's 152 units of density. There's a proposed 52-unit condominium project on the south side of that site, which would be added to the 12 townhome units that are proposed in the first phase.
So 64 units for sale with the remainder as rental?
That math is tracking with me.
Okay.
And bear in mind, the affordable housing project was 100 units. It might have ended up being 96. It might have ended up being 103. There's 152 units of density on that site. So whatever's left over at the end of the day after delivering the affordable housing would be a for sale residential, was our intention for that pad.
Okay. I'm excited to hear that because I know that our community has been clamoring for more for sale units because it feels like we're getting a lot of
we're one
rentals
of the
coming
few
in.
groups who have actually done for sale and executed on condominium projects in the state of Colorado in recent years, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is tough to do.
Yes. Excellent. Okay. The next question I have is about the comparison of the dollars that are being put forward. The disagreements, generally about the bonds and the penciling our math out. I'm curious, either of you from your perspective, if this is a world where we can come to a single source of truth, or we are really going to just have to trust each other.
Yeah, for the bond underwriting, it's neither one of our positions. It's the people who are buying the bonds. And so we have a great team that's going to pull together a package and this offering memorandum. And one large component of that offering memorandum is a market study that is typically around 100 pages, right? About around 100 pages, completed by groups that's all they do. They do these market studies for these types of applications, and the bond investors review that information and they rely upon that information, and they might question some of those assumptions and replace those questionable assumptions with their own better assumptions. But ultimately, it's the bond buyer who's going to have to trust that the numbers make sense. And to do that, they're informed by data. And this market study is a huge source of that data. So the numbers that we're currently underwriting to are absolutely appropriate for the context of this project. They're substantiated by our team's track record, retail sales per square foot, just those types of assumptions. So I don't know that we can always have a difference of opinion on how many sales dollars per square foot we think we're going to generate, but that the folks buying the bonds are the ones who ultimately have to sign off on it, and they're going to have a whole bunch of data that's going to inform that decision.
Thank you. City Manager Hoffman, anything that you would add about that, just finding a single source of truth on this?
We only use their numbers, so we don't come up with these numbers on our own. So they are the single source. It's the interpretation piece that we provide to council to be able to say, under these circumstances, here's what we've seen. Here's what we've experienced. So we don't go out and say, what would this square footage be, right? We use the base model. We use what we see from our sales tax generation. We're not questioning their calculations. Part of that bond run exploration found the gap between the mill levies. Part of the bond exploration, it wasn't a calculation controversy, right? It was the assumptions that were made. And then it gets back to the square footage of the affordability. So again, we're not questioning what they're putting forward, whether it's true or whether it isn't true. The market studies are the market studies, and the information that council now has before it was based on their information.
This is all quite enlightening. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. And just for those who don't know, we have moved the final item of the study session, the water enterprise, to a future meeting, May 7th, I believe. So if you are here for that, I'm sorry. Next is Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for asking the vast majority of my questions. I'll note that I am also continue to be pretty distressed by going out to bond representing 10.8 mils and 6 additional years on the agreement. That was very shocking to see. I will ask a question that I don't believe has been asked. If the SDP is not extended, do you intend to stay in this agreement, do nothing, letting the land sit until 2044? I want to point out that if it doesn't work out, we all have the option to terminate the agreement and step away amicably. However, in Mr. Vostry's opening statements, he did seem to imply that the decision is between this and nothing, and that was a bit distressing.
I gotta say, if this thing gets killed for some reason right now, I'm gonna need to like take a nap, and a breather, and probably a lot of your staff will as well. We've all been working really hard on this and thinking that we're just gonna roll up our sleeves and re-envision this thing and jump right into redoing it. We're pretty exhausted, so that seems unreasonable. With time, ultimately, do we rebuild our stamina? It's feasible. Yeah, hey, we had a disagreement on, 36 months, what's a building permit? And we weren't able to reach an agreement on that matter, or the bond sale conversation with resetting the TIF clock and that. Yeah, we'll need a minute to take a deep breath, and man, it'd be like asking us to restart the project after we just had spent, better part of the meat of my professional career working on it, ultimately to not have a deal that went forward. That's a pretty tough ask.
Sure. Yeah, and I totally understand that. And so I would just emphasize that those opening statements were a bit shocking to me. This implication that this is between the SDP and doing nothing until 2044. I hope that, if this doesn't work out, cooler heads could prevail and we can all do what makes sense for everyone here. But that was a particularly troubling statement from Mr. Vostry's. I'll also just point out really quickly that I did look up what I believe to be the SDP approved on in September of 2023. And I just did want to say that I believe there were 491 residential units with 479 apartment rentals and 12 for sale townhomes. I don't recall seeing condos for that.
This SDP, the site that we were just referencing with the density that is yet to be spoken for is in lot 6, which is in our zoning, but not in our SDP.
Okay, got it. That
Yeah.
makes sense for that discrepancy then. Thank you
And
for pointing that out.
Yeah, perhaps that's going to come closely thereafter in parallel track like we were talking about earlier, if there's a solution to be had with that affordable housing and that lot, that's also on that lot 6.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is that all?
Yes, that's it for me.
Thank you. I just have 2 questions. I was really patient. I guess I could ask you guys and maybe Mr. Romine, the senior housing, which is a huge, huge need for our community. Is that for rent or for sale?
For rent.
Do we have the average rents, Mr. Romine, according to the bond runs?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, the bond runs show what the value of the property would be. It doesn't show what the rents would be. And so that's not part of it, nor would it show it on the commercial side. So the commercial side is only showing sales and the value of the building because it's a calculation with property tax. The same is true for all the housing, both the senior and all the other housing, the mixed use housing.
Like it would be market rate then?
That would be but we don't know because it's not described in the bond runs and we haven't seen anything specific yet from the residential developer that has expressed an interest to look at this project further
All right.
on either side.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Did you have something to add, Mr.
Yeah,
Fargo?
so it is market rate.
Okay.
It's market rate. Yep.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And going back to something my colleague just said in Mr. Vostri's opening statement, he made references to the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement and cited certain sections that it was very sounded a little bit threatening that that we must grant this extension under the RRA. So I wanted to ask our attorney, Ms. Rogers, does council have the authority to approve or deny the requested extension?
Yes. The agreement at issue does not mandate in the wording of the agreement that council must approve this extension. You heard Mr. Vostrich mention the good faith clause. And I want to explain what that said. He also used the word unreasonable. And that is what it talks about. And wrote some notes down when he was talking, Mayor. Council is appropriately and thoughtfully considering this request right now, and that's what a good faith clause mandates. I will say, I believe that council is aware of their obligations under this agreement. Staff is aware of the obligations under this agreement, and that obligation is to not act unreasonably, arbitrarily, capriciously, right? To have meetings like this, to get public input, to hear from the developer, to take in information to help form a reasoned decision. That's the obligation under the agreement. Council has the ability, and this will come to a vote on May 12th, whether to approve or deny the request.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. So we have 2 council members that want to speak for second round. Well, now 3. And now it's a 2-minute time limit. So we'll go to Councilmember Twist. Wait, I'm sorry, Councilmember Ward, my apologies.
No worries. Not a problem. Thank you, Mayor. My follow-up questions are, well, one, have you identified partners for 2 of the multifamily apartment buildings? You have 1 here in the audience, but
Yep,
you
we're-
have 3
Yep.
total mixed use and residential multifamily. Have you identified partners with those?
Yes, the 2 multifamily buildings are one community with one partnership with Rangewater. And then the other is the McBroom Companies as their operator and ourselves serving as general partnership with the HUD financing and Len being in the general partnership as well. So those are the 2 groups. There's 3 buildings, 2 groups. So there's 2 capitalizations for 3 buildings.
Okay, and then have you found a partner for the 12 townhomes?
Potentially, we do have an active builder partnership in-house. It wouldn't be ourselves building it, but via that relationship. And then there's a couple other leads that we're following right now. Like we noted earlier, that the start of those townhomes is they're intended to be completed in concert with the lot 1 building next door. The townhomes have a shorter construction schedule. As a result, the start date, the permit submittals, the design, permit review, all of that stuff is down the road because those things, as a result, we can't start building those things until that active adult building is well underway on construction. So we won't select that partner probably for some time. It could be 12 months, if I'm guessing. I don't know if that answers your question. I just kind of trailed off into the ether.
Yeah, you started going off into something I didn't ask. The reason I asked that is because these groups that you are partnering with for the multifamily, commercial, and the townhomes, they have to have their own bond runs because they're the ones doing the construction and they're the ones that have to pay for the vertical construction. You're just doing the general horizontal groundwork, correct?
No, there's no bond underwriting requirement for any of those private developments. The bond underwriting is purely for the bond purchasers, purely for the public development.
Okay, they're paying for this in cash, basically.
Yeah, cash usually coupled with a construction loan from pick your lender of choice.
Okay. The reason I asked all that, and one of the reasons we are having this conversation, is not, as you have asserted, that we don't want this project to continue to go forward. The question is, are you capable financially of ensuring that this project moves forward? Because one thing we don't want to have is you dig a hole in the ground and then it doesn't work out and there's a giant hole in the ground.
Yeah, and speaking to that, I think that's where some of this conversation about, well, you've started these other projects and you've executed on these other projects. Why haven't you started ours? Those comments that we've made with respect to that were purely to substantiate our credibility as active development partners who have executed on bond sales on 3 different projects in the past 7 years, exactly trying to enforce that type of credibility. And each one of those projects had, how many digits would that be? 10-digit projects, right? When it comes to financial cost, expense, multiple capital partners within one master development. We're capable of executing on that stuff. Rangewater's got an in-house balance sheet that's substantial. I don't know, maybe 9 figures, I would imagine. Able to guarantee any construction loans necessary there if we take out recourse debt, or we might use HUD debt. That's non-recourse. So, yeah, as far as our wherewithal and ability to execute on this, I think our track record evidences that's the case, and our partnerships have proven their ability to execute as well.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Twist.
Thank you, Mayor. In your slides, you had businesses that were interested in leasing. How did those businesses get on that list? Are those just people who have reached out and said, hey, you've got a cool space? Or is it actual, this is how much it's going to cost? They're definitely interested. Is that the case?
Yeah, there's inbound leads and there's outbound outreach. The folks who are on that list, there's been conversations about rents, estimated triple nets, TI packages. So those are fairly detailed conversations that I've been having.
Okay. And so those are viable businesses that could be in there, not just ones that have expressed interest.
Yeah,
Trying to make that distinction.
and we have letters of intent. With a project like this, to get leases signed this early is not realistic. But these are legit candidates, and I would also mention probably 90% of those are smaller local businesses, which I think is what we want as well.
Do they all know through these conversations about the increased sales tax for the PIF? And because I'm asking because at least 10.65%, Broomfield Town Square will have the 4th highest sales tax in the state after 3 ski towns.
Yeah, every one of those prospects may not know about the PIF in its entirety. But that's something that when we get through letters of intent and leases, that's all clearly outlined.
So with the,
I could add.
Go ahead.
Just onto that. I was just going to jump in on the PIF as well. Collins represented us on a few other projects where we similarly have PIF, similarly at 2.5%, and Collins has been successful in leasing those up. Of note is Bluebird Market, which we 100% own outright and still operate to this date, which is 100% occupied by small local business. Similarly has the 2.5% PIF. Similarly has these questions about, hey, that when you add that up, is that above what you'd hope to spend if you're going grocery shopping or buying a TV? Yes. But this is about an experience, and to create this experience, we got to create a really special place, which is this extensive plan package you've seen submitted. That stuff needs to be paid for, and the part of the way we pay for it is these public improvement fees. It does go in to the bond sale revenue. That ultimately supports the cost of creating this experience. If you prefer not to spend 11%, we may lose, the odd customer here and there, but in our experience on customer behavior, like do they actually show up and spend money there despite the PIF? The answer is yes. And through our experience, we've been successful, highly successful at leasing the space as well to retailers who want to be there despite the presence of a 2.5% PIF. And I know Joe's had the same experience as well. I know there's PIF and similar fees, for instance, at Union Station and elsewhere. I believe in Lowry they may as well. Romine probably knows. But am I missing anything? No. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
So yeah, the follow-up to that is with the highest sales tax rate in the metro area and the sales tax revenue projections from, your financial bond runs, and financing plan, how on earth is a small local one-off coffee shop going to be able to afford to do business there?
So yeah, the public improvement fee is paid by the customer as the sales taxes.
So
and we've been successful in exactly that situation, and have had success with very comparable, I would argue, probably 11% PIF and sales tax combined in leasing to small local businesses and having strong customer support in our experience.
It's not just the PIF, it's the financing sales tax revenues that you have projected are fairly high for small.
Great question. The CAMs on this project, or the triple nets that Colin referenced earlier, are projected to be between $11 and $12 per square foot, which in our experience is customary for a new construction project, especially one that's amenitized to the extent we are here today. And that's not, I don't think any broker would argue that's far out of market, if out of market at all. And in our experience, we've leased and sold commercial real estate at higher CAMs or triple nets than that. Those CAMs or triple nets is inclusive of those property taxes. So we're at $11 to $12 per square foot here, which is in line with market.
After what's taking so long, that is the number one thing that I hear over and over and over again. It has to be small. It has to be local. What guarantees do we have that if this gets built, that will happen? I know that is the intent, but it's going to be a steep financial commitment for these small businesses and a very big risk for them.
Mayor, Councilor, there's a provision in the RRA that talks about the developer using commercially reasonable best efforts to secure a majority of the tenants, small local business, and some requirements about their reporting on their efforts in that regard once the permits have been issued and leasing begins in earnest.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And back to you, Councilmember Cohen.
I'll be quick. I had a quick question for the city attorney. Since this ostensibly is a vote on an 18-month extension, but it's evolved into a request for 6 additional years and basically 14 million on the tax question, how is that done? How would we act on that? Because if we agree to the 18-month, we're agreeing to the 6 years additional in tax benefits.
No, you are not. And thank you for that question, council member. The only question that's before council, arguably for the discussion tonight, although we have expanded, but the question that's going to come before council on May 12th for a vote is specifically the vote to extend the site development plan that's been approved for 18 months. As referenced in the presentation, those other financial matters that have come up tonight are going to be it sounds like, formal request is going to be the subject of future negotiations. And when those are finalized, then an amended agreement will come before council for a separate approval. I don't know if you want to add anything, Carolyn.
I think you said what I was going to say. it would have to be, even if you were inclined to grant it, even if we had requested it by now, it would have to be approved in a different form.
Yes.
And so it would require a separate agreement, separate
There
at
would
a
be-
later date.
If we approve this, if we go forward, we make the vote on May 12th, then at some point in 2026, you expect to come back with a revised negotiated proposal that, based on your presentation today, would be an additional 6 years, which equates to like 14 million. Assuming, and obviously the school district would have to be brought into this as well, but is that at some point down the road, we would need to do that in order to have this pencil out?
Those are some, but not all of the steps that would be required. And yes, and I suspect that if the extension is granted, that will be the very next thing that my client asked me to do, is to, begin to draft that request and confer with the city attorney about it.
And there's other requests you referenced that would be coming?
No, what I mean is, in order for you to grant that request, there are a whole bunch of steps that have to happen. Not just a new amendment to the agreement and negotiating with the school district, but we also have to amend the urban renewal plan and so on.
Okay.
And I will say, what we're talking about again tonight is the site development plan extension that your approval of the extension, if that's where council goes on its vote, does not necessarily mean that you must agree to change that. I mean, that is part of another negotiation and another discussion and another vote. And so flash forward a year from now, we might be having another meeting, maybe not this late. And the issues are different on what might be holding up the project. But I do want to make that clear, that I don't want any council member to think, if you agree to this extension, that means you have to agree to some of these future negotiated terms.
If we vote to extend, then we'll come back and deal with the other issues that have been brought up. Correct. Okay. And I just wanted to close real quick. I wanted to reference, I think, like Councilmember Twist. I voted as part of the unanimous vote to approve this. Like her, I want to see this vision achieved. Don't want to kill it. But I have to say that tonight's presentation from Mr. Joe was arrogant, condescending, dismissive. I think the impression was he could just bully us. We've seen that through the bluster. And the presentation and the PowerPoint, all due respect, felt like it had been thrown together in a matter of hours. It was mostly unintelligible. I would love for you guys to come back and send to council a new presentation that very crystal clear lays out the finances. I'm not interested anymore in the history of why the heck we're here. But what I'm interested is, I don't want my legacy to be First Bank Center 2.0. I don't want a shadow of this vision because we didn't figure out the finances on this thing. And right now, based on the presentations you've made to me tonight, like, well, it's 8 or 3, I don't know, or I don't know, the numbers don't add up, or I'll have to revisit that, or it feels very uncertain. People have testified tonight that they want this vision, they believe in this developer because of what he's done at Union Station. And I came here tonight looking for proof that passed his prologue. And I haven't seen it yet. It was a very unconvincing presentation that you have your cards all lined up in a row. There were so many things that just you didn't know or recently discovered. It feels like you didn't know about the 6 years and the 14 million until we asked for more financial data. And that doesn't give me confidence that we should renew our vows. So I would love before May 12th to see a new presentation that really just lays out the finances and crystal clear, make the math, so that I could vote to extend this with confidence and deal with the money later, whatever gets renegotiated. But I needed better effort. I expected more, and I just honestly was surprised. So I would really please go back and come back with a better presentation that spells out the math for not only just me, but I think the community as well, to make sure this isn't something that's going to be less than what we've envisioned. Thank you.
May I ask a process question related to that? Is the agenda on May 12th, when you're scheduled to take action on this request, such that we could give a follow-up presentation in response to the suggestions just made by Councilmember Cohen? Perhaps maybe we think about imposing some time limits to make sure we keep it tight, but
think
I'm
what's
sure we'd be glad to
important-
respond to that request.
What's important is to get it to us in advance. That would really be helpful, because we get our agendas a week in advance and we all work. So we need time to digest and dive into these voluminous council memo. So I think that's fine. If I can speak. Okay, so yes, if you want to, but if you can get it submitted when we get our other documents, that would be really helpful. Because I didn't see any of this until it was live and it was really low res and, it wasn't helpful to me either. If that's
And
fair.
could we just, for clarity's sake, say what you mean by in advance with the packet? Is that so the packet deadline?
It's the Wednesday before.
And that gives the public an opportunity to review the material too. So if that's possible, that would be my ask. Councilmember Peterson, you haven't spoken yet.
I know it's quite late. I just want to ask, we had mentioned earlier about trying to identify appropriate milestones in the next 18 months. So if we're going to approve or oppose an 18-month extension, I'm wondering if you have any suggestions for what appropriate milestones that are under your control would be and what appropriate consequences would be if those are not met.
Mayor, Counselor, we talked about two that I think would be appropriate. One is when do we submit the building permit, working backwards from the 18 months? And two is when do we post the offering memorandum for the bonds? Those are two things that are within our control. I just would ask that you give us a little more time to think about how we might structure something that has appropriate consequences, because of what I don't want to suggest is that the consequences are such that it, as I said, defeats the purpose of why we're here in the first place. So it has to be appropriate consequences, but that nonetheless still allow the work to continue on the project so we can meet the next milestone.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else from my colleagues? Well, I want to thank all of you and your team for showing up tonight and having this crucial conversation, because it is important in relationships. I consider it group therapy, and our community for also showing up and staying engaged, and my colleagues for the excellent questions so that we can move forward with clarity. So I just want to remind everybody then that we will consider this request at our May 12th council meeting, and public comment will be welcome at that meeting as well. So thank you all so much. And we are not having the third item. So that concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. There being no further business